Every year the Tour de France finishes on the Champs-Élysées, and frankly, thank goodness for that. These days it's one of the few things you can actually rely on when the race sets off, that 22 days later, in some shape, size and state of health, it'll arrive in Paris. Everything else is subject to change without notice. The 2008 edition had incident, accident, scandal, the odd headbutt and uncertainty about the outcome until the penultimate stage, which was a relief really, because back at the start in Brest, all everyone was talking about was what the Tour this year was missing.
First off, there was no defending champion. Alberto Contador's new team had been declared unwelcome because of past problems with drugs. For the first time in history, there was no official recognition from cycling's world governing body either. The row over how to fight doping had turned the Tour into a renegade race. The prologue was missing too. The organisers had decided to ditch 4 decades of tradition and replace the opening time trial with a road stage. And that was just the first of a string of innovations on the most experimental Tour route we've seen for years. Brittany played host to the opening 3 days. In fact, it was the Tour de France meets the shipping forecast as the race kicked off in Finistère. Stage 1 was Brest to Plumelec, 197 windy kilometres with a vicious kick up towards the finish that the locals, perhaps not having travelled much, called the Breton Alpe d'Huez.
The finish to stage 1, the climb at the end. Now, I know you've got experience of it. They call it the Alpe d'Huez of Brittany, don't they? Can you describe it, what it's like to ride up?
Well, I think it's not like Alpe d'Huez, but it's very dangerous at the beginning of the climb. There is a big road, and in 50 meters you turn in a small road with only 2 riders can pass, so it will be very dangerous at 2 kilometers.
Negotiate that safely, and then it's onto the slopes of the Cadudal. 1.7 kilometres at an average gradient of 6.2%. Now, it probably won't be enough to break the peloton ride apart, but it might just produce a surprise winner.
If Valverde wants, he could win the stage, but I don't think he would like to have the yellow jersey for the first day.
And you've won there this year, so is it a stage for Tommy Voeckler, do you think?
Yeah, I won over there this year, but it wasn't the same riders at the start, and I think the speed, the rhythm of the last climb, the speed was not the same, so wait and see.
Hervé Duclos-Lassalle never got there. Every year somebody has to be the Tour's first casualty. This year it was him. And he was almost followed out of the race by the first big name. Last year's King of the Mountains, Mauricio Soler, went down heavily on his wrist and was already chasing the rest of the field almost before the Tour had properly started. We're going to join the stage 1 action with the whole field together, approaching the decisive climb towards the finish in Plumelec, the Côte du Cadudal.
We've got an attack going on the right.
Fabian Wegmann, the champion of Germany, and this is exactly what outfoxed Eric Zabel a couple of years ago, because there was a late attack came. It's not the champion of Germany. In fact, it's arrived from Aigurande.
This is arrived from Aigurande, who's made the move here, and it would be the sort of move by Romain Feylu, who has made a move on the climb, and I think he's gone too early, but it is indeed Feylu who's gone as he starts to climb here, and he's got a little gap over the field, and this is the moment of confusion. Who's going to take up the chase, because they don't want to waste their energy, and this is a good gamble by the Frenchman, but now comes Gerolsteiner.
Gerolsteiner have got themselves organised. This is the counter move now. Feylu really himself a little bit of a sprinter, I felt, was going just a bit too early there, but now we've got Gerolsteiner. This looks like Stefan Schumacher.
Well, this could be a good move from Stefan Schumacher. He once won the Amstel Gold Race on a move like this up the Kouwberg in the south of Holland. He's now made he's got an enormous gap. There'll have to be a quick reaction to close this down. This drag will split the field up for sure now as he continues to count. Now the field is starting to rip from behind.
Well, they're all over. You've got to convict yourself now just to keep going. You cannot pause at a moment like this. Eric Zabel is still pretty much up there. They're now starting to get the headwind into their faces, these riders, as they come up the last little bit of curlies, as they come up towards the top. Schumacher looking over his shoulder to see whether or not he's got the power still to go. The main field is still all over. There is Alejandro Valverde in the middle, the champion of Spain. He's looking for the gap. He wants to win this. Coming across there is Kim Kirken. Kirken has made the junction. Now he makes the move.
Kirken has gone over the top, and I saw also Valverde and Philippe Gilbert in white as Kirken tries to go clear now. And there's a move from a Lamprey rider. Is it Cuneo? No, it's not, right on his back wheel. I think Kim Kirken's gone a little bit too soon here, Paul?
Well, I think that's Alessandro Ballan there in second place, but look, in fact, you can see Kirken is opening up the gap here. Schumacher's gone backwards. There is Cadel Evans in about fourth position. He's pretty happy just to be there. We're inside of 250 metres to go, and this is going to be a great move coming around the corner. 41, well, Kirken.
This was what was planned, Kim Kirken. Alan Piper said he hoped it, but that Valverde, I think, has taken a flyer from the line. Alexander Valverde is heading home. Well, his team said he would win. He seems to want the yellow jersey from day one, the hot favourite with Cadel Evans, and that is an incredible win for Alessandro Valverde. Philippe Gilbert, I think, will have got second place on the line there. Paul, the power of that man.
Well, I think not only the power of Alejandro Valverde, but the way he remained calm and collected and watched the race unfold in front of him, and then all of a sudden he came out to take the big pay packet there this afternoon.
Well, as opening day finishes go, it more than made up for the lack of skin suits, aero helmets and close-ups of human suffering we usually get on day one. And it produced a winner who wouldn't have been in the top 6 of a prologue, but is aiming for the top place overall in the Tour. So it felt as though the race had got straight down to business. It also left Alejandro Valverde with an almost undefendable lead, 1 second over the first dozen riders behind him, including Kim Kirken, the pre-race favourite Cadel Evans, Frank Schleck, and Britain's David Miller too, with another 30-odd riders behind them, lying just 7 seconds back. So, although Valverde had looked impressive in taking the yellow jersey, his chances of holding on to it for long looked pretty slim. Great for the race, and seemingly fine by Valverde too.
Sí, creo que sobre todo siempre digo que las victorias hay que agradecérselas al equipo porque trabajan fenomenal, hemos tenido todo controlado en todo momento y bueno, se lo dedico a todos ellos que se lo merecen. Bueno, que sí, creo que coger el jersey amarillo es muy bueno para mí, para el equipo. Y bueno, lo hemos cogido, si luego se pierde no pasa nada, de momento lo hemos cogido, lo tenemos, he ganado una victoria de etapa y muy contento.
As if to demoralise the riders, Stage 2 sent them back north to the Brittany coast after the race had started off south, and the weather wasn't helping. Technically speaking, it was a flat stage, but not really. And a flat gave us our first real sighting of Mark Cavendish at the back, not where you want to see the world's best sprinter.
You only have to look back to last year in Mark Cavendish's debut tour when he was denied the chance to even compete for a win by a series of scrapes and crashes. Here's Ned Bolton.
He can still pass largely unnoticed. A shy smile which masks an iron self-confidence is all you get when you're first confronted with Mark Cavendish. But in the next few days and over the next couple of months, that could all be about to change.
At the minute, I'm one of the hottest properties in cycling. Over the last 200 metres, you can't deny with facts. You look at me, I'm the fastest, you know.
11 wins in his debut year, then came the difficult second album. He's barely put a foot wrong.
I was coming so fast, Tom didn't see me, he thought he was so far ahead he could raise his hands, and he raised his hands, and yeah, I was coming that fast that I could come underneath him, and I got it, so it was special for me.
That usurped the natural order of things, even if it left Cavendish himself a little unbalanced. More, though, would follow. On the Giro, he shot through 2 finish lines first, only the 3rd British rider in history to win a stage there. He even gifted a 3rd victory to a teammate and finished the race too, stronger and quicker than ever. If they needed convincing about his potential, his big-name rivals have all the evidence they need.
I mean, he's a really good sprinter. He's for sure one of the fastest one. And last year, I think he took a big step from last year. So yeah, he can be one of the biggest one this year. So we'll see. Okay.
Well, he's achieved a lot so far in his career. He's doing really well, developing really well as a rider and as a sprinter. This year, won his first stages in the Grand Tour and the Giro. So I think he's definitely capable of winning a Tour stage.
He has wrongs to right from last summer, the fall in Canterbury and then the slight and not so slight misjudgments, which along with more bad luck meant he left France last year with nothing more than bruises. But with no Bonin or Bonatti and a muted McEwen to beat this year, the field looks ready for him to rip through. Listen to this for an endorsement of his potential from a man who knows about the race better than almost anyone in the peloton.
Cavendish, I mean, that kid's an incredible cyclist. I mean, it's a real honor to be teammates with him. You know, I've been teammates with the best in the world, best in cycling, but I see so much in him, so much potential, even though he's already reached higher levels than most cyclists in the peloton. But I think you'll be seeing him win for the next 10, 15 years.
Meanwhile, his assault on Madison Gold in Beijing, alongside Bradley Wiggins, counterbalances his ambition over the coming weeks. It's not that he wants to choose, he wants them both, and he might just get them. The high esteem in which Mark Cavendish is held by his teammates is matched only by the esteem he holds for the Tour itself. This year, he's in it for the long haul.
I want to finish. It's not fair on the organisers, it's not fair on my team, it's not fair on myself if I say I'm going to go into the Tour de France with wanting to quit halfway. You know, I want to finish.
This might not be the fast, flat finish he'd prefer, but the chance to win a Tour de France sprint stage is a precious thing, and they seldom come gift-wrapped to order. So come on, Team Columbia, marshal your forces behind Cavendish. We're dying to call him the miniature Manx wonder and help us expunge some of those dark memories of Saint-Brieuc.
This is an incredible chase, and we'll see Team Columbia move up. They've got blue jerseys down there. They're the lighter all-blue strip because they're thinking of Mark Cavendish as well. George Hincapie will be the strong man. There they are in the distance. Oh boy, they've left it late at 2.8 kilometres. This is not a done deal, and that's what Sylvain Chavanel thinks. He's moved off the front, and he's got just enough time to make the finish.
Well, he's got to give everything now. This is a do-or-die move. You saw there that Thomas Voeckler tried to get across the gap. Now that Chavanel has opened up his advantage, he has to ride and not even look back. He's got to make his body hurt. He's got to not listen to the message from his body to stop the pain. He's got to keep the pain for another 2.5 kilometres. He's actually extended his lead over the front end of the main field. This was the move that he had to make, and he's flown alone.
You are looking at a former time trial champion of France here, and in fact he is the current time trial champion. He just won it a week ago, as he now settles in to the chase on his own. He has the legs if he's strong enough, and he's the absolute hero of the day. He could have led this race for 162 of the 164 kilometres. There's the peloton now snapping up the breakaway one by one, but they may have left this a little bit late.
Look now at the long line there of riders from Team Columbia. You can see they're trying to get themselves organised as well, and I think George Hincapie is right up at the front end of the main field, but peeling off. The rider from Quickstep is peeling off now. There's the main field. There's only one man left in front of them, and it's Chavanel.
Well, the grim look of realisation on the face there of Moreau and Voeckler. There's only one man left now, and that is Sylvain Chavanel. The clock is counting. 8 seconds it is. Case d'Epargne are trying to guide Valverde safely off the front. This is a long, hard climb, but he's still there.
That was Luis Leon Sanchez on the front there for Case d'Epargne, doing the pacemaking for the yellow jersey. The other teams now are starting to crack a fraction, and Chavanel has still got a 6-second advantage with 1.7 kilometres to go. There's a lot of tired bodies at the front end of that main field. Philippe Gilbert, Phil, has moved up into 3rd position. Team Columbia's organisation seems to have become a little bit disorganised, and now it's really going to be all up to Alejandro Valverde. Moving up the right-hand side there's a couple of riders from Silent Slaughter, but Chavanel really has to dig deep now if he wants this one to survive, and I tell you, this is a mean run into the finish.
But just remember, between kilometres 2 and 1, we're on a beautiful road. You can see it here, well barriered and nice and wide. We closed down a little bit between 1 kilometre and 500 metres, and there's a nasty kick there. There's also a central obelisk in the middle of the road, but the catch is coming, and now it is every man for himself as we start. It's Fabian Cancellara, and there's been a crash already at the back of the race. A quick look at the riders. None of the favourites are there. That was Leif Hoster who was down, and one man is clear, and Cancellara is at 1 kilometre. He's trying to do it again. He did it at Compiègne when he wore yellow last year.
Pepo Pozzato is coming across though in the lime green jersey for Team Liquigas, and they're in 3rd or 4th position. In fact, it's Cadel Evans taking control of the front end of the main field. Pozzato wants to win this again like he did in 2004, but you've got to be a tough man to catch Fabian Cancellara. This is just like the last stage of the Tour of Switzerland.
Well, this is the tricky bit now. They've just gone past one section of the course. He's almost on the line, but he knows this time at 500 100 metres. He's not quite going to make it. Pozzato, a few deep breaths here. He's humped up into the slipstream of Fabian Cancellara, who's the world time trial champion, and the race is coming across the gap. Jerome Pino is there again. He was third yesterday. The yellow jersey is going to have a go. Valverde, surely not. Another stage win for the champion of the Tour so far. Up on the outside, is that Hushoff, who's launched an attack? Yes, it is. It's the god of thunder roaring, but the challenge is coming. And this is Kim Kirken coming on the shoulder of Thor Hushoff, but on the line, Thor Hushoff has got the win, and Kim Kirken will be there in second place.
Thor Hushoff ground out a strong man's win, beating Kim Kirken, Gerald Cholek and the Elements.
Well, today we're heading down south to Nantes, the last stage in Brittany. This, by the way, was one of the original towns on the first route in 1903, before the riders rode all the way to Paris from Nantes. Well, the first email we have to answer today comes from Una and Peter Moores, and they ask, who is your favourite to win the Tour this year? Well, my favourite always has been, he's been training very hard all season, the Australian Cadell Evans, who finished second last year, and without Contador here, I think he must have a chance. Who about you, Paul?
I think I'd have to go for Alejandro Valverde, who's looked pretty good since the start, and I think his time-trialling ability has improved as well, so he's the man to watch, I think.
Well, he set himself a tough target to try and lead this race from day one, that's for sure. We're going on then, let's have a look at Len Minette from Norfolk. Who is the oldest rider in this year's race, and who is the oldest rider to win the Tour?
Well, I'll take the easier question, because I think the oldest rider in the race is Stefan Goubert. He's 38 years old and a few months. But don't forget, today happens to be Eric Zabel's birthday, and he's 38 too.
And he once won in Charleroi in Belgium on his birthday, so maybe he'll win today. He's a sprinter after all. Well, the oldest rider to win the Tour de France, that happened in 1922, and his name was Firmin Lambeau, and he was 36 years of age. But we have had a number of winners at 34, not least, of course, the last one, Lance Armstrong, won at 34 years of age. Gino Bartoli of Italy. We've also had Joop Zoetemelk, that was in 1980. And another rider who won was Lucien Buisse, a Belgian rider who did that in 1926. Now let's go back to the action.
Let's take a look at stage 3, 208 kilometres from Saint-Malo down to Nantes. And unlike the rolling terrain of the first 2 days, almost nothing on today's profile except wind, rain and 3 intermediate sprints. And there was plenty of both, wind and rain that is. Another day for the Caisse d'Épargne Diplomatic Protection Unit to shelter their man in yellow. The Tour is the French protest movement's publicity vehicle of choice. And it took some ad hoc diplomacy from the race director Christian Prudhomme to get the peloton passed. Now, as we've seen on stages 1 and 2, the French riders have been getting their faces out front, as have the French public. This pair mesmerised by their close-up moment and completely missing the day's breakaway flying by. In there were a pair of Frenchmen, Romain Feyloux and Samuel Dumoulin, along with an Italian, Paolo Longoborghini, and William Frischkorn of the USA.
3 kilometres to go, Phil. That is around about 4 minutes. We will now know whether or not Romain Feyloux is going to be the new leader of the race. Well, I'm sure we know he's going to be the new leader of the race, but by how much?
Yes, it could be by more than they imagine back in the peloton. Totally misjudged this today. They were chasing well, it was going well. Suddenly they found they weren't catching the leaders. Then came the crash, everything went wrong. The teammates here now of Crédit Agricole driving on, trying to close the gap down. It's all too late, of course. There are plenty of green jersey points from 5th down to 25th, so Hushoff will want to go in the sprint. But forget the race for first place now. The winner's going to be Paolo Longo, Romain Feyloux, Samuel Dumoulin or William Frischkorn of Garmin-Chipotle. One of those 4 today will win the Tour de France stage.
Well, they certainly will. This is the group of Menchoff. He's still looking for around about 30 seconds. He's got Ricardo Rico in the group with him, and they've been put seriously on the defensive here this afternoon. But at the end of the day, Romain Feyloux is going to take the overall lead with a 21-second advantage over the rider from Barlow World, Paolo Longo. But there's still the glory of winning the stage that is at hand here, Phil, this afternoon. France are looking for a stage victory. Maybe it's going to go to Samy Dumoulin at the back, because as you can see, Romain Feylu, he is riding his heart out for the clock. That's all he's thinking about.
You can see he's thinking of time, the other three are thinking of victory. I think the sprint will be between Dumoulin, who is a fast finisher in the right conditions, and William Frischkorn. I think those two will be heading up first and second. Can't see Paulo Longo. He's a rather tall and lanky man. I don't see him being a pure sprinter. I've never seen him sprint in my life, so I don't know, of course. The other riders will be doing just what I'm doing, and they're setting. There goes the attack. Dumoulin's not leaving it to the sprint, and Will Frischkorn is going after him too. Paulo Longo a little bit slower. Romain Feylu, he tags on the back. All he want to do is hold on there. That's a good attack by Dumoulin, Paul, but Frischkorn is up for it.
Well, Frischkorn has seen this. He knows he's got himself a chance of winning a stage in the Tour de France. These two riders here are extremely tired now. They're the ones who are first and second overall in the standings at the end of the day, but I think the legs have gone. But Romain Feylu has said, I've got to go for this. He wants every possible chance of staying in contact. He doesn't want to give any time at all away, but you can see Frischkorn has caught Samy Dumoulin there, and the Frenchman Feylu, I think now Phil is going to come back. Well, that was a bit of excitement, but I think it's all about to come together again.
900 metres to the finishing line, and Feylu is going to go straight by them, and Frischkorn must react. This boy is going to go out on a high in yellow, and as a stage winner, Frischkorn goes again. He drills himself here, but he's taking with him Dumoulin, who may still have some legs left. Forget Longo, he's gone now, but this is a French Tour de France just at the moment, because Romain Feylu, one win this year. He's only a kid, by the way. He's 24 years of age. He is in yellow tonight, of that there is no doubt, but Dumoulin is coming back, as is Frischkorn, and Frischkorn is going to have to go now, because it looks as though Samuel Dumoulin, who has ridden the Tour de France on 4 occasions, is going to get his day, but Feylu will not give up. He has kicked again. He's back into his slipstream. This is an awful long kilometre for these rides. Come on, William Frischkorn for Garmin Chipotle, but on the line, Frischkorn, it was the way we thought, Paul. Dumoulin gets the win, Frischkorn gets second, Feylu gets third, and the Maillot Jaune, and Paulo Longo. 4 musketeers who beat the peloton today in Brittany.
Samuel Dumoulin took the stage win. Romain Feylu finished third, but gained enough time over Alejandro Valverde to take the yellow jersey. The day's breakaway had parachuted 3 of its 4 members into the top placings. Feylu, Longo Borghini and Frischkorn. Valverde was down to 4th, but behind him the real race standings remained pretty much the same to most of the big names, except for Denis Menchov and Ricardo Rico, who'd both slipped back by 38 seconds on the day after getting caught up in a crash.
Now, every year the tour organisers review the race just gone and tweak the parameters of the one to come in the hope of producing the most interesting contest. This year they cut down on the length of the first time trial, perhaps trying to lessen its importance or at least keep things tighter between the contenders for overall victory heading into the Pyrenees. Of course, the organisers' intentions and the way the race actually develops always diverge sooner or later, and for at least one favourite, Denis Menchov, stage 4 in Cholet, even at a relatively flat 29 kilometres, had already become a huge test. It was a big day too, of course, for the time trial specialists, men like David Miller and Switzerland's Fabien Cancellara, and a specialised discipline takes specialised preparation.
You put some good music on, pump you really the whole thing up, and then you've self-motivated.
Get up, go on the home trainer, faff around, go to the start, ride around the course, talk to people, start time trial, go.
5, 4, 3, and when he say 2, I stand up on my bike, then for me it's ready, because then I take a big breathe, then he say 2, 1, 0, and then go.
Time trials are very kind of rider specific. Somebody like me is very punchy. I kind of have to be putting it in the red and then kind of letting it come back down again. I'm very kind of aggressive.
I need a computer on my bike, because when I see 53, I say, okay, 53 is nice, but I have to go 54. When you have 54, you try to go 55. But then you have your sports director that he says in the blocks, come on, pick up the motorbike. And sometimes I say, hey, why I have to pick up the motorbike?
They can't get around these corners as fast as he can, Phil. They don't realise how fast this man is going.
Every ride is different. We all have our ways of doing it, and so for me it's that if I'm fit, I tend to be sort of just high revving and resting and kind of just constantly just digging deep and then shutting off, and it's kind of unorthodox, but that's the way I do it.
I have a big engine, but sometimes it's not only the engine that makes a difference, because without this you never will win races.
With no opening prologue this year, Stage 4 was the first time out of the truck for the skin suits and the big hats, as the contenders for overall victory stopped eyeing each other for a day and concentrated on the clock. The first individual time trial wasn't long by Tour standards, 29 kilometres out from and back to Cholet. But with the outward leg against the wind and the return leg with it, there was some careful pacing to be done. That's Cadel Evans' strong suit, and he was looking to gain time before the mountains. The best early mark was set by Jens Voigt, until Dennis Menchoff, needing to claw back the losses he'd suffered on Stage 3, shaved a second off it. The man expected to take a side to everyone's times had been Fabian Cancellara.
Fabian Cancellara's got 16 seconds to get to that line. It is still an awful long way, but he's desperate now. Has he reversed the deficit of 7 seconds at the last check into victory? He's sprinting here like it's the end of a mass start road race. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, he's done it! Goodness me, he has done it. Best time.
0.88 of a second he came across the line there.
Desperate.
He was looking at the clock, Phil, across the finishing line. I could see him chaining his gear up. He was getting the turbo. He was looking for 4th gear, 5th gear, 6th gear on that racing machine of his, and there's confirmation. There's still a lot of big names to come, though, as Cancellara stops the clock 1 second faster than Denny Menchoff, 2 seconds faster than his own teammate. But this man, number 111, Stefan Schumacher, has just recorded the new fastest time at 11 kilometres, 15 seconds faster than Jens Voigt.
David Miller, the champion of Great Britain. He's 30 seconds ahead of Danny Pate, his teammate, so that will put him up amongst the leaderboard if he confirms when he gets through to the checkpoint at 11 kilometres, as Cadel Evans comes up to this vital first check to give us some idea. But it's a bit of a way behind Schumacher, but more importantly, it was about 4 seconds behind Menchoff.
Cadel Evans has gone through there in 8th place, losing himself 22 seconds as we go back here to the finish line.
Well, this is amazing. Cancellara will be desperately surprised at this ride by Stefan Schumacher. It is going to annihilate the time of the world champion, and I think might lead the way to the best ever victory of his life. As he comes up to the line, he's looking at the clock.
Best time at the moment by 33 seconds, and look at this man's face here as he looks at the line. He doesn't even sprint. He knows he has to keep the pressure going all of the time, and that is a phenomenal new best time by Stefan Schumacher.
As we look here at Valverde heading in for the second check.
I'll tell you what, Valverde has actually improved, Phil, over the second part of this course. He was a long way down to begin with, but he's now moved up to 18th place, but the time he's lost is a minute at this point.
He's moved up 12 places, though, as Cadel Evans comes in to the finish here. Cancellara is the second best time. That is what Evans is aiming at now. And remember, Cancellara is the world champion. Cadel Evans is back in this Tour de France, if he was ever out of it, because now he's got the second best time. That is a terrific result for Evans.
Well, Cadel Evans has done a phenomenal performance there. He was a long way down and he's actually improved at every individual time check, and that is a sign of a man who knows exactly how to ride an individual time trial.
Well, this is a super finish by Miller, but it's going to slot in probably in a second place finish here. Should be a good one for David. He'll have a high overall position tonight. He's ridden his best time trial for many, many years here, Miller, and he's taken it to the line. Second best time for David Miller. This is the interesting time. The arrival of the Green Points jersey leader here, Kim Kirken, and on many people's lips, a favourite to win the Tour de France too. His team have got great encouragement here for him, because they believe he could win the Tour de France.
Well, he's getting out of the saddle now and coming up to the line. And what a time to get our little technical problem. He stops the clock there, Phil. He's lost 18 seconds on Stefan Schumacher, and he's come across the line in second place, and he's telling Cadel Evans, watch out, mate, because I'm here to race this Tour.
Alejandro Valverde, what has he done between the 19 10-kilometre check and the finish.
Well, it's gone outside of the 37-minute time, and it's going to be closer, Phil, to 37 minutes and 20 seconds. Now, that will be a little bit of a shock to his system. He's got to get his mind back into this race.
Well, the mountains are just around the corner now. 23rd position, 37 minutes and 18 seconds for Alessandro Valverde. And that's a big gain for Cadel Evans today.
As the yellow jersey, Romain Fayou had the honour of starting last. He wasn't far off finishing last. He was 169th out of 178 riders, 4 minutes 59 behind the winning time. That belonged to Stefan Schumacher. He was 18 seconds clear of Kim Kirchen, who was 10ths of a second faster than David Miller. Cadel Evans beat all his rivals, although only by 7 seconds in the case of Denis Menchov. Alejandro Valverde, on the other hand, lost 1 minute and 7 seconds to the Free Tour favourite. Carlos Sastre was another 7 seconds behind him. And Frank Schleck lost over 1 minute and 3/4 to Evans. First blood to the Australian then, in what was really the first stage as far as he was concerned.
In my mind, for classification, really, this is really the first appointment for the GC favourites, I think. And like I said, so far so good. And let's see in Super-Besse, I think, will be the next real showing for the GC riders.
The immediate effect on the standings, though, was to produce the Tour's third race leader in 4 days. Stefan Schumacher had won the time trial by enough to take the lead, and the 4 men behind him, Kirchen, Miller, Evans and Cancellara, also turned their stage finish positions into overall placings. Denis Menchov was solidly back in the hunt, 11th at 1 minute 12. Alejandro Valverde had slipped to 17th at 1 minute 27, just ahead of Andy Schleck, the best placed of CSC Saxo Bank's 3 contenders.
Now, Britain's Mark Cavendish came into this year's Tour widely acknowledged as the fastest sprinter in the world. Over the last few hundred metres of a race, nobody could touch him. The problem on this year's Tour wasn't the last few hundred metres, it was the 150 kilometres or so before that. If it wasn't the organisers putting in uphill finishes, it was the peloton lacking organisation and failing to pull back breakaways in time. Whatever the reason, 4 stages into the race, Mark Cavendish hadn't had a sniff. Stage 5 was the longest of the entire race, 232 kilometres, which took the race across country from Cholet to Châteauroux, almost in the centre of France. It was the flattest too, with almost nothing to break the journey except the feed zone 100 kilometres in, and no excuses for the sprinters' teams if they let a break survive. Poor old Mauricio Soler didn't survive the neutral zone. He came off before the race had officially started and decided, injured as he was from stage 1, not to get back on. Alejandro Valverde went down too once the stage got going, but he was quickly back in the race and seemed as happy as a 5-year-old that he'd have some scabs to play with back at the team hotel later on. The daily break went away to no one's surprise, and to no one's surprise but great British frustration, the sprinters' teams, Mark Cavendish's Columbia included, looked in danger of miscalculating the catch once again as they wound up the speed in pursuit of 3 escapees on the run into Châteauroux.
We are now at 6 kilometres to go. We are 28 seconds still to the good. These boys now are living on pure hope, and they have led for virtually the whole race today, the longest stage of the Tour. But Team Columbia have got to the front. The rider in green is also Columbia. That's Kim Kirchen, who's got himself into the picture. Lockvist is there in the white jersey. It's all Team Columbia right now as they try to line out for Mark Cavendish.
Yes, but waiting to take over on the right-hand side. A little bit of a problem here. Looks like there's a crash on the left-hand side of the road. There's a rider gone down very hard. He's come into contact with a spectator.
Well, that is a real shame. Collision with a spectator here. They look okay. Let's hope so. Well, the race medical people will be on hand. The rider who had the collision there is Passeron of Sonia Duval. He looks across at the spectator. He gets back on his bike, but outside, he lose time here. He's outside the 3 kilometres to go. Back to the action here now, 24 seconds to go, 5 kilometres the banner. They are still there, and they are still racing to the finish. But Paul, Team Columbia and George Hincapie had to get up there, has now got themselves organised.
Yes, and if Team Columbia start to fade over on the left-hand side, you've got Francis Desjeux behind them, waiting to take over as well. You've got Team Quickstep for Gert Stegermans. This is keeping the pace nice nice and high. This is Marcus Burkhardt going through there at 5 kilometres to go, and they're still looking for around about 20 seconds. The main field are going to judge it to absolute perfection here this afternoon, but you know, the sprinters are all very nervous now. They haven't had a serious crack at a victory here this afternoon. A little bit further down on the left-hand side, you can see the yellow jersey, Stefan Schumacher. He's riding in the front because he wants to keep himself out of danger. Thor Hushoff will be in there somewhere as well, but look at the movement. Everybody's very nervous this afternoon.
Well, 8 of the 9 members of Team Columbia are up there, and here comes the rush now by Liquigas because they're trying to bring Kiki up there as well at 4 kilometres to go. I take my hat off to these three. We can see how quick the peloton is going. These boys are hanging in there, 20 seconds still in hand.
20 seconds is really not very much at all. That corresponds to around about 300 metres advantage for these 3 men. It probably is not enough.
19 seconds lead, just inside 4 kilometres from the finish. Team Columbia have got hold of the Tour de France by the scruff of the racing shorts and have put all of the team on the front. It's all for Mark Cavendish right now, but there are plenty of others trying to break in here, particularly the team from Italy of Liquigas. There's been a crash on the bend. One rider on the floor. It's a Gerolsteiner rider who's got caught out. A teammate there of the race leader. I'm just trying to see who it is, Paul, but it looks to me it is Hausler, the Australian-German, who's caught the edge of those cobblestones. Maybe we can see it again here.
Well, that's where it happened. In fact, he touched the wheel of the rider in front. A rider from Lampre in front of him slowed down just a little bit too much. He rear-ended him and then went down, and he looks as if he's in a serious amount of difficulty. Gerard Porte, the famous doctor of the Tour de France, is up there alongside him.
Well, it's Thomas Lockvist there, the new young rider in the white jersey who's doing a sterling performance at the front. He's dropped back a little bit now as the other light blue jersey of Team Columbia. They're trying to deliver Mark Cavendish to his first ever win of a stage of the Tour de France here. It would be a huge result for the team and for him and for the American squad as well. As Liquigas are losing firepower, they've only got 2 men left up amongst the front runners. Watch the left of the picture here, because these riders in orange are bringing Oster Freire, the big sprinter from Spain, forward. And on the right, Barlow are looking to bring Robbie Hunter. At 2.5 kilometres to go, this is now not for the nervous.
These are the 3 leaders, and they're still leading inside of 2 kilometres to go. They are holding on, and I don't know how.
Well, they've blown our computer out of the water because they are still up there now at 1.9 kilometres to go. They're trying to bring Sebastian Chavanel through in the white jersey team of Francesia. Big George Hincapie back and driving the front now, because they're trying to keep the race so fast nobody can catch up with the leaders of the peloton, and this is what Mark Cavendish needs, a real shot at the finish, because he really is the fastest man over 200 metres.
Well, he is, but he's got to be in the right place. He's got to make sure that the doors are open in front of him, because you can be the fastest man in the world, but if you've got riders in front of you, there's nowhere to go through. Eric Zabel is not far away from the front end of the main field now. Nicolas Vaugondier has thought about this one. He is going for one last burst here, and he's looking to see whether he's going to spot the last kilometre. This could be an impressive turnout for these guys, because they may well just survive.
The final throws of a man who has been in the lead for 220 kilometres today, as somewhere the champion of France has found some power in those pistons we call legs, as he races now towards the finish. The other 2, I think, will be swept up. They have really diced with it this time. 1 kilometre to go, and one man, the champion of France, is still away.
He's still away on the front of the main field. It was the man who wears the green jersey leading them out, and that is Kim Kirk, and the riders from the breakaway have swung over now. They don't want to create any accidents, as you can almost see and feel the pressure in the main field. They feel that they may well have lost this one, as they're looking to pull back 250 metres inside of the last kilometre. It's Quick-Step on the front end of the main field, but Vaugondier here could very well have created a massive surprise.
It is a long straight sprint here, but for Vaugondier it is a greyhound rush for the line. Don't look over your shoulder, because there's still a chance here for the champion of France. A desperate effort after leading for almost all of the 232 kilometres. Mark Cavendish is bursting out of the pack. He's had to make a run very early here. He's challenged by the sprinters. Look at the speed of Mark Cavendish here. As we get the shot, he's wiped out the champion. Mark Cavendish, the youngest British rider ever to get a stage win in the Tour de France.
Well, God forbid Mark Cavendish should win a simple sprint to open his Tour account. The catch was in doubt until the closing metres of the longest stage. For a few seconds, he seemed not to believe it himself. Then suddenly the world speeded up again, and he was in one of those finish line scrums he'd watched on telly growing up. Race officials clearing a path for him, and teammates appearing out of the crowd to celebrate with him. Then the podium music, the girls, the flowers, Bernardino for goodness sake, and the winner's interview.
What was said before this stage? Because the way you rode as a team on this stage, it really looked like you targeted this one.
I woke up this morning and I said to the lads, I'm going to win today. I just feel it, you know. And it sounds arrogant, but I prefer to say it on the line of confidence, you know. We got such a strong team here, and we showed that. We've shown that the other days, and we had to come away with the stage sooner or later. And after the other day, I wasn't going to let them down.
You're a confident lad, but the knockbacks, the setbacks, when it doesn't go according to plan, it doesn't change your belief, does it?
Oh, not one bit. You know, it's at the end of the day, the Tour de France isn't the only bike race in the world. The Olympics isn't the only bike race in the world. I think a lot of I know British fans think that's the case, you know, and they don't appreciate how much I've done in other races, you know. So at least I can show you that I am the fastest guy in the world. And well, thank you.
Suddenly, Mark Cavendish had become one of those people whose mobile number is gold dust and whose time is no longer his own.
Go on. Mum, I'll call you back. I'm on the telly.
Sorry, Mrs. C, but I hope you enjoyed the coverage, and I'm sure he called you back. Dinner at the Team Columbia Hotel came with a glass of red, champagne's reserved for the yellow jersey apparently, and the feeling that the wine waiter might be needed again before the tour was over.
Six days of racing today and a tough finish here at Super-Besse, but the weather at least is on the riders' side. Time now for your emails from the commentary box. Let's have a look at the first one. It comes in from Terry Davis from Cambridge. Terry is asking, how many calories do the riders burn up on a stage of the Tour de France?
Well, it depends really, Phil, what kind of stage it is, and it depends also on climatic conditions. On the flatter stages, a rider will burn around about 5,000 calories, but on the big mountain stages, that figure can be as high as 8,000.
Let's go on to the second question then. This is coming from Ed Simpson in Greenwich. What is the significance of the yellow numbers some riders are wearing?
Well, we all know that the yellow jersey indicates the man who leads the race on the shortest time. Well, the yellow numbers is for the team that leads on the shortest time, and the team competition is actually the time taken on the first three riders of each team every day. Added together, the team with the shortest time is the team leaders, and at the moment, I think it's Team Garmin-Chipotle leading.
It is indeed. The top three teams, Garmin-Chipotle, Team Columbia and CSC Saxo. All right, the third question then. This one comes in from Sarah Evans, Cardiff. How can the chasing peloton time the catch of the breakaway so close to the finishing line as they did yesterday?
Well, I don't think they calculated. In fact, it was a miscalculation yesterday by the main field, because normally what they will try and do is pull the breakaway back at around about 10 to 15 kilometres to go, using my favourite little recipe of pulling back a minute for every 10 kilometres of the race. However, yesterday, the main field really got caught out, I think, by the strength of those three men up front.
Well, when Mark Cavendish actually got alongside the last of that breakaway, Nicolas Vogandy, there was only 2 seconds of the race still to go. Let's go back to the action.
With just 5 stages and 831 kilometres raced, the Tour hit the mountains of the Massif Central. Stage 6 was 195.5 kilometres from Aigurande to Super-Besse. There were 4 climbs, including the one up to the finish at just under 1,300 metres, with a steep kick towards the end that looked the perfect launch pad for a late attack. Cadel Evans got in an early attack. No actual bodily harm, I don't think, but he certainly made his point to the motorbike policeman he thought was slowing down the team car as he was paced back into the race after a mechanical problem. Alejandro Valverde was likely gauze down the right side after his crash the previous day, but felt good enough to have his team on the front on the run into Super-Besse.
The case that Paul riders are running out of pacemakers here. Sooner or later, I think somebody's going to go.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, they might be running out of pacemakers, but there are the guys this afternoon, Phil, have done the job for Alejandro Valverde. They're pulling off now, and now we're going to see who is the one who's got the acceleration. Menchov was on the left-hand side, Cadel Evans on the right-hand side, and this is the difficulty at the back. And there is Damiano Cunego not enjoying this last 1.5 kilometres.
No, he's not, and I'm surprised to see that, but Cunego, who we thought had good form, is shaking his head a little bit there. These riders under extreme pressure here now, as the big men of the Tour de France suddenly have lifted the tempo. Look at the gaps that have been forced open here now. And Kim Kirken is still up here. The yellow jerseys here, Menchoff, Evans, Ricardo Rico, Valverde. All of these riders going shoulder to shoulder to the summit.
The only man who's got a teammate left in there to give him any hand at all is Alejandro Valverde, and his teammate has come straight back up to the front. That's Oscar Pereiro on the front now, trying to set the sprint up here for Alejandro Valverde. Moving up, look at the man on the right-hand side in the yellow jersey, the white and yellow jersey. That is Ricardo Rico. He's waiting to pounce. His nickname, by the way, is the Cobra.
And the man we haven't mentioned, Frank Schleck, the champion of Luxembourg, is here as well. This is it. And now Pereiro, who was given the Tour de France after Landis was disqualified. And there's a crash here. Schumacher's touched the wheel. The yellow jersey is in trouble. And as they sprint for the summit of the hill here, Ricardo Rico is going for it. And there will be time lost, I think, for the yellow jersey. Depends how the judges read the last kilometre rule. But look at this. The man called the Cobra is striking again, as he did in the early days of the Giro d'Italia. He gets the stage when Valverde is second, but locked right on his wheel, Cadel Evans, Frank Schleck, and then comes Kirken, and then comes one of the riders there, I think it's yes, Roman Kreuziger of Liquigas comes over.
Well, I have a funny feeling, Phil, we may well see that they will not apply the kilometre rule on a climb like this, because this is a mountain-top finish, and we're going to get a change in the overall classification.
Well, I really think they will split time the riders. Now, look in the distance there. There is the yellow jersey coming up towards the line of Schumacher. I make him down by 32 seconds, so he's definitely lost that lead, his yellow jersey. Not a very nice way to lose it, but you know, the best place of the front runners, Kim Kirken, I think he'll be the next leader. And let's have a look now at the slow motion of the accident here. Really unfortunate, but as you can see here, there's a move, and it looks to me as though Kim Kirken is the rider that Stefan Schumacher has hit his back wheel. It looks as though Kirken moved across to his right, up the inside of Frank Schleck. But it was Kirken's wheel. Now, how ironic is that going to be? Because Kirken, I think, will be in yellow.
Stefan Schumacher didn't seem so sure, or at least his team didn't, because having got onto the bus for a consolatory leg rub and ego massage, they sent him off again in the direction of the podium. It was a wasted journey, though. The president of the commissaires was clear on the rules and how they applied.
He has to go as quick as possible.
Malheureusement, il est victime du règlement, puisque l'arrivée est en sommet, et donc la règle du dernier kilomètre et des 3 derniers kilomètres ne joue pas, si bien qu'il est crédité du temps au moment où il passe la ligne.
So Team Columbia's astonishing opening week continued. A stage win for Cavendish, Thomas Löfqvist leading the young rider competition, and Kim Kirken, the owner of the green and now the yellow jerseys, even if it had taken a crash to help him claim the race lead.
Can you just tell me what happened with Schumacher? Did you know what happened when he hit the deck?
No, actually not. I have been on the right side, so they closed and everybody was breaking down in front of me, so I had to break down too. And I couldn't go for the victory then. I lost too much speed and I lost the stage too. And Schumacher I haven't seen for the last 2Ks.
And the next few days?
Next few days, we try to control the race. Would be hard, but I have a good team and have a lot of confidence.
Thanks, Kim. Well done.
Thank you.
Yep.
Now, the first 6 days of this year's tour had produced 4 different yellow jerseys. The last of them when Stefan Schumacher joined the long and slightly tattered tradition of race leaders who'd crashed while wearing it. Kim Kirken set off from Brioude on stage 7, hoping to reach Aurillac without adding any tarmac streaks.
In fact, it's 4 tours in a row now that the race leader has crashed, starting with David Zabriskie in 2005, who slid off the back of CSE's time trial formation and out of the race lead. Thor Hushovd suffered at the giant green hand of fate in 2006 when a fan waving a piece of promotional cardboard cut him across the arm on the run into the finish of stage 1. And last year Fabian Cancellara came down in a crash at Ghent on stage 2, eventually rolling over the line nursing a shoulder injury. And they're just the most recent race lead casualties. In 1998, Chris Boardman celebrated a famous prologue win in Dublin, but like many visitors to Dublin, failed to make the ferry back after touching wheels with another rider and hitting a wall on the way down. In 1991, Rolf Sorensen scored a unique double. First, he crashed to take the yellow jersey when Ariostea went down in formation during the team time trial, but still won the stage. Then crashed out of it again 3 stages later, although having neglected to pack a change of clothes, he was obliged to wear it in hospital. For tragicomedy, though, no one comes close to the leader of the 1951 Tour, the crying Dutchman Wim van Est. In fact, for a while after he went over the side of the Col d'Aubisque, no one could get close enough to him to pull him back up. In the end, his teammates made a rope out of all their spare inner tubes, and since they were stretched to uselessness in the rescue operation, the whole team had to abandon. Well, we're over the 1,000-kilometre mark now in the Tour, and after today's 159 from Brioude to Aurillac, we'll be exactly a third of the way round. It is a flat finish, but a tough day for the sprinters to survive that long and stay in touch. Alejandro Valverde's teammate Luis Leon Sanchez made an impressive breakaway from a breakaway to cross the line alone at Aurillac.
3 official kilometres to go to the finish as he swings around the town square.
We are crossing the centre of Aurillac now at 3 kilometres from the finish. Luis Leon Sanchez has gone for gold, not from the leading group, but he's been all day. He's been caught by the bunch and he's gone away again.
Well, they're trying to pull him back, and you can see Liquigas all over the front end of this field now, and they're trying to set it up for their man Pipo Pozzato, who took the race Bible a week before the start of this race and said to himself, I want to win here, I want to win in Aurillac, and he's done that in the past before, and he has come up with the goods. But this man may well be there to spoil the party. He's been in the breakaway for the majority of the day this afternoon, admittedly not doing a bulk of the pacemaking, but he's now got the ability to win himself his stage.
He is the national time trialling champion of his country for just over 2 weeks now, and this is his forte, riding alone against the watch. Well, he's now riding alone against all of the stars of this year's Tour de France, and they are still after him, but that gap is a very, very good gap. The big situation for his downfall, Paul, is the finishing straight is long, 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 and you can see the banner for well over a kilometre.
Yes, but if they don't get themselves organised, they're not going to drag this man back into the fold, because he's not the kind of rider who will crack. He's not the kind of rider who's got any weakness in an effort like this, and all he has to do is keep riding this constant tempo. A few more corners to go and he'll start to line himself up for the finishing straight. Liquigas, if they want to win this, Pipo Pozzato need to get their other man up there as well, and I think Kreuziger is in the group with Pipo Pozzato, so Liquigas, it's all up to them now if they want to win the stage.
It's 23 years since Aurillac gave home to the Tour de France at the end of the stage. Today, they're looking at a Spanish rider aim for the finish. The whole of the Caisse de Pont team behind will try to break up the chase.
Well, 23 years ago, the nationality of the rider who won here was Spanish as well, Eduardo Chozas, and that was at the end of a very long break. Now you can see there the 2 riders from Liquigas, they are sacrificing themselves for their team leader, who is just down there. That is Pipo Pozzato. He's waiting to see if he's going to get the victory or not, and I reckon if Sanchez does get anywhere near being caught, Alejandro Valverde will come out and look for the win. But 1 kilometre to go for the lone leader.
And in the far, far distance, there's not another corner in sight now, is the finishing line of today's stage of the Tour de France. He just has to sit there, ride it as if he's riding the national time trial title of Spain, like he was when he won it 2 weeks ago, and it just might come his way.
Well, he's got the concentration, he's got a big gap over the front end of the main field, and he's looked over to try and judge how much effort he has to put in, and he's just kicked that little bit more. He's looking for the 500-metre to go banner now, and I reckon, Phil, he's got himself around about 12 to 13 seconds advantage. It's going to be very difficult to pull back a man like this.
Well, this is his 3rd Tour de France. He's never looked like winning a stage before. He didn't even finish the last time he rode in 2006. But is this going to be his greatest moment? Boy, it's hurting out there now. He's got the Tour de France behind him, but they're struggling. They are closing, but I don't think they're going to catch him.
They will not catch this man here this afternoon, because he is a great individual time trialist. He's up to 200 metres to go. They're really doing everything to try and pull him back into the fold, but I don't think they'll do it this afternoon.
It's all over. Time doesn't matter to this man. It's the win he wanted. Let's give Luis Leon Sanchez his worth. That was a great win today.
What none of us knew then, though, was that a small incendiary device that had been placed under the Tour back on stage 1 was about to go off. This is Manuel Beltran being escorted to doping control on opening day back in Plumelec, and here he is being arrested by the French police after his positive result for EPO was released on Friday evening. He was out of the race, out of a job and in custody. His team Liquigas, to the surprise of many people, was still in the race.
Will Liquigas continue on the tour?
Oui. Il va continuer dans le tour.
On va continuer.
Oui.
Et c'est quoi la situation avec Beltran maintenant?
Maintenant, il est suspendu et il va dehors de les tours. Et on attend les contre-expertises de l'analyse pour savoir s'il est vraiment positif ou non. Et s'il est positif, il est licencié pour l'équipe.
It was a bad end to a good week for the Tour, but the general feeling as the riders rolled out of Figeac the next morning seemed to be that A, at least the new targeted testing was working, and B, that at the age of 37, Beltran was a representative of an era that had largely passed. Stage 8 took the race another 172 kilometres further south from Figeac to Toulouse, the equivalent of Cardiff to Oxford, with the addition of a small mountain range. The mountains were actually bunched up towards the start of the stage, and although there were a couple of small uncategorised hills on the run into Toulouse, there was nothing much to get in the way of a bunch sprint. Except miserable weather and the daily breakaway, that is. For once, though, the break was swept up in good time and the main field was all together and winding up for a big finish in Toulouse.
The yellow jersey of Kim Kirken, who also leads the green on points, is locked in there as well. This is going to be, it could be that Kirken in yellow will lead Cavendish to the final sprint line.
Well, I tell you what, Erik Zabel is not too far away. He's got himself now to the back wheel of George Hincapie. Behind him there you can see Kirken. Behind Kirken is Mark Cavendish. In fact, it's Cholet is behind him, and there is Cavendish just in third position behind the yellow jersey, looking for the good lead out from his man. There you can see Cavendish just popping out. On his wheel is Gerrit Stegemans. The sprinters are all queuing up now behind Team Columbia.
The face of George Hincapie just peeping into our picture here, but it's the rider just behind and not far away from Robbie Hunter of South Africa. Mark Cavendish is there. There's a push on the outside, though. All of the sprinters, for the first time, I think, really fancy their chances today as they race into Toulouse. Look how they're fanning now as they all try to find their own way at 2 kilometres off the front, and Team Columbia now are having to shed some men.
Well, Robbie McEwen zigzagging in the middle, waiting to see which side the door is going to open. There's a line of white-clad riders over on the right-hand side there. Those were the guys from Quick Step. They'll be looking after their man, Gerrit Stegemans. I haven't seen anything of Thor Hushoff for the moment. I'm sure he's absolutely there. It's in fact Quick Step now have taken up the pacemaking on the front. Third in the line there is big Gerrit Stegemans, normally known as a lead-out man for Tom Boonen, but he knows how to win stages of the Tour de France himself. High road now, Phil, have lost a little bit of control at the front end of the main field, and that makes it precarious.
Well, that means now that Mark Cavendish may have to switch teams here and start following the riders from Belgium in the Quick Step colours of white and blue. Robert Foster is forced into the way too with Team Gerolsteiner. They are the lighter blue colours. It may be all going a little bit pear-shaped for Cavendish at this moment. He's going to have... Now watch this bend. This is the one where it could all go wrong as they gently make the corner. The middle of the bunch has had to slow right down here now, which means it's only the riders in the first 30 now who have any hope at all.
Still in control, Quick Step not too far away. Peeking round every now and again is Mark Cavendish, Oscar Freire, Erik Zabel. They're all there. Robbie Hunter in the red as well.
Well, there's Cavendish in the light blue. He's a little bit far back, but he does have a terrific finish if he gets a good view of that finish. And as they try to lead Stegmans to the line here now, Freire is third wheel. Cavendish is sixth place at the moment, but this man does pack an incredible finish. Cavendish needs to break now as Stegmans gets the perfect lead out. Freire is looking hot. Robbie Hunter coming in the red. Stegmans goes now. Here comes Mark Cavendish. He swings to the left. He kicks. Mark Cavendish so quick over this last distance. As Cavendish races towards the line, he gets it. That is unbelievable. He has got his second win of the Tour de France to equal the two he got in the Giro d'Italia.
Well, Mark Cavendish is proving unbeatable at the moment in the results at the end of the sprint. He has got such an incredible turn of speed. His team had complete control until around about 2 kilometres to go, and then they lost control, but he was still able to do it himself.
Yeah, it was brilliant, you know. Once again, you got to see how well my team worked, you know. They controlled the race all day. There was a breakaway, and then, yeah, we got help from the other sprint teams this time at the finish, and it came down perfect time to catch the break, and we caught them and finished off with a 1-2, so we can't get any better than that.
From the experience of a lifetime to twice in a week, that's the way it goes when you're the world's fastest sprinter. Not that Mark Cavendish was blasé about it, but coming across the line this time, there was no momentary disbelief, just endless self-belief. Not that he's winning only for himself or by himself. The Columbia train had done its job, and the jettisoned parts of it could be seen celebrating further back down the track. Even the yellow jersey had done his bit, although for Kim Kierken, staying up front and out of trouble was just smart riding anyway. He still led the race by 6 seconds from Cadel Evans. Denis Menchov and Alejandro Valverde stayed 5th and 6th, just over a minute off the lead, and David Miller was in 7th. Another great day and a great race for Columbia, who must be getting the quickest return on their investment of any sponsor in cycling history.
Three kilometres from the finish line today, the Tour passes the Centre Laurent-Fignon on the outskirts of town. The winner of the 83 and 84 Tours settled here in Bagnères-de-Bigorre after he retired, and he established a centre from which he runs cycling excursions up into the Pyrenees. So, if you've got a few quid to spare and a bit of time on your hands, why not ride up the Tourmalet with the great man himself? Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire ici?
Alors ici on fait du vélo bien sûr. On a créé plusieurs stages. C'est des stages pour cyclosportifs, c'est-à-dire des gens qui aiment le vélo, qui pratiquent parfois les cyclotouristes, vous savez, les cyclosportifs, pardon, comme l'étape du Tour, des choses comme ça. Et donc on a monté des stages techniques où on leur apprend les conseils des pros, on leur donne les conseils des pros, on leur apprend de la technique de façon à ce qu'ils profitent encore plus de leur vélo. On leur apprend à monter des cols, à descendre des cols, on leur apprend tout un tas de petits trucs que les pros ont et qu'eux ne connaissent pas.
Et on peut monter tous les grands cols ici?
Oui.
Ah, le Tourmalet par exemple?
Oui, le Tourmalet est ici à 15 km, seulement 10 km le pied du Tourmalet. Et nous avons la chance, dans le département des Hautes-Pyrénées, d'avoir 13 cols et arrivées au sommet que le Tour de France emprunte.
Parfois, vous montez avec les touristes aussi?
Toujours, presque toujours. Je suis là 3 jours par semaine et je roule 1 fois ou 2 avec eux.
Stage 9 took the race into the Pyrenees, 224 kilometres from Toulouse to Bagnères-de-Bigorre. It was the second longest stage of the entire race, and certainly the longest in the mountains. 7 climbs, including 2 of the Tour's most famous and most visited. It was the 60th ascent of the Col de Pagasord, and the 68th time the Tour had climbed the Col d'Aspan. The finish, though, was downhill. The big news of the day, though, wasn't on the big climbs. It was the sight of Cadel Evans swapping to a spare bike after a crash that no one saw, but the aftermath of which was unmissable. A ripped jersey, a grazed hip, and cuts to his knee and elbow on his left side. A silence lotto escort was quickly assembled, but not long after they paced him back to the main field, he dropped off again to consult the race doctor, who was keen to check there was no collarbone injury. Come the climb of the Aspan, Evans was once again alongside all his big rivals, and one man was out front on his own. Gerolsteiner's Sebastian Lang with a lead of 3 minutes, but 30 kilometres still to race, and 4 of those uphill.
A lot of work there being done again. Ricardo Rico over on the right-hand side, the Cobra, and he's looking to strike once again the Col de l'Aspin. That's the summit of 1,500 metres, but that's not where we've got to just now. We're still looking at about 4 kilometres to go. Ricardo Rico.
The speed of Ricardo Rico here as he's gone straight through everybody there. I must say, he made David Arroyo look as though he was standing still, and they've brought back De La Fuente as well. This rider's only won 3 races this year, but there are 2 stages of the Tour of Italy and 1 stage of the Tour de France. He chooses well.
Well, what an explosive attack. A lot of people compare him. And look at the way he's ridden straight across that gap. He's joined Montfort on the front there in the red, Luis Leon Sanchez, and he's straight onto the back. And don't be surprised if all of a sudden he goes straight by them as he does.
Well, this is absolutely amazing riding now. Sebastian Lang is still out in front. Ricardo Rico has reached the riders immediately behind him. He's now racing for first place here, and he's got a bridge a gap of 2 minutes 45. It may be less than that, in fact.
Check that out for an attack.
That's how you make an attack. I don't know where he's got those legs from. He must have just purchased them halfway up the climb, because he absolutely is flying from the pack.
A quick acceleration, nobody can follow him, straight past David de la Fuente, who was up with the leaders, and within seconds he's in amongst it, and he's now second on the road and going.
Well, Ricot caught Lang before the summit of the Col d'Aspan and didn't stop to exchange pleasantries. He went over the top with a lead of 1 minute 11 seconds over the group containing all the big names. And as he screamed along the 26-kilometre down ramp towards the finish, he had plenty of time to think about his celebration.
There it is, it's all over. I've just won 2 stages. Sonia Duval-Scott, he points to his team. It's his victory today. An average speed in the mountains of just on 40 kilometres an hour today. That was the fastest expected arrival of the team.
You can see the shadows of the wheel pedal marks of the riders in the group behind, still led at the front there by Alejandro Valverde and all of his riders from Case d'Epargne. But for Efemkin, it's a nice second place on a mountain stage.
A little bit annoying he couldn't get the winner. You probably think that way. He started 3:03 behind the leaders today. He's probably going to get back 15-20 seconds of that. He'll move up a little bit as we race into the mountains again tomorrow. But Vladimir Efemkin has pulled off a great coup there and a terrific show of strength as he salutes the crowd. Second today. Now who's going to take out the sprint here? All of the projected stars of the Tour de France are still here in this group.
Well, that's Cyril Dessel getting across the line there, I think, Phil, for third place, but the rest of the main field did not really sprint it out there. For them, they're already thinking about Hautacam.
Well, whether they were or not, it was a show of attacking by Ricardo Ricot that made a lot of people take notice. 2 climbing stage wins to equal Mark Cavendish's pair on the flat. Not much change at the top though. Kim Kierken still the race leader by 6 seconds from Cadel Evans, although whether it was the same Cadel Evans who'd started the day we weren't sure. Christian van der Velde had moved past Stefan Schumacher into third. Dennis Menchov and Alejandro Valverde stayed 5th and 6th, while Stein de Volder and Oscar Pereiro moved up a place as David Miller dropped out of the top 8. The CSC trio also moved up en masse, 10th, 11th and 12th for Carlos Sastre and the Schlecks. Ricardo Ricot, though, was the big gainer. He was in 21st, his deficit down from nearly 4 minutes to 2:35.
There was one big question going into the Tour's big stage in the Pyrenees, and that was exactly how badly Cadel Evans was hurt after his stage 9 fall. Cadel wasn't saying. The closest he got to a comment was to submit his battered helmet and speed off, while the press corps checked to see if it might contain a black box flight recorder. But really, in the end, the lack of a public statement from the pre-race favourite didn't matter. He was about to undergo the public examination of stage 10.
The last stage before the rest day was the toughest of the Tour to date, 156 kilometres from Pau up to Hautacam. Heading southeast out of Pau through the foothills of the Pyrenees, it was a gently inclined ramp to start with, then over a couple of third category climbs before the riders hit the first big test of the day, the Col du Tourmalet, topping out over 2,000 metres. And after 36 kilometres of descending to recover from that, came 14 more of steep road up to the finish at Hautacam. The first chance for his rivals to test Cadel Evans was the Tourmalet, but it was soon clear that Alejandro Valverde was in no state to. In fact, he dropped off the back of the yellow jersey group. The best represented team by far in the group was CSC, with Jens Voigt putting in the kind of spell at the front that can only come before a rest day.
Well, that man is worth twice his salary. I don't care what you say for a team, he's brilliant. But I saw Cadel Evans. That group is now down to just 20 riders. Denny Menchov is still there, Evans is still there, the yellow jersey is still there. I think he's having a much better day than yesterday for Kim Kierken. This is the leader. He deserves his moment on top of the Col du Tourmalet, one of, if not the most famous climb in the history of the Tour de France. And Remy Di Gregorio sees the banner on Bastille Day and he storms the mountain.
Well, this is one of the legendary climbs of the Tour de France, first introduced into the Tour in 1910 to toughen up the race. It's certainly toughening up the race here in 2008, and Remy de Gregorio, Phil, gets himself 20 points, maximum points over the summit there, while at 6.5 minutes, Jens Voigt is putting everybody into difficulty. This man will not give up.
I find that amazing for Jens Voigt to do that.
Stijn de Volder is the next victim of Jens Voigt. Jens Voigt is stamping out an infernal pace on the front end of this main field. He is eliminating riders one by one, Phil, almost single-handedly.
But he is using the energy, of course, that will cause him to fall back on Hautacam, but he'll hope to have left there Sastre. We've seen Maxime Montfort also going for Cofidis. He's their climber now, and this rider here is Sitsu, who's done his best for the riders up front, for Kim Kirken in particular, but he's going back as well now. One by one, these riders are cracking big time. Astelosa in orange, he's also lagging off the back.
There's a lot of big names in serious difficulty here this afternoon. Now you can understand why we've not talked about Team CSC since the very first day of this bike race, because they've been planning, they've been waiting. They took the race Bible a week ago, Phil, and they said, right, forget about all of the fun we can have on the flat stages. We're going to come out and have some serious fun in the mountains. And I think, despite the fact that Jens Voigt is pulling himself inside out there, he's enjoying what he's doing to the Tour de France this afternoon.
This is the remnants of the breakaway. It's now spread across the Tourmalet, but they are still ahead of the battle for yellow. Just sat at the back here, Jeremy Roy. It's his teammate who's gone over the top in first place. Dupont is there as well, 103. Meanwhile, these long legs of Jens Voigt tapping out a rhythm that few riders seem to be able to hold.
One man is holding that grinding pace, and it was Denny Menshov. He was right up alongside Jens Voigt there. He's a man who is very difficult to put into difficulty. He's a strong, tough rider from Russia, and he will stay right at the front end of this main field. Slipping to the back, Leonardo Pipoli there, the man who many people think this stage is lined up for here this afternoon.
We still have not caught a glimpse of Christian van der Velde, but he's there, he's right there, and so too is Kim Kirken. So the big three in the Tour have not been broken yet. Kirken, Evans, van der Velde are still there. At the start today, Schumacher was fourth. He's been dropped. And Menchop is there and up to fourth at the moment. Valverde has been dropped. He should get back on the descent. But a kilometre still to climb, Paul. He'll have to race hard.
191 there, just sitting in the back in front of the yellow jersey is Christian van der Velde. He started the day in third place in the overall classification, but Phil, this is a serious sorting out. We've had the first serious sorting out today. There is Frank Schleck a little bit further back in the red, white and blue. Team CSC have got hold of the front end of this race. Andy Schleck is here. There are 5 riders from CSC in this group. Yeah. And don't forget, in front...
And only one working, and look at his face.
And one in front, who you must not forget, they've got Fabian Cancellara. And I think once we've gone over the summit of the Col de Tourmalet, he will become a member of this group, and they're going to hammer down the road to set us up for a very magnificent assault of the climb of Hautacam.
But there are others still here. Pipoli at the back is a great climber. They're inside a kilometre to the summit. They haven't lost any ground or time. Look at Cadell Evans, number 1. He's looked very, very smooth. Ricardo Rica is here, 191, the American sensation this year. Christian van der Velde, he's not in any trouble at all. Let's have a look at Kirken's face. He's concentrating. He's on a better day.
It's not showing any signs of emotion at all. It's just plain concentration. He knows what everybody's trying to do to him. He's just sitting there, sticking on the wheel of the man in front of him. There's the South African white flag there, waving itself high for John Lee Augustin, who's a little bit further down the road. But Phil, this is a select group. Ricardo Rico is in this group, just sitting nice and closely to the front end. Watch out for the final climb of the day, because the last man in that group is Leonardo Pipoli. He's one of the smallest bike riders in the race, but one of the fastest climbers.
And the finish coming up is just like he likes, and I have to say it, just like Ricardo likes as well, or Ricardo Rico rather. But also in this very select group of 14 now, we have lost one man we never thought would be dropped, Alejandro Valverde. He's dropped about 1.5 kilometres from the top. They can get time on him. He may not get back on the descent before we start the last climb of the day. And that'll be every man for himself then, when Jens Voigt won't be there. Not the way he's ridden today. He has been absolutely magnificent. Look at this man, Paul.
You've got to love the style of Jens Voigt. He's all over that machine. You know, if you took him away from the sport of cycling and put him in any other sport, he'd be a boxer. So let's just have a quick resume of the riders in that group. Sitting in third position there is Carlos Sastre, and that's why this work is being done here this afternoon by Team CSC. On the right shoulder of Sastre in the orange jersey is Denny Menchoff. There, a little bit further over there, you can see Christian van der Velde. This is further down the climb. Number 31 is the man expected to be the danger man today, and it's Alejandro Valverde. He is in all kinds of difficulties. If he can get over the top of the climb less than a minute behind, then he has always got the chance of reintegrating the group at the front. Number 4, Dario Cioni. Just check the faces of these riders now. They want to lift the pace once more. Van der Velde is still there with...
And here comes the man for the summit again. The Cobra is about to strike again.
Well, the Cobra is striking here for points. Let's not forget he was third, Phil, in the King of the Mountains classification at the start of the day. And I'm not sure. It's a bit complicated to try and figure out how many riders are in front.
But really, I'm not sure myself anymore.
Well, a little bit further down the climb, this is the group of Alejandro Valverde. He has not enjoyed the Col de Tourmalet here this afternoon, but he mustn't give up. You know, you can have a bad day in the mountains in the Tour. It can all turn around the next day, and he has to remember that. He's got a rest day that he's facing up to tomorrow, but he's got to come back into the Pyrenees the day after that. And if he hasn't lost himself more than a minute, his descending skills should allow him to get back up to the group of the leaders.
Well, it was 8th place indeed, judging by the riders in front. Still in front are Dupont, Roy, Duque, the leader, of course, Di Gregorio. We've still got Cancellara. They're now going to rethink the strategy on the way down here to barren descent for a little while.
It's a long, sweeping descent to begin with, and as you can see, there is no safety net at all. It is a long way down this descent, around about 20 kilometres.
Well, we're chasing one man, and all of the pack are together except Valverde. 5:57 the gap.
Ahead of them lies the final climb up to Hautacam. We're in the VIP section watching is Miguel Indurain. The race climbed Hautacam in 1996 in what was expected to be the Great Spaniard's 6th consecutive Tour win. Instead, it turned out to be the climb on which he cracked and lost the race. Matt caught up with him and broached the subject gently.
Bueno, sí, aquel año en Les Arcs es donde perdí tiempo. Aquí intenté recuperar, pero ya no pude con el ritmo de los favoritos. Pero eso, de Hautacam tengo recuerdos buenos del año 93 o 94, que llegué con Leblanc. Luego en el 96 un poco no tan buenos, ¿no? Entonces en esta puerta tengo un poco las dos situaciones.
¿Y Miguel está trabajando aquí el Tour de France o de visita con su familia?
No, de visita con la familia, tengo a la familia, al hijo mayor, y luego también colaboro con el periódico español Marca, comentando el Tour y hablando un poco del ciclismo y cómo va este año el Tour de Francia.
Miguel, ¿cómo ve este Tour de France? ¿Quién va a ganar? ¿Dónde se va a decidir?
Bueno, pues es un Tour de Francia abierto, es un Tour de Francia difícil porque ha habido contrarreloj cortas, luego ha habido más media montaña, Macizo Central, ahora los Pirineos. Es un Tour difícil de pronosticar. También hay un cambio de generación, vienen corredores jóvenes nuevos, los Schleck, viene Cuneo, vienen corredores nuevos al Tour de Francia y es un poco la lucha contra los nuevos y los de hace unos años.
When the CSC attack finally came, though, it wasn't team leader Carlos Sastre who went, but Frank Schleck. He was joined by 2 of Ricardo Ricot's Saunia Duval teammates, Leonardo Piepoli and Juan Jose Cobo. Back down the climb, the yellow jersey group suddenly no longer contained the yellow jersey. Kim Kirken had cracked. There was going to be a new race leader. It was a question of whether it would be Frank Schleck or Cadel Evans, who was riding strongly in a group of 6 riders, also containing Denis Menchoff and Carlos Sastre.
We are looking at the legs here of Cadel Evans and Denis Menchoff in the centre. Carlos Sastre behind him, yesterday's winner Ricardo Rico. The gaps are there to be seen now. 1:58 to this group. The new leader of the Tour de France is up in the leaders. Frank Schleck. Cadel Evans is 1 second behind him in the overall. Kirken is losing his overall lead, but he is still going to live to fight again. These groups, when we see all the times tonight, Paul, may not be decisive except for Damiano Cuneo and for Valverde.
Well, those guys are losing massive chunks, almost 2.5 minutes on the group of Evans and Menchov. Damiano Cunego has lost an awful lot of time here this afternoon, but I think the most interesting part of the race is at the front with the presence of Frank Schleck there, and that means if Frank Schleck can get himself the overall lead at the end of the day, they've still got a very good two-pronged attack to play, because Andy Schleckville is losing chunks of time as well, because he is actually behind Damiano Cunego on the road.
Which means that the white jersey could fall to Ricardo Rico now as the best young rider in this race. So all of a sudden he's become a leader of a competition, and he's not far off the leader in the King of the Mountains. That might well be his as well tonight on the top of Hautacam. Double points here, remember.
Evans is suffering there, Phil. Don't forget, only 24 hours ago he was on the ground with a smashed bike and a ripped up elbow and a ripped up leg, and now he's trying to defend the possibility of staying at the top end of the overall classification. Currently, he's 9 seconds behind Frank Schleck in the overall classification, but that could all change in the final sprint up to the line, and Cadell knows that. This is the steep part of the climb here. It kicks in at around about 10%.
Well, Denny Menchov's now trying to drag a little bit more energy out of that body at 3 kilometres to go. Kirkin still losing ground here. Frank Schleck is now behind the Italian tandem, and he's losing ground himself. He cannot contain the lifting of the pace here. Now he's gritting his teeth. He's just got to start dreaming of yellow and see if it inspires him, because he's close.
Well, the two riders from Sonia Duval Scott have got the acceleration coming up to the front here. Juan Jose Cobo is a great climber from Spain, and he's pacing his teammate behind him there, Leonardo Pipoli. Pipoli has been around, Phil, for an awful long time. You know, he's coming up to 36 years of age. He'll be 37 at the end of September, but he's a man who's won stages at the top of mountains in nearly all of the major Grand Tours.
Well, Juan Jose Cobo is 27 years of age, and you know he's only won one race, the Tour de Pays Basque, last year, where he won a couple of stages. And now here he is taking Leonardo Pipoli out, and I don't know whether he'll move over or whether Pipoli will say, no, you take it, you've done all the work. But we've seen this before in the Tour of Italy. Sony Duval, I think, have twice done a 1-2 using exactly the same tactics with Pipoli.
Well, the Basque flags are out this afternoon. The orange jerseys are here to support the men from the Euskaltel-Euskadi team. But the great thing about the fans here, Phil, is they will support and cheer every bike rider on the slopes of this mountain. Frank Schleck is wondering whether or not he can hold on to the advantage he's pulled back on Cadell Evans' group this afternoon to possibly take the jersey. It is going to be very, very close, because Evans has lost at 2:03, but only on the two riders from Sonia Duval, not necessarily on the man here in the red, white and blue, the champion of Luxembourg.
Well, the clocks are going to tell all in 2 kilometres time now. Denny Menchov is giving Cadell Evans a hand here. They're both on the defensive, remember. Sastra hasn't done much except follow. He's in 3rd place there. Christian van der Velde has been told by his team manager to use these riders and attack them as they approach the finish and steal a few seconds. We'll see.
We'll see if he can do that. He was looking for about 38 seconds on Cadell Evans at the start of the day. And we're looking now at this man, Kim Kjerken. He's worn the yellow jersey with pride, but now he's completely and utterly on his own. He's on the defensive. He's trying to get himself to the top of this climb. Damiano Cunego seems to be riding himself back into this race. He's gone past Alejandro Valverde. I've got to appreciate this man, Phil, the little Italian there, because he will not give up.
Well, he might well get up to the yellow jersey, which you'd be surprised to see, but he could do. The two Sony Duval Scott riders here are side by side now as they head up towards the summit. They will take the decision as to which one will win. We would expect Pipoli to be the elder man here to take it, but as they cut through, these boys will try to save seconds. The two riders in front aren't their concern yet. They want Frank Schleck.
That's the man that they're more concerned about, and I can still see that sitting in defence there in 3rd position is Carlos Sastre. Now look at Evans, Phil. He's now getting out of the saddle. He's now going to ride a solid individual time trial over these last kilometre and a half, because he realises at the end of the day is a yellow jersey. He wants it, he's been dreaming about it, and he will ride and not ask anybody else to help him.
Well, 1:33 is the gap. He's back here. That's Evans to Kirk, and we haven't got the gap of Frank Schleck to Evans, which is what we really want now. Menchov has helped him out again. Huge efforts by Evans. He does tend to have this ability to lift the pace in the closing couple of kilometres when he senses the finish.
Well,
we think, and it's unofficial, the gap is 150 to Schleck, which means Evans is back in yellow.
Well, it means they're in exactly the same time, so it's going to be a battle. It's really going to be who has got the energy to sprint to the line. At the start of the day, Frank Schleck was 1 minute and 56 seconds behind Kim Kirken, but 1 minute and 50 seconds behind Cadel Evans. And while that's all going on and those calculations are happening, the two riders from Sonia Duval-Scott are going under the banner indicating 1 kilometre to go. And I have to say, Phil, I really don't know which one is going to win.
The judges will never accept a dead heat. The boys can hold hands, but they'll still split the front wheel on the line. They'd never accept a dead heat, so they will have to decide what they do, but they've got that wonderful decision to make now. Here is Frank Schleck riding to a third-place finish, but is he riding to a yellow jersey as well? He rides in the colours here of the champion of his country, Luxembourg, winning that race just before the Tour de France started, a week in fact before. Further down the slope, the clock is counting there, but it's on the leader. Flick of the arm from Menchov, saying to Cadel Evans, come on through and set the pace. They're trying to keep the rhythm. These are the only two riders who have worked so far.
Well, Carlos Sastre is on the defensive. He's the teammate, of course, of Frank Schleck. Ricardo Rico in fourth position. He's on the defensive too, because he's got two riders in front about to win the stage. And I think just a little bit further back, you can just see that Christian van der Velde, he's happy to be in a position like this, because Christian van der Velde could very easily, Phil, be sitting in second place in the overall standings tonight.
He's been absolutely outstanding, Christian. I think deep down in our hearts, we did not expect Van der Velde to survive the mountains today, as he has done for 9 days. And yet he's not only survived them, he's been absolutely superb.
Well, I think Kobo has cracked here, so the answer to the question, Phil, is the winner of the stage is probably going to be Leonardo Pipoli, but Kobo is fighting his way back. And look at Pipoli looking over his shoulder.
I think Leonardo waits for him, you know.
He's waiting for him. I think he wants to drag him up here. I think he may well know that we're on the border of Spain here, and at 500 metres to go, he may well assist the younger rider to get the victory. And wouldn't the Spanish crowd go absolutely ballistic here in France?
Well, this is what they want, and I wonder, certainly Kobo deserves it. He's done a lot of work today, unselfish work. He was preparing the road all the time for Leonardo Pipoli to win. Pipoli looking over, can't find him now. He's right alongside him as they start for the finishing line. This is going to be a 1-2 for Sonia Duval-Scott. The question is, what is the order? The younger right, 140 is the gap. It could be Cadel Evans is looking good, but as these two race for the line, it is still which one is going to win.
Look at Pipoli's face here. He's been here many, many times before. Juan Jose Kobo is just happy to be in the company of this little Italian climber. They're making the final swing. 100 metres to go. Who's it going to be?
Well, Pipoli wants it. Kobo wants it. Are they going to have a free-for-all sprint? Sometimes the management says you fight it out yourself and whoever wins, wins. But there we are. He's as happy as Pipoli. Leonardo Pipoli wins a terrific stage of the Tour de France, and Juan Jose Kobo of Spain salutes his people in second place. The clock will start, though, when this man hits the line. Who will be the yellow jersey, Frank Schleck or Cadel Evans?
Well, what's important now is to watch the time when Frank Schleck stops the clock, because it doesn't matter how far behind those two guys who finished first and second are. It's whether or not he's more than 1 minute and 50 seconds ahead of Cadel Evans. And I got that at 25 or 26 seconds.
Well, now this is Bernard Cole coming up. He's been threatening to do a great ride ever since he ran over the team leader, Schleck, I can't think of his name anymore.
Bernard Cole.
Schumacher, down when he ran over him in the crash at Super-Besse. We're watching the clock now to see. He's got to finish 1:51 ahead of Cadel, right?
I didn't get the exact time that Frank Schleck crossed the line. It was either 25 or 26. Well, we're looking at 2:16, 2:17 is the time that Cadel Evans has to finish inside of if he wants to get himself the yellow jersey at the end of the stage. It's a long climb up there. You can see the clock telling us at around about 1 minute and 13 on the finishing line. And you can see Van der Velde has come to the front. He's trying to lift the pace a fraction now as he gets towards the line. The magic number, and I've only got it 2 seconds either way, because we kind of missed the crossing of the line of Frank Schleck. It's between 2:15 and 2:17, but it's going to be very, very close at 400 metres to go.
Now, can just on this last 350 metres. Can Christian van der Velde even steal a couple of seconds for himself? He could be second or third overall still. Cadel Evans is chasing him down. We're looking at 2:16. If it's outside that, then Evans has lost the yellow to Frank Schleck. It is going to be close, and I think it's going to be very close. And here comes Rico. Rico finishing it off for Sony Duval Scott as well. 2:03 there for Effakim on the line, so he will be in 5th place on the day. Now, what is happening? It's going to be, I think, Schleck who will be the leader, but I don't know. Oh, goodness, it's 2:16. We'll leave it to the timekeepers. It's close.
In fact, short of a tie, it couldn't have been closer. Frank Schleck had started the day a minute 50 behind Cadel Evans, and he'd beaten him by a minute 49. His heroic ride up to Hautacam had come up 1 second short of taking the yellow jersey.
1 second. It's just one ridiculous second. Should have done a sprint, but yeah, I should have done this, I should have done this, and in the end, I'm just disappointed that having the yellow jersey is something big, and getting it in the mountains even better, and I guess that's life.
Cadel Evans was as moved as Schleck was demoralised. The first Australian to stand on the podium in Paris in 2007, he was beginning to look like the first to make it to the top step.
Oh, I was close to tears lying in the curb yesterday with blood all over me as well. It's a bit of a turnaround of form, that's for sure, but let's see, it's a long way to go yet.
It had been a touching moment for Evans, but he was still injured, don't forget, and touching otherwise was discouraged.
Tomorrow you have a rest day and then you plan your tactic.
Don't touch, don't touche pas.
Well, as the tour grinds on and everyone gets progressively more and more tired, sleeping arrangements become crucially important, and there's a sliding scale of luxury from Christian Prudhomme in his 5-star hotels, the riders in their 3-star hotels, us in our 2 and occasionally 1-star hotels, to no hotel at all. That was my preferred option on Sunday night, or rather the one the producers had chosen for me, on the slopes of the Hautacam. It was nearly dark when the crew dropped me off. A former Olympic champion had scouted a good spot 3 kilometres from the summit. Are you eating all my bread?
Bread's good.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Where am I? You found a flat bit?
This is it.
This wasn't a good start. Thanks for leaving me. Look how much he's had. Look. Chris. Then, with a deft flick of the wrist and an intricate peg operation. Actually, where are my pegs? Not aided much by Chris Boardman, MBE, the job was done. All it needed now was a former world record holder to test it out.
The other peg got? You got a bottle of wine here?
Yeah, I've got a corkscrew.
I think they might be able to help you out there.
Where does the other one go? Oh, hang on, that just put. All right. Is it?
No, good, good.
Grinning like men who have a hotel reservation, the crew then left me.
Enjoy.
Liam, cheers, mate. Yeah, Woody. See you tomorrow.
Like a proper holiday.
Yeah. See you, boys. Perfect. My neighbours came from Limoges. Louis was the main man. You could tell he was in charge of the barbecue. All over the mountain, people were coming over Auray meres. Bushfires were breaking out. And on the race route, a stink of stressed-out clutches. There we go. This is the start of the Tour circus arriving at the top of the mountain. All night.
All night.
And they always go beep, beep, beep. Oh, okay. Oh, no, that's bad. The noise worried me. I'm a light sleeper.
Yeah.
Will I sleep?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah?
You drink? No, you got
a little bit, yeah, I had it. That's the trick. Okay. Okay. And what's going to happen tonight? What are you going to do?
We're going to get drunk. We're going to get down there to the little bar, I think.
I wasn't sure about the bar down the road. Nor were the police. The clouds had come in and it had started to rain. My Basque neighbours knew how to keep warm. There's a strict divide now between the people who are just zipping up their tents and getting their heads down and those that aren't. Look at this, rosado.
Rosado,
Rosado. That was that. One more unnecessary glass of rosado with Louis' family, and I turned in. It's 7:15 in the morning on Bastille Day. I can't believe I've slept that long. That's a right result. Oh wow. The morning changed everything. I went through my ablutions and wondered what the day would hold. The tour was still 10 hours away. Then, suddenly, it wasn't. By now, the hills were alive with the sound of Basque. More orange than a Terry's chocolate, the Hautacam conquered, and the French, in parts, outnumbered 50-1. The helicopters told their tale, and then the tour came through. First the leaders, then the others, all pushing through an orange rabble which had appeared from nowhere. And so the day came to an end. Although I wondered if the riders also go to sleep, still hearing the sound of cowbells.
1,738 kilometres of the 3,559 total raced coming into stage 11, another 167.5 from Lannemezan across to Foix. Roughly parallel to the Spanish border, today's route through the Pyrenees, 2 third category climbs on it, and 1 big first category col at the Portel before a flat run into Foix. Just the kind of day for a successful breakaway, and once today settled down, it was the United Nations peacekeeping group. 12 men, 9 nationalities, and credit Agricole's Russian rider Alexander Bocharov, the best placed of them, 35th, 20 minutes 47 off the race lead. They built an advantage of around 15 minutes on the largely non-chasing pack, and on the big climb of the Portel, one man went off the front on his own, the Frenchman Améen Moinard. He led over the summit on his own, while back down the climb, Mark Cavendish was equally solitary, hanging off the back.
Well, the gap there is not much more than 2 or 3 seconds, Phil, and still Moinard won't give up, but somebody's made a move across. That looks as if that could be Martin Elmiger.
That's him. It's a perfect day for Elmiger. He's got to get away, though. Former winner of Australia's Tour Down Under, and he's not won anything much since. He has been a champion of Switzerland, though, and they've caught him at 4 kilometres from the finish. He's got some legs, this young man. He's after him again.
Well, go on. He's come across there. He's really giving everything he's got, but watch out for Alessandro Ballan coming across the gap there too, because Ballan feels that he can get the victory this afternoon.
Well, this is excellent now as they try to get away. At 3.7 kilometres to go, Kurt Attel-Arvesen has joined Martin Elmiger of Switzerland on the attack. Elmiger, he's been complaining at Elmiger for not going through. Well, Elmiger's just opened the gap with a huge effort. And you see the cat and mouse tactics behind Paul. This is anybody's stage now. The man that hits this group at the right time will win. I get that feeling it's not going to be a group sprint.
Well, Arvesen, former under-23 world champion, and he's been the national road race champion of his country about 4 times, and he knows exactly how to win from a situation like this. Now is not the time to do cat and mouse tactics in the group behind, because these 2 riders are strong riders. They are men who know how to survive. There you can see the little flick of the arm coming from Arvesen to say to Elmiger, come on, mate, do a turn at the front. But I think he's pushing at the end of oxygen debt. They've got themselves about a 10-second advantage. Now, if that group behind Phil starts to mess around, they're going to lose this stage.
They've got to put their heads down here, these two. They've got the gap at 2.7 kilometres. Kurt Atle Arvesen, the champion of Norway, his only other victory this year was the Grand Prix E3, which is a top semi-classic race in Belgium in March. He's also won 2 stages in his career of the Tour of Italy, but never a stage of the Tour de France.
Balin is coming across now. You can just see the pink and blue jersey of the big man from Lampre, a former winner of the Ronde van Vlaanderen and the Tour of Flanders. He wants to get himself a victory in the Tour here this afternoon.
It's his 3rd Tour de France. He's finished his previous 2, but he's never smelt a stage finish victory, though. And is he trying to reach them there? He's had good form all year, Alessandro Balin. He sat near the back of that breakaway, watching how the chase went. And once he's seen that rider caught, this is his big effort now to reach them. And he has the strength to ride away. He's coming over at 2 kilometres to go.
He could feel that the group behind was losing its interest. They're zigzagging across the road. That's not a good sign. That's a sign that they don't have any organisation. Balin has made the junction, but somebody else is coming across now. That is Koos Moerenhout for Team Rabobank.
Well, we know that Rabobank has brought all the VIPs to the race today, so maybe he wants to fly the flag for the Dutch bank as he tries to cross the gap as well. And now a counter-attack by Kurt Atle Arvesen. Elminger tries to react. Balan's only just got up here. He is going to be feeling a little bit under pressure.
Oh, this is really hurting now as Kurt Atle Arvesen has put in a storming turn at the front, and it's put the other 2 guys into a little bit of oxygen debt. But Elminger has slowly pulled himself, clawed his way back to the wheel there of Arvesen, and Balin looks over his shoulder. He must be wondering how he's going to recuperate now to try and have something at least left for the sprint.
Well, Kurt Atle Arvesen, who's been the road race champion of his country on 4 occasions, one of them when he won the Under-23 World Road Race Championship, has now found 2 riders are giving him a problem. It's a nice mixture of nations here, Norway, Switzerland and Italy, trying for the stage win.
A little bit of oxygen debt, though, because of those accelerations. That was a very vicious acceleration by Kurt Atle Arvesen just a few moments ago, and this will be a sight for sore eyes. 1 kilometre to go.
Under the last kilometre, 3 riders marginally in front here. Koos Moerenhout of Rabobank is desperately trying to reach them. We've got quite a narrow approach into Foix now. The road will split down the centre. It won't be so bad for the breakaway. And there is Moerenhout, and it will be a terrific victory for Koos if he could just catch them up here. He looks over his shoulder. There's space now. There's daylight. These boys aren't really racing away. They're scared of each other, and that's what Balin wants. He saw them. He's now going to make this a serious effort, or is he going to shut down because they've marked him? And Arvesen gets straight onto his back wheel. What a brilliant finish to the day.
Well, I would have to think that nearly every one of these riders, Phil, is on the edge of asphyxiation because they've all hit it very hard to first of all get themselves into the breakaway situation. There's the bend at 300 metres to go.
As they come around that corner now they start to rise slightly uphill, and it looks as though Kurt Atle Arvesen is going to lead them out here. Martin Elminger, Balin is a very fast sprinter. As he goes on the left of our picture, Moerenhout never got his legs after he came up to the break. Arvesen is going to hold this, or is he? He's got Elminger coming through. The legs are going on Arvesen. Well, it's close enough. I'll take the photograph because it could have been Elminger, that.
This is Botcherov coming up to get himself 5th place, and Pipo Pozzato will not be too happy with that, Phil, as he leads the rest home. Just behind, I have to say, Peric Fedrigo.
Well, the photo showed that Kurt Atle Arvesen got it ahead of Martin Elminger and Alessandro Balin, who had the perfect position on the Norwegian's wheel, but didn't have the legs to capitalise on it. Koos Moerenhout was behind them and ahead of the sprinting group behind. Behind them, the man who'd been out front alone for so long rolled home alone too, for those of you spotting movie title references. Armael Moinard finished 12th. Kurt Atle Arvesen, though, won it for CSC by that much. Life resumed after the rest day with bad news, or good news I suppose, depending on your perspective. Bala World's Moises Dueñas became the 2nd rider to be kicked off the race after testing positive for EPO. Like Manuel Beltran, he was arrested by the gendarmes and taken away for questioning. And like Beltran, although he was bad news, he wasn't necessarily big news. Ricardo Rico was, though, 24, 2nd in the Giro d'Italia and winner of 2 of the first 11 stages. News of his positive test came through at the stage start in Lavelanet. The self-proclaimed Cobra left the team bus and the race to an instant verdict from the fans, and the rest of his Sarnia Duval team followed. The next day, Saunier Duval sacked not only Ricot, but Leonardo Piepoli too, who'd won the stage to Hautacam, citing nothing more specific than a breach of the team's code of ethics. How you viewed the positive tests depended on whether you saw the syringes half full or half empty. The organisers chose to frame it all in terms of progress.
Ça avait été mis en examen par le procureur. Donc, c'est une situation, je crois qu'on peut aujourd'hui saluer. Pourquoi? Parce que ça prouve que dans ce pays, dans notre pays aujourd'hui, eh bien, l'ensemble des acteurs montrent, prouvent qu'ils veulent lutter efficacement contre le dopage. Et cette lutte, elle ne peut pas se faire, convenez-en, sans un certain nombre d'accros. Vous ne pouvez pas imaginer que d'un coup de baguette magique, tout d'un coup, on va transformer le monde du sport et le monde du cyclisme. Ça prendra du temps. Mais je pense que ce qui se passe cette année montre qu'on se rapproche de plus en plus d'une situation acceptable.
First, we thought we were seeing a doping purge that was just a leftover from a very specific era. Then we thought we were seeing the remnants of said era just working their way out. Now, though, with Rico positive, I'm forced to admit just how naive we were probably being. In fact, it's really a human issue. There will always be cheats in all walks of life, and the only way to combat them is to make sure that the risks are greater than the reward. And I think that there's two strategies that we can employ to achieve that. Firstly, the penalties for the individual must be made so severe that it's not worth taking even the smallest chance. Instant life ban, for example, and huge financial penalties. Both of these are within the gift of the sport. Secondly, it must be made in everybody's personal interest to make sure that these rules are enforced. Absolutely no possibility of business as usual if a rider is found positive simply by renouncing them. And if the teams were to suffer, say, a 2-month suspension or even a year's ban for a second infraction, well, you can be very, very sure that they're going to keep their house in order. It's clear to me that without a fundamental change in how cycling does business, well, we're not likely to get a fundamental change in the outcome either. And although it's fantastic now the testing has become so incredibly effective, what we really need to go with it, that is a deterrent that makes sure there's no one left to catch.
Stage 12 was the first of two likely-looking days, a 168-kilometre exit ramp from the Pyrenees to a flat finish in Narbonne. As ever in this part of France, the setting was beautifully staged. And as things turned out, the catch of the day's breakaway was beautifully timed. The bunch was all together, heading towards the finish.
George Hincapie now takes over the pacemaking at 2 kilometres to go. Margus Burkhardt slips back in there. He knows they're a long way out from the finish line. They're waiting to see. Look at the outside there. Mark Cavendish has slipped back an awful long way, and he's going to get moved up on the right-hand side by his teammate. That is Gerard Cholet.
Well, just looking now, they've got the train going, and it's a well-organised train here. Hunter's trying to hitch up to the back of it here. Cavendish is over to the left of our picture. In fact, his teammates were looking now. This is a move they don't want to see. At 1.5 kilometres to go, there is a counter move on the far side. It's Milram.
Milram in control now. They'll be looking after their man, and their man is going to be Eric Zabel here this afternoon. I have a funny feeling I can see that's Julian Dean in 4th position. The Kiwi national champion is looking for a victory here this afternoon for Garmin Chipotle, but right behind him, queuing up the big men from Quick-Step. They've done this so many times before for Tom Boonen. Today they're going to try and do it for Gert Stegemans, and right in the middle of the mix there is Robbie McEwen.
But this is the right-hand turn, a wide sweep by some of the riders there. They've managed to correct it. Cadell Evans lost a lot of places, but he's safe in the peloton here now as the acceleration comes from the front. And again, it is a perfect lead out here for possibly Thor Hushoff and certainly Oscar Freire. He's in the lighter green jersey. Gert Stegmans is trying to make a move, and they are making that run on the left-hand side of the road.
It's such a long way to go. You dare not misjudge this. Now, all of a sudden, Thor Hushoff has jumped ship. He's left his teammate and lead-out man behind him. He's still got there Mark Renshaw, but it's Team Quick-Step in the front, up into about 3rd or 4th position is the young man from the Isle of Man, Mark Cavendish, but on his shoulder is Hushoff, on his wheel is Oscar Freire.
And just behind too is Jimmy Casper here now. Now goes Cavendish, goes from the centre. This is a perfect lead-out, and this is how he goes, and beat that. He is the fastest man in the world right now, Mark Cavendish. There's nobody even comparing. Mark Cavendish becomes the first British cyclist to ever win 3 stages in a Tour de France. He's done it for the American team, Columbia, and they wanted him to give up and go to the Olympic Games. Not chance, no chance.
No chance at all. There's a lot of pressure on this young man from the United Kingdom to leave the Tour de France behind and go and concentrate on the Olympic Games. But this man, Phil, is on the top of his game at the Tour de France. 3 is what he's trying to tell us. 3 stage victories in a single Tour de France ahead of Eric Zabel and Oscar Freire and Thor Hushovd. This was a great performance. The team did a great job for him. But just have a look at it one more time. You can see the acceleration there coming forward of Sebastian Chavanel. And then all of a sudden, the man from the Isle of Man, he feels the instinct to go. He can feel the challenge over on the right-hand side. But once he sees the door opening right in front of him, he kicks. The turbo whistles, and all of a sudden, he can see the finishing line. He looks under his shoulder. Any shadows? No shadows. I've got this one in the bag. Win number 3.
Mark, when's it going to sink in? You've created a real bit of cycling history in Britain there. 3 wins on the Tour. No one has done that before.
Yeah, well, I knew I could do it. I knew with the team I had, I could do it, you know. And for sure, that was the hardest of my wins. But it's still first across the line, so I'm very happy.
Your team have told me today that you said over radio early on that you knew you were going to win again today, and you actually told them over radio. Is that true?
Yeah, I made another joke. I said, let's play a little game today. Who's got the predictions for the day? And then, yeah, you know, so I didn't put money on myself this time, but, you know, we still paid off and we still won, so.
And so, in the sunshine here at Narbonne, Mark Cavendish has now achieved something no other rider from the United Kingdom has ever done. He has now won 3 stages of the Tour de France in the same year. And he did it with an incredible sprint finish. He clearly is now the fastest cyclist in the world over that last 200 metres. Well, his next target, I suppose, is Barry Hoban now, because Barry won 8 stages of the Tour de France, and there's nobody in between 3 and 8.
So an historic 3-stage wins for Mark Cavendish, and 2 more chances left in the race to make it 4. The final day on the Champs-Élysées, and the very next day in Nîmes.
What was obvious to anybody watching Mark Cavendish's record-breaking 3-stage wins was that there was simply no one in the race capable of stopping him winning 4 if it came to a bunch sprint. Well, looking at the profiles, it seemed there were 2 more chances for Mark. The final day on the Champs-Élysées, should he ever get there, and the very next day, stage 13.
The route took the riders 182 kilometres across the Languedoc-Roussillon countryside from Narbonne to Nîmes. Another stunning film set of roadside scenery for the peloton to ignore as it sweated east on the long baking procession towards the Alps. Once again, the day's break was reeled in, the pace was wound up, and the new predictability fought with a sort of British incredulity. Surely he wasn't going to do it again.
At 3 kilometres to go, the sprinters will have their day in the Tour de France. They've wiped out the attack by Sylvain Chavanel at the 3 kilometre point. This is the tail of the peloton. And you know what, Paul? There are 4 teams organised up there today.
Everybody wants a crack because they know this is quite possibly one of the last days for the sprinters. I can't believe that Mark Cavendish is so close to the front at this point, but another team takes over the pacemaking. This is Matteo Tossato coming forward now for Team Quickstep. Not too far behind in the line there will be big Gert Stegemans. Everyone looking over their shoulders. Marcus Burkhardt over on the right-hand side. Adam Hansen, the big Australian from Queensland, in second position. He's waiting for the moment for George Hincapie to say, go on, lift it, let's stretch this peloton out into a long line.
What they're trying to do now is just hold control at the front here, get their blue line in order. It's being messed up a bit here by the charge of Robert Foster's Gerolsteiner team coming through. Now it's Kiki's Liquigas riders who are coming through. At 2 kilometres to go, it really is anybody's race, this.
Well, moving up there, the red jerseys, Robbie Hunter. Right on his wheel is Julian Dean, but now it's Team Liquigas have got the control at the front end of the main field. I saw 1 or 2 riders from Colombia looking across to Mark Cavendish to say, how are you feeling today, mate? Do we need to make a second effort? There now, it's Gerolsteiner. This is Fabian Wegmann, champion of Germany, all over the front end of the main field. The next banner these riders will be looking for, Phil, will be the banner that indicates 1 kilometre left to go to the finish.
Well, they're not far away from that now. The grimace of the riders from from Liquigas here as Francisco Chiqui is in there. There's a run coming on the right, and that's surely to bring Thor Hushoff into the race now. The one man we're looking for, and he's there on Hushoff's wheel, is the lighter green jersey of Oscar Freire as they head towards 1 kilometre to go.
Well, round the corner, still Liquigas very much in control of the front end of this peloton. Moving up the outside now, it's the riders from Quick-Step. 1,000 metres left now as they look over the shoulder. Lead-out man sits up. That's always very dangerous because he goes from 60 kilometres an hour down to 40 and slips straight the way back down through the pack. Now it's Team Milram in control. Eric Zabel is right up there in third position. Cavendish is not far away either. He's got the wheel of Julian Dean, who's up into sixth.
Huge lead out by Brett Lancaster of Milram. He swings off now. The final lead out will come for Eric Zabel. He'll never get another chance better than this. He's right at the front as he's challenged now. Kiki is trying to come through from fifth wheel as they cross swords. Julian Dean is locked in there in third place. He's on form, dodging and out of our sight because he's so small. It's Mark Cavendish, and he's boxed in. Mark Cavendish is going to have to come with Oscar Freire from the centre of the pack. Watch him move to the left. Now he comes. He makes the space. Cavendish goes. The rocket has been launched. Mark Cavendish being challenged by Robbie McEwen, but this is the new Robbie McEwen, and no one can match Mark Cavendish. It's a long way to the line. Make it number 4. He is totally untouchable. Congratulations to him from Jimmy Casper. He just forced open the gap, Paul, and then he was through.
Phil, at 200 metres to go, he was boxed in. He was closed out. I said, this time, my young man, you have completely blown it. But all of a sudden, the door opened up in front of him, and once he saw that door was wide open like a barn gate, he went straight through the middle of it. He has got an incredible turn of speed, this young man, over the last 50 to 100 metres.
And you're absolutely right. Mark Cavendish gets his 4th stage win, and that, believe it or not, is unprecedented in British cycling history.
Another win, and then the finish line scenes made so familiar over the previous 10 days that we might have been watching them for years. The hugs for his teammates, the kisses for the podium girls, the Ned bolting into him.
Mark, 4, I mean 3 was good, 4's ridiculous, and it was actually comfortable by, oh, sure it wasn't comfortable for you, but you look at the replay, you beat them by a lot today.
You know, I had to give it a final push, you know. I had to go full gas because when I did the initial kick, I realised there was a headwind at the finish, and I thought, you know, I'm going to have to get further advantage, you know, by another kick. So I put another kick in my sprint with 100 to go so I could get a further advantage in case I died before the line, but I didn't quite die and I was able to hold off, so good.
Was there any debate today about going for the stage win amongst your teammates? Are they doing it willingly, working willingly for you again today?
Absolutely, you know, you saw it. They worked earlier on, you know, there's a breakaway, so they had to use them earlier to ride, and it was a crosswind, so they ran a lot to give me shelter, and they did that at the final, and I was dropped off by Marcus Burghardt on the train, on the Liquigat train, and then I was able to use that to my advantage and go and win the stage, so it was very good.
I don't know how much you sprinters talk to each other, but have they acknowledged quite how much you've demoralised the rest of the pack on this tour, because you've completely dominated it, Mark?
There's a little bit of a joke going around, you know. But I think it's all in good nature. Well, if you notice, I win 4 stages, I'm still no closer to the green jersey. It just shows what the tour's about. You have to be consistently good, and I'm not experienced enough to be consistently good. I can win, but then I'm either winning or 10th. The guys at Oscar who get first, second, third, first, second, and it's, you know, that adds up to get the green jersey. So that's what the tour's about.
There's the route, almost 2/3 of the Tour's 3,500 kilometres behind them now, and stage 14 adds another 194. Starting out from sea level at Nîmes, it rises gradually at first, then hits the 4th category Col de l'Orme, climbing up to 734 metres, before a short run down to 600 metres at the finish in Digne-les-Bains.
They get dismissed as nothing stages, these moving days to get the race from one huge battleground to the next. But they're only nothing stages until something happens.
Been a crash. Been another pile up here. Had a huge pile up. They've gone down like a pack of cards. That is amazing.
It's almost as if they're queuing up to ride into each other at the moment. This is ridiculous. Somebody clipped somebody, and this was the danger.
Now, we're not willing a crash to happen to liven up the stage, don't get us wrong. But yesterday, Sven Kraus reminded everybody how quickly a routine day can turn into a road accident, managing somehow to get off his bike before it went into orbit and came down in 2 pieces. Well, after 4 in one tour, 3 in a row would have been just greedy. Stage 14 was tailor-made to give the other sprinters a bit of Cavendish relief. There was a 4th category climb at just 9 kilometres from the finish, and that, on a blazingly hot day, was enough to drop Mark Cavendish off the back of the main field.
Well, Chavanel is still pulling away from the riders here. He's a rider in his 8th tour. Oscar Freire is still in this group, and the man who's leading in the points, he would be the obvious man to take it out if he got to a sprint now, I think. But they'll have to work hard. The irony is, when David Moncoutier won here, he too, as he is now, a Cofidis rider. So they know what it's like to win in Digne-les-Bains. He is flying through the chicanes here, and he's only 3 kilometres to go. That looks a bit awkward for the breakaway. Oh my goodness me, Cadell Evans just about made that.
Well, they're all lined up now, and it is Team Columbia on the front end of the main field, inside of that banner now, indicating 3 kilometres to go to the finish. I really don't know, Phil, because we can't get down and see exactly who is in the group, who Team Columbia are working for this afternoon. Did Gerard Cholet get himself over that climb? He is a man who's able to survive on climbs like that, but what they've got to do if they want to duke it out for the finish line this afternoon is try and catch this man, Sylvain Chavanel. He will not give up. He keeps looking over his shoulders. Race radio is crackling through to me to say he's got himself 5 seconds, but there is the main field. They've got this man in their sights, and they've got control of the front end of the peloton.
Well, they've taken the advantage of rushing out through that roundabout. They're full of adrenaline now as they charge in. George Hincapie is certainly in here for Team Columbia, and he's a man who can pack a sprint in a bunch like this. Oscar Freire is sitting about 8 men back, poised at 2 kilometres to go now. It's always sad to see, but they are coming so quickly now. It is Team Columbia, Mark Cavendish Team Columbia, who is coming up, but we don't think Mark is here. They are under 1.8 kilometres to go. Team Columbia responsible for wiping out the breakaway. They are massing at the front, I think now, for Gerard Cholet.
Well, I tell you what, there's a lot of sprinters in this group, Phil. I've seen the man who leads the sprint classification, Oscar Freire. He is right up there. So too on the left-hand side there is Alejandro Valverde, champion of Spain. A little bit of a disorganisation coming through now. The Milram jerseys are up there, and they're thinking about their man, Eric Zabel, who is a rapid finisher in a situation like this. A moment of slowing down can create a moment of confusion. Marcus Burkhardt now comes to the front for Team Columbia. There's the banner they've been looking for. 1,000 metres to go. There is Oscar Freire up into 4th place, and it looks to me as if there's a black and white jersey there, and I can't believe that is Julian Dean.
Julian Dean is sitting there, the champion of New Zealand, as he goes under that kilometre kite, and the field now will race down to what is a great sprinter's finish. This is the last obstacle as they go around that roundabout. Team Columbia are setting the pace, but they haven't got Mark Cavendish in their slipstream, and Oscar Freire in green is a huge danger now.
Well, Julian Dean is also pretty much of a huge danger. There is Gerard Cholet. He's right up there. He's looking for which wheel to follow. Pipo Pozzato's up there into about 4th or 5th position. Now they're slowing down. This is dangerous because it can get confusing. There are a few Frenchmen moving up there too.
Well, it's down to Zabel on second wheel here. Is this going to be the day the 38-year-old gets another stage win in the Tour de France? When he thought his days were done, he's won 12. That's a German record. He's in a perfect position in second wheel. Freire has chosen to take his wheel. There's a rush from Jimmy Casper on the right of the picture here. This may still be a French victory. I think it's Jimmy Casper. It might be Romain Feylieu, but I think it's Casper who is clear of the field as he comes up to the line now. A run here, and it's coming from Schumacher right on the line, and it's going to be a battle of the Germans, but Eric Zabel has got himself there again, and Freire is through on the line. The man in green takes it after 2 days of finishing 5th. Oscar Freire gets the victory in Digne-les-Bains.
Oscar Freire, already wearing the green jersey of the Tour's most consistent day-in, day-out sprinter, finally got the stage win that usually goes with the uniform. Of course, his win, and Cavendish's for that matter, had really been a brilliant sideshow as far as the race for the yellow jersey was concerned. Going into the Alps, the situation was exactly the same as it had been coming out of the Pyrenees. Cadel Evans was sitting on that uncomfortable sliver of a 1-second lead over Frank Schleck, and his immediate ambitions heading into the most crucial phase of the Tour were modest.
Hope for a good night's sleep tonight before it all starts.
Now, way back in Brest at the start of the Tour, the organisers' decision to do away with time bonuses was a bit of a footnote, really, what with everything else that was swirling around the race. Going into the decisive phase of the Tour in the Alps, though, it was beginning to look like either a masterstroke of planning or a massive slice of luck. Either way, the race for the yellow jersey was closer than it had ever been. In fact, as close as it could possibly be, short of a dead heat. Stage 15 took the race out of France for the first and only time in 2008, up to the ski resort of Prato Nevoso.
The Tour had never been there before, but Cadel Evans had a winter recce in conditions of limited visibility and minus the heat he could expect in July. Still, the memory was stored in his legs, and his job was simple: mark all his rivals, Frank Schleck most immediately, but also Denis Menchov and Schleck's CSC teammate Carlos Sastre in 5th and 6th place respectively. Damiano Cunego in 14th was on home territory and would know the climb better than any of the other contenders. Andy Schleck, nearly 9 minutes down, was another CSC rider available for tactical deployment to put Evans under pressure. Stage 15, though, wasn't just about the final climb up to Prato Nevoso. 183 kilometres starting out from Embrun, it took the riders pretty much immediately into the Alps, with a massive climb that began barely 30 kilometres into the stage. The 2,774-metre Col d'Agnello, or Agnello, depending which side of the border you were standing on, would mark the Tour's entry into Italy. Then there was a third category climb, the Colle del Morte, and the final climb up to Prato Nevoso at 1,440 metres. Well, the weather no better at the start of the stage than it was when Cadel recce'd it. It made for a treacherous descent of the Col d'Agnello, and in fact interfered with the pictures from the camera bikes in the race. So this was as close as anybody got to seeing the crash that put out the 2006 Tour winner, Oscar Pereiro, who apparently went over the guardrail at the top of this hairpin bend and rolled down to the rail at the bottom of it. He went straight to hospital with a broken shoulder. Even on the flat there were problems, oil perhaps at this roundabout, where riders went down on both sides of the split, among them the third place man overall, Christian van der Velde. By the time the race hit the final climb, 3 survivors of an original 4-man break knew they were going to contest the stage win. Spain's Egoy Martinez of Euskaltel Euskadi, Credit Agricole Australian rider Simon Gerrans, and Danny Pate of the USA and Garmin Chipotle. Behind them was a select group of contenders fighting it out for the yellow jersey, and the attacks were coming every couple of minutes.
As we head up to 5 kilometres to go, 3 of the 4 remain together. Martinez has tried twice to get away from these riders. Twice they've hauled him back. He may not have a third in him.
Well, I'm not sure that he does, and I tell you what, I take my hat off very sincerely to number 199, Danny Pate, who doesn't have the reputation of a climber like Simon Gerrans or Egoy Martinez, but he's responded and he's present and correct all of the time. This now is the yellow jersey group. These are pretty much the heads of state of the Tour de France this year. Sammy Sanchez is slipping backwards.
He's back in the group, so we're now 10 as he goes to back. Carlos Sastre doesn't look so good anymore now. Frank Schleck is being set up by his brother at the front of the race to launch him perhaps for the finishing line. Remember, a second is a blink of the eyelid. That's all it is to steal the yellow jersey.
I was trying to pick up who the rider was from Liquigas. It's Roman Kreuziger, the rider who won the Tour of Switzerland earlier this year, and he's now moved himself up to the heads of state. Yes, you're right. I think Carlos Sastre has hit them very hard on a couple of occasions, and now he's been put into the red zone for a while. He needs to get himself sorted out if he wants to think about trying to attack again.
Just look at the acceleration there as we came to a halt with our picture of Alejandro Valverde. He looks across at Bernard Cole, who's turning out to be something of a revelation in this year's Tour de France in that blue jersey. Andy Schleck setting tempo now, trying to get Frank a little bit of a chance to recover. So too his other teammate, Carlos Sastre. So he's got to set the pace. Sanchez has found his legs again, and he comes up alongside Christian van der Velde, who is content at this moment to follow wheels. And I do not believe that van der Velde is in any trouble at all. He might well go near the end.
a little bit further down the slope here. This is the man that the majority of the Italian crowds will be shouting for, Damiano Cuneo. I've absolutely no idea where he is currently, but the fact that he's alongside Sandy Cassarfil would indicate that he's maybe not at the front end of the race.
They've been split on the climb. They're in the second big peloton of the Tour de France right now.
Kirken.
Yes, and he's losing ground. This is not good for Kim Kirken. He started the day 7th overall. The former yellow jersey is under pressure at the back. He may be losing a few places today.
Danny Pate has decided he doesn't want to be subjected to the pacemaking of the two climbers now, so he's felt that the best thing for him to do is come up and set the pacemaking himself. And when you're not maybe the best climber in the group, that's sometimes the best thing to do, because you can set a pace which is comfortable for yourself.
Well, one thing's for sure, Alejandro Valverde has shed all of his problems of the Pyrenees. He's back in the race in the Alps here. I'm not sure he can make up time lost, but he can take stages. Look at the face of young Andy Schleck. This is for brother Frank. He's just riding till he drops.
Well, he's setting a massive big tempo for Team CSC. They really are a phenomenal team. I'm a bit concerned, Phil, about Carlos Sastre sitting second from the back of that group, because despite the two magical attacks he put in, he now seems to be in a little bit of difficulty. 3 riders at 4 kilometers to go. Martinez, Danny Pate and Simon Gerrans, and still you cannot really pick a winner.
The Groupe Maillot Jaune have halved the deficit, 7:30. They won't get them, though. At 4 kilometers to go, they won't be that far behind them, though, because the infighting is taking place. Still at the front is Andy. He can't go on much longer. And at second wheel is Valverde, then Bernard Cole, and then Kreuziger, Frank Schleck, Cadel Evans, Menchoff, Sastre. They're all still there.
And the one man you forgot to mention, of course, Christian van der Velde, looking very comfortable. I think this is the kind of climb that suits Christian van der Velde here this afternoon. Evans on his own, but there's only one team that's got a multiple number of riders in there, and that's Team CSC. Van der Velde, 191 at the back, still pedaling very supplely and keeping himself in contact with the yellow jersey. I think when you're a guy like Christian van der Velde, you've got to pick a rider to try and follow. I'm amazed at how well Van der Velde is riding in the Tour de France this year, Phil. He really has become the revelation for the United States.
If he runs out of these Alps with a very close time loss to the leader, he can win in the time trial. He's very, very quick. Up front there, the 3 riders, I think, have tried their attacks and haven't had an answer. It might go down to the finishing sprint, which, of course, is very much uphill. As we go back here, the rider in the lime green, the only thing we're certain about, Paul, in that group, as we look at it, one of them will win the Tour de France in Paris. There's nobody else in this race.
Absolutely, one of those riders in the yellow jersey group, which has created this afternoon the first serious selection. But let's not forget, after this stage today, Phil, there's a rest day, and then there's 2 more vicious days in the Alps, and this race can turn upside down on any one of those occasions. The 3 leaders, look at Danny Pate here.
Well, he's strong.
He is extremely strong. He's riding well, and he's riding sensibly. He's waiting for the moves, he's waiting for the accelerations, and he decided, he looked at Simon Gerrans and said, well, I'm going to have a go myself and see if I can get rid of the Aussie, but he can't.
He lifts the pace. He's forced Simon Gerrans to get out of the saddle and close the gap, and he's just checked on him. And sometimes, when if you're feeling strong, you let the rider think he's getting on, you kick again.
Martinez has got...
42nd, and yes, and he wasn't looking either, was he, Danny Pate? That wasn't an expense. That could have been an expensive move, but Pate has a lot of strength in these legs. He's going after Martinez. I don't know why he keeps on checking on Gerrans. Gerrans is a fighter. This man knows how to suffer, and he's trying to go back. Meanwhile, our other Tour de France is on the lower slopes, and Andy Schleck is pushing on as he tries to go clear now.
Well, Andy Schleck has taken off there because he's seen a little move going clear there, and I think Denny Menchoff...
Oh, he's gone down. What did he hit there?
He just slipped on the road. Menchoff was making his big move of the day, Phil, and he went down and his chain is off. Well, he's going to have to get himself back in. Just look at this. He just goes around the corner and it's so slippy.
There is no reason for that, I think. And in fact, I can look out the window here. The rain has just started, can you believe? And it's becoming quite heavy in the last few kilometres. And that was simply the grease on the surface of the road. Well, the riders saw that, but there'll be no waiting now.
Phil, that was a scary move by Denny Menchoff. We knew this man was the silent mover, the silent man in the main field, waiting for the move. just looking down to check and see if there's any damage to his bike, and he says, no, it's okay, I've got to get myself back into this event. But you can see now why Denny Menchov has been regarded as a dangerous bike rider.
Well, you don't deserve bad luck like that, but the rain has just started. It's just skimmed on the surface of the road here. It's caused a little bit of a regrouping of the boys here as Andy takes over the pacemaking. Brother Frank is down in the centre there. Valverde to the right, Cole to the left, Sastre to the back. They are all here.
Well, they're all here and they're all waiting. I'll tell you one thing, that Andy Schleck has got a fine pair of legs on him this afternoon, because he was immediately off in pursuit of the man from Russia who's just getting back into contact there. That's an indication that Denny Menchov, Phil, has got great form, but that was very sad for him to go down like that.
Well, we're still spread by exactly the same time gaps as when we started this race today. There is nothing in it. 57 seconds covers the top 5 men in the Tour de France. And if they finish like this, there will be no time differences again tonight. Andy Schleck wants Brother Frank to come out and grab a second.
Well, there's Kreuziger in second position there, another young rider, a star for the future. But Andy Schleck too, I think, Phil, will come back to the Tour de France one year and quite possibly be a winner. There is Damiano Cunego trying to pull himself back into this bike race, but in fact he's losing place. He was with that group there, and I think that is the group of Kim Kirkham, and the little prince from Italy is not going to win the stage this afternoon, and he's just suffering.
He's at 2.5 kilometres behind the yellow jersey group right now. It wouldn't surprise me if he stays in Italy, quite frankly, because he's not firing like we expected. These are the leaders locked in combat for the win as they head up towards the summit of the climb. Still Martinez doing the work. And just who is the strongman of this group?
Well, Alejandro Valverde looks concentrated, looks good.
That's the secret weapon, Kreuziger.
Yep.
He's going to be such a great cyclist.
He's going to be a great bike rider. He's lost himself a lot of time in the Tour de France this year, Phil, but it's only his first serious attempt. He started the day in 19th place overall. Now another acceleration coming from Andy Schleck, saying to them, take this one if you can, because I'm going to hurt you, men, and we're going to hit you again before the summit.
This is a rider who was dropped by the group, who fought his way back and went straight to the front and stretched them again. And he's put Sanchez in a little bit of trouble with acceleration. Still hanging slightly off his Carlos Sastre. He's not riding smoothly, number 11. But Christian van der Velde, he is still following. He's not under pressure.
Van der Velde, 191 in the white jersey there of Garmin Chipotle, looking very comfortable. He's alongside Cadel Evans. And right in front of Cadel Evans, Evans is keeping his eye very firmly on the red, white and blue jersey there of Andy Schleck.
Well,
Frank Schleck.
Yeah, the people on the side here, the Tifosi of Italy, are watching a yellow jersey really defend himself well on this climb. It's normally a pink jersey as leader of the Giro d'Italia, but not this time. The Tour's making its first to climb up here. The face of Andy Schleck has been superb. Kreuziger just licking his lips behind and is in no pressure at all. He's only 23 as well.
Well, at 2 kilometres to go, Phil, there are still 3 men in contact for the victory this afternoon. Danny Pate is trying to get the win for the United States of America. He looks across at Egoy Martinez to say, how are your legs, my mate? Can I beat you to the summit? In the yellow jersey group, though, they've got rid, I think, finally, of Sammy Sanchez, and there's another acceleration at the front.
And look at the back here, because Cadel Evans has got to grit his teeth right now. That is a very serious push by Menchov. That has hurt Cadel Evans, but he struggles and fights. He's looked over his shoulder, Menchov. He's seen the yellow in trouble, but he knows it's all coming back together again.
Well, that was a serious acceleration by Menchov, and I'm not a little bit surprised as to why he sat up, but it's allowed Cadel Evans to get himself back into this race. Bernard Cole there comes to the front, and he's now going to look for the acceleration, and that is a move that they need to respond to.
Well, we're looking at the real race to lead the Tour de France here. That is why our cameras are staying away from the men who are out to win the stage. We'll cut back by the time those riders get up the top. But right now, Cadel Evans and Frank Schleck, the 2 men likely to succeed, are both in a little bit of trouble.
The man who nailed back Bernard Cole there, in fact, was Alejandro Valverde. Now, that goes to show that Valverde is recovering as this race goes further forward. Sitting on the wheel of the yellow jersey now is Frank Schleck. Schleck, and again the acceleration coming at the front, and this time again it's Denny Menchoff.
And I think this time it's curtains for Andy Schleck, so they've lost a pacemaker. Cadell is on the whip end here. He's being flicked around at the back of this line. Menchoff is advertising to everybody he's got the legs now, but Alessandro Valverde is simply superb, and on the outside now, a little move to just go to the head of the race.
Did you say that Andy Schleck was gone? Well, excuse me, he's just come back, and he's thinking about brother Frank, he's thinking about Carlos Sastre. This is an unbelievable team.
Kim Turkin trying to get back up into competition here.
He's around about a minute in arrears off the back end of the yellow jersey group. There is Efemkin, he's been dislodged. Cyril Dissel is in this group as well. Sandy Kassab just getting onto the back there as well. That looks like Fofanov.
It is Dimitri Fofanov. They are fighting, though, a little way down here. This is a duo battle. We'd like to see what's happening with the leaders. We're, of course, in the hands of our French direction here. We don't know of anything that's going on up front at the moment, but we will see them cross the line, I'm sure about that. We're looking here at the battle for the next wearer of the yellow jersey, nodding like the dog in the proverbial car window. Bernard Cole is trying again to answer. Where does Andy Schleck get this from?
Well, he gets it from the fact, Phil, that he was a white jersey winner of the Giro d'Italia last year, second overall. He's got the ability to climb. He's hit them and hit them again, and he's trying to set something up. And look at this. Frank Schleck has seen the move now, and as soon as Frank Schleck gets to the wheel of his brother, he accelerates, but Cadell Evans is pinned to the back wheel of the man who is 1 second ahead of behind him in the overall classification.
Well, this is the group that's racing approximately 6 minutes behind the leaders. Let us not forget that. We're coming up to 1 kilometre to go. There they are. These are the three leaders of the day today. None will pull on the yellow jersey tonight. There is the kite for them, and Danny Pate is going to take them to the kite. The man who has looked completely fried for 100 kilometres seems to be extremely strong indeed. We are looking now further down the slopes, and this is another attack by Sastre.
Carlos Sastre is looking for the climb this afternoon. He's just about to get joined there, Phil, by Denny Menchoff, covered as well by Bernard Cole. This man wants to win the Tour de France this year. He's put everything into the bank to try and win if he can. Finally, Andy Schleck goes to the back of the group, and they're having to put Cadell Evans onto the front. Evans is now defensive.
That's it, and he won't chase Valverde because Valverde's lost time. Now Cadell is looking for wheels. He's seen Frank Schleck go. He's got to chase Frank. 1 second splits them. Cadell Evans gets in the wheel of Christian van der Velde.
What a race this has been, Phil, and this is only the first of the Alpine stages. Look at the face here on Denny Menchoff. He's trying to ride himself back into a top 3 position at the end of the day. Carlos Sastre is the man that set it up, but I tell you what, CSC are all over this race. Roman Kreuziger is the man now setting the pace ahead of Frank Schleck, and Cadell Evans is just pulling himself back into this. They have thrown everything at him this afternoon.
This has been a very tough time. There's a 1 second gap there right now. My opinion is Cadell should lose this yellow jersey and give it to Frank Schleck and live to fight another day. We've now seen Menchoff is right into the red zone as well as he gets up behind Sastre. Sastre, he's the odd man out of the favourites. He needs some time gain now to start the long journey back. He can't ride the last time trial.
Well, Cadell Evans now is pretty much on the defensive, and again Christian van der Velde says, I'm going to go now. A lot of you can follow me if you can.
Well, there's some of the crowd up here on the finishing line as the three leaders head up towards the finish. No decision. Danny Pate of Garmin-Chipotle zigzagging across the road. Here comes the chase behind again. Menchoff, Cole, Sastre, watch out. Valverde is creeping up. We've split it 4 and 4 here at the moment, and Christian van der Velde might be the saviour of Cadell Evans today.
He may well be. I think if you remember back to the climb up to Hautacam, he was the saviour of Cadell Evans on that occasion too. Bernard Cole now comes out nodding that head of his in that strange gangly style to lift the pace once more. He's looking to improve on his 4th place overall at the start of the day, and he's not really looking for very much on Christian van der Velde.
They come up, they're about 1.5 kilometres behind the leaders of the race on the road today. That's how much they've closed up on what has become a totally personal battle between 6 or 7 men. The face of Sastre here. Every one of these riders today have dug into depths I doubt they ever knew they had.
Well, I tell you what, Phil, this is announcing that the next 2 days in the Alps are going to be very scary for the top 10 riders in the overall classification. Carlos Sastre has given his everything this afternoon, but we are not surprised to see the man in orange there, Denny Menchoff, the Russian rider wearing 131. Cadell Evans finding some help here and assistance
at the finish. Danny Pate's broken, but look at the speed of Simon Gerrans. The Australian has left them all. They should have dropped him, because this is going to give Australia a terrific stage winners. Chased home by Martinez. A win for Simon Gerrans after 4 Tours de France. He snatches the first ever victory, and that is absolutely delightful from the man from Mansfield in the state of Victoria. And a terrific result for Danny Pate. An all-day breakaway, and the USA rider gets third.
Well, that was a brilliant performance by Simon Gerrans. After all, Phil, he was dropped at the start of the day, climbed his way back into the leading group of 3 and came up with the sprint. Now it looks to me as if Cadel Evans has been on the ground here this afternoon, because you can see a little bit of dirt on his elbows. There is Christian van der Velde just trying and fighting to stay in contact. They're getting some assistance here finally from the pacemaking that's being done by Sammy Sanchez.
Well, they've thrown everything at one another and they're almost neutralised here. Sammy Sanchez is trying to get up to them and help them out. Bernard Cole, Denny Menchoff, Sastre and Valverde. None of them will affect the race destination tonight, but they're closing the gaps on Evans. He will note that.
Well, Bernard Cole in the blue jersey there, Phil, is looking for 46 seconds. That's all he requires at the end of today. And he's got with him the man who is just behind him in the overall classification, Denny Menchoff. I'm not surprised to see now a little bit of backing off there by Andy Schleck. He's done a great job. Christian van der Velde still in contact here, first, second and third in the overall classification at the start of the day, but now it's Roman Kreuziger who's setting the pacemaking there for Cadel Evans, still in the yellow jersey.
5 riders at 1 kilometre to go now. The race is on to see who will be the next wearer of the maillot jaune. Carlos Sastre has to take time in the Alps, he has to, and Valverde has to take lots of time, but he wanted to do well. He wanted to prove a point today. He's the Spanish champion.
Alejandro Valverde will ride himself possibly back into the top 10 at the end of the Tour de France stage this afternoon, and he's got with him Denny Menchoff. Phil, this is a great battle here, and there is the yellow jersey trying to keep it on his shoulders, and I'm looking at my clock here. He's already lost himself under the red kite, Phil, 33 seconds. So he's only just holding on to the yellow jersey ahead of Bernard Cole.
Well, my opinion, it'd be better if Cole took it away from him and took off a little bit of the pressure here, because the men that he really fears, I think, are around him, with the exception of Menchoff, who is gaining time. And there goes Cole again, and this could be for the yellow jersey.
Well, Cole knows this, Phil. He knows he is so close to the yellow jersey here this afternoon. He's looking for 46 seconds. That's all he wants. He doesn't care about finishing 5th or 6th or 7th on a stage like this. And look at Carlos Sastre. He too is pulling himself back up there. And Alejandro Valverde is riding like the true Spanish champion that he is this afternoon.
Well, Carlos Sastre is 1 minute 28 behind Cadel Evans. He needs time, and he started to get it by the look of it. 500 metres to go. Cole surely must realise now he could be a yellow jersey wearing the Tour de France. That has never happened to him before. Don't worry about the time count, because that is the time on Simon Gerrans, who's been home for 3 minutes. Cole, Sastre, Valverde's tracking a little bit.
Well, Cole gets out of the saddle again, Phil, over this final steep part of the climb. He doesn't have to worry about what position he's going to be this afternoon. He has to worry about the clock and what the clock is going to tell him. And once he's crossed the line, start your clock and try and count for 46 seconds, because that's what it's all going to be about at the end of the day. Has Cadel Evans and the group behind got any power left to try and pull back the gap that he had?
Menchoff has been placed in serious trouble here and might go back to the Cadel Evans group, because Bernard Cole, who's threatened to do something, he is most certainly now the new leader of the King of the Mountains, and the clock may also make him the new leader of the Tour de France. He's going all the way to the line. It is a case of every second counts, and Sastre is also gaining time. This race today has not opened up. It is completely closed down. We are still talking about a matter of seconds, and now 44 will do.
49 it's going to have to be. There is Alejandro Valverde going in. Look at the clock at the bottom there. It's 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Cadel Evans has to cross the line, Phil, inside of 4 minutes and 49 seconds if he's going to keep the yellow jersey. Here is Menchoff. He's been tailed off as well on the run-up towards the finish. Cadel Evans now in the yellow jersey is battling to keep that yellow jersey on his shoulders.
He has gone, and he only needs a second over the yellow jersey, and that is a second at least there. Cadel Evans
France knows he's fighting now to keep yellow, and it's a desperate moment. Schleck crosses the line. Well, the second's gone now, so there's certainly a new leader in the Tour de France, and you know Cadel Evans could well be sitting tonight in third place behind Bernard Cole as well.
He was, and let's prove it. Here are the finish times that mattered on stage 15. Bernhard Kohl was first home among the big names, having started the day 46 seconds behind Evans and 45 behind Schleck. Frank Schleck, though, lost only 38 seconds to Kohl, and he, of course, needed only 1 second over Cadel Evans. Evans finished 9 seconds behind Schleck, 47 behind Kohl. Program the maths, and this is the result. Frank Schleck, the new leader of the Tour, by 7 seconds from Bernhard Kohl, with Cadel Evans now third, another second behind. And too fast full stop, as it turned out, for Cadel Evans. Big changes at the top at the end of the first day in the Alps. Schleck, Kohl, Evans, the new 1-2-3 as we've said, and more significant changes behind them. Dennis Menchoff gaining time and up to fourth despite his crash. Christian van der Velde down from third to fifth, although only a second further off the lead than he was at the start of the day. And Frank Schleck's teammate Carlos Sastre also moving into contention. The top 6, in fact, separated by just 49 seconds. Further back, Alejandro Valverde in 9th had gained a little time but lost a valuable teammate. Damiano Cunego was 15th but too far back to pose a real threat. Andy Schleck up to 17th but a few more seconds down after his efforts on behalf of his brother. And 2 British riders left in the race now. David Miller 51st at 52 minutes 37 and Chris Froome 95th at 1 hour 37 minutes. In the other competition, Bernhard Kohl, as well as being second overall, had taken over at the top of the King of the Mountains classification. Oscar Freire was looking the hot favourite to take the green jersey in Paris. And the leading young rider was Italy's Vincenzo Nibali. Stage 16 took the race back into France and over the highest paved road in Europe, the Col de la Bonnette, just over 2,800 metres. Leading over it was the youngest rider in the race, 21-year-old John Lee Augustin of Barlow World.
They struggle up the climb here now. Look how narrow this road is. The snow markers on the right of the track here. Augustin's made the move. What he has done is completely shatter that leading group. He's got 4 riders trying to bring him back here, and he's got 1/3 of a kilometre to be the first man over this mountain.
Well, that's what he's thinking about. Look at the way he's bouncing on those pedals. He still looks quite fresh. He's still fairly supple as well. He's looking over his shoulder now to see what kind of damage he's done. He is now, Phil, about 200 metres away from the highest road in Europe, and that is quite phenomenal. He's a young rider, just 21 years of age at the start of the Tour, and he is the youngest bike rider in the Tour de France this year.
He celebrates his 22nd birthday on the 10th of August this year, and this would be far and away his greatest ever performance. Barlow World gave him a chance in a big team. He was on the list to ride the Tour last year, but he never made the final cut. He made it this year, and now he's about to top the highest point of this year's Tour de France. There is a reaction, but it's going to take, these boys are so tired now, it's unbelievable.
This is really, Phil, at this point, just a question of survival. You get a chance there to see how steep this climb is. He's looking, he's tilting his head to one side as if to look around the corner and see where is the summit of this climb. Please let it finish, and please let the 20-minute or so descent down to the finish line come to me very quickly indeed.
He turned professional last year for Barlow World. He's never won a race as a pro, but he's offered an awful lot. He finished second in the Tour of Japan. That more or less got him his pro contract in 2006. He's been well up in the national championships as a youngster, but he's over the top now, and he's heading towards the valley below, and it is a long way to the valley below. We really are on top of the world here. This is the highest through road in Europe.
That was good for a €5,000 prize, and this was good for the top spot on YouTube for the next 24 hours. Missing a corner on the descent and heading over the side. His bike became bounty for anyone brave enough to go looking for it. One fan was brave enough to go down to help him up, although cleats make pretty poor crampons. Dennis Menchoff was racing perhaps to save his Tour.
5 kilometres to go to the finish.
And just look at this, Sandy Cassar lying off the back here. I'm not sure he's too happy here at all. 4.9 kilometres. We've just passed under 5 kilometres to go. These are the 4 leading riders: Popovic, Arroyo, Dessel and Cassar. Cassar's the rider at the back. He's still not happy with this descent, and he lays off so he can see every corner.
Well, he wants, I think, to pick his own line around these corners. There in front, you've got Tadek Valjavec, who's chasing like a madman to get himself back into the race. With the man in blue there is George Hincapie. Just sitting on the back of the group is David Arroyo. And they're still looking for 30 seconds. It's going to be very difficult, Phil, on a downhill section of this course to actually get yourself back into contact. That's Portal, by the way. Arroyo's in the leading group of 4.
That's right, and they're still waiting for news as to know if John Lee Augustin has started riding his bike again. I would hope so by now, but we're now looking to see who's going to win the stage here. 3.9 kilometres to go. As these riders continue to descend towards the finish now, one of these 4 surely will win. Looking at the 4 leading riders, just gone in 4 kilometres from the finish. I can't see them being caught now, Paul.
Well, they shouldn't. They've got 30 seconds over a 3-man chase group, Portal, Hincapie and Valjavec, and it's a long way back to the yellow jersey group, around about 1 minute and 45 seconds. The question is, have they studied the race handbook this morning? Because you might as well lead over the last kilometre, because I reckon the first man around the corner is going to get himself the stage victory.
But
Cassar is struggling.
Yeah, he doesn't like going down at all, and this could cost him the race, this, because we race right into the finish downhill.
Well, it's straight downhill into the outskirts of town here, and then straight across the river and a right-hand bend. 3 kilometres to go. Sandy Cassar must be dreaming of the victory that he got in the Tour de France last year, and wondering, he chased a victory in the Tour de France for many, many years, and here he's facing up to the possibility of a second one.
Well, just look at the way these riders are lining up for the bend here. Well, it's like watching a motor race here as they brake hard and then they try to go up on the inside of one another. 2.7 kilometres to go. There's the spread for you. 1 minute 42 across the board.
Well, I tell you what, these riders also know, Phil, that if they mess about in a situation like this and start to play the cat-and-mouse tactics and slow down, then George Hincapie's group will come back into contact, and they wouldn't want that, because Hincapie would then be the strongest sprinter in the front of the race. Currently, I would have to say my money would go to Jaroslav Popovic, but you can never discount the man sitting on the back, and although he looks like he's been struggling, I'm absolutely certain that Sandy Cassar is itching to win this bike race this afternoon.
He is, and that's why he's trying to hang on, and he might change his attitude if he can just get to see the finishing line here. But the way they are going around, another tight bend. Cassar taking a little bit closer order there as he tries to hold on to the whip end. Cyril Dessel is the worker at the front. Another one is a French sandwich at the moment, and they've got the other riders in between, the rider from Ukraine and the rider from Spain.
Yeah, David Arroyo, this is a little bit further back now.
Here comes George picking up Samuel Sanchez, isn't it? Or is it Kirkin?
This is Sammy Sanchez, and I would expect that to be Kirkin. Or maybe it's, in fact, Sivsov who's been picked up by Sammy Sanchez, because Sivsov was in the group with Hincapie, and he got dropped.
Well, they're still well spread out. Sylvester Schmidt here also trying to put matters to rights without his team leader now. Damiano Cunegan and make a tight bend here.
Well, it's still Denny Menchov and Kip Kirkenfeld trying to keep themselves in contact with the yellow jersey group, so they're losing a little bit of time here this afternoon. And strangely enough, as Cadell Evans almost predicted it, on the descent, which is becoming much more tactical than the uphill part of the course.
There might be some losses amongst the leaders, Christian van der Velde and Menchov. I haven't seen Sastra either. But as we're starting to move at 1.3, that's opened it up with the leaders here now. And that is Popovic, who's gone early. And Cassar was straight onto him here, and that one's not going to work. Popovic, I think, at 1 kilometre to go, is easing up again to tempt somebody else in front. It was a good move, it didn't work.
It was a good move, but Sandy Cassar, as we'd said, was very observant. He was waiting for that move at 1.5 kilometres to go, and now he's in first position. It's not the best position to be, I don't think, because I'll tell you what, it's a very nasty right-hander. Here's the move coming from David Arroyo on the left.
Well, that would be a surprise, but he's gone for the inside. Dessel is now going after him. Popovic still lively at the back, holding on, thinking Cassar will close the gap for him, and Cassar takes it up. Arroyo has made a real run for the finish here, but Cyril Dessel, and this is the way up toward the braking hard. Cyril Dessel has got the lead, and this could be a victory for France, and it wasn't to be expected today. But Cyril Dessel brakes hard, sees the finish now as he goes into the straight, and now he's got a kick out of this. There's still a chance for Popovic. No, Cyril Dessel has run away with this, and he deserves it. That is a huge result for him. He's not there yet. Oh, yes, he is across the line. Do you know what? I didn't see the line. There was so much around that bottom bend. Saint-Brieuc carried on sprinting like it wasn't over.
Well, it was a very tricky finish on the run in there. Here's George Hincapie, Phil, lining himself up for 5th place. Oh, how much he wished he'd stayed in contact over the top of that climb, because that could have been a victory for Big George. And here he looks, lines up for 5th place.
Yes,
ahead
he knows
of Portal and Tadej Valjevic.
He knows it. He's a rise shaking the head there by George Hincapie as we swing here to the melee around a French winner on the toughest day of the Tour de France. They will not believe this. Saint-Brieuc doing well. And there's the hero of the day, Stefan Schumacher. Well, at least he'll be voted the day's most aggressive rider. There can't be anybody in the hat for that.
Well, it's good to see that he managed to survive, because bear in mind there has been a massive battle behind as Schumacher lines himself up now to get himself across the line. And I think that will be 8th place for him.
8th or 9th, yes, but either way, the hero of the day, and only losing at just on a minute. Now the battle of all the men that matter here. And this is another lead out. It looks like Bernard Cole, the 2nd overall, is going to hang on to the lead out. He's not going to lose any seconds. Neither is Cadel Evans, who's right up the back. You've got to finish alongside each other, so there's no time difference. So they're all going to do that. There will be some of the riders lose a little bit of time today, but Andy Schleck finishes it off there with Cole, Evans, Schleck, the other Schleck, Frank, and Sastre was there as well. Now my watch is running, Paul, and to see how much time this man has lost.
Well, I'm so surprised in Denis Menchov here this afternoon, because he was dropped on the descent of the Col de la Bonnette Restefort, and now he's fighting to keep himself in the bike race here this afternoon. He's got Kim Kirkham there for company, and he's lost himself already, Phil, 10 or 15 seconds.
No, more than that, Paul. Half a minute has gone by, and that is a huge time loss for this man as he races up to the line. 33 seconds, I make it on my watch, since Cole crossed the line.
At the line, Menchov had lost another 35 needless seconds in a race he could have been leading if only he'd been paying more attention. He was down a place to 5th behind Carlos Sastre, and his deficit was up from 38 seconds to a minute 13. Christian van der Velde had been dropped on the climb, and he now trailed by over 3 minutes.
Alpe d'Huez is always a great day on the Tour, even if it's one that half the crowd are unable to remember the day after. The last time the race had come here in 2006, the stage winner had been Luxembourg's Frank Schleck. But climbing the Alpe for the glory of a stage win while the real race goes on behind you, and climbing it in the yellow jersey in the thick of the real race, are completely different propositions. For Frank Schleck and the rest of the contenders, the stage win was irrelevant. What mattered was getting some distance on Cadel Evans in advance of the final time trial.
And stage 17 was the perfect platform from which to launch attacks, 210 kilometres and featuring 3 super category climbs. First, the riders had to tackle the Col de Galibier over 2,600 metres high. Then the Col de la Croix de Fer, just over 2,000 metres, before the final climb up through the crazed crowds to the top of Alpe d'Huez. CSC set the pace pretty much from the start of the stage, an impressive show of strength in depth that achieved nothing over the first 2 climbs except to tow Cadel Evans along at a high tempo. The leaders were all together as they hit the foot of the Alpe.
There's no little ease into the Alpe. It bites you straight away. It's steep, it's hard.
And there is no pardoning either, because the Alpe never gets easy. There's no flat part to the Alpe. As we can see now, the face here of Vladimir Gustov. He's going to give everything he can finally to try and set his men up. I have to say that Andy Schleck looks very comfortable there. Carlos Sastre knows
Sastre
he has to go.
And Sastre has got Menchov on his back wheel. Here comes the kicks from the stars now. This is the moment of truth as the others drop away. Lawrence Ten Dam drops off, but his team leader is there. Menchov is marking Sastre. Sastre needs big time. He's gone from the bottom.
Well, he knew he had to do this. That was the only thing that Carlos Sastre could do. But look, Phil, how calm Denis Menchov looks here this afternoon. And behind, it's a little bit of tactical work going on for Team CSC, because they're saying,
Evans,
if you want to move, you've got to chase him down. And Cadel Evans knows that. Moving upside the outside, Johan van Summeren, Phil, all of a sudden has found something special to go up there and help his leader.
Well, Sastre needs time. He's got to go. He's gone early. Denny Menchoff had him marked well. He's gone with him. But Cadell Evans, helped by a teammate who cannot stay with him very long. Damiano Cunego's had enough. He's gone off the back. Cyril Dessel, the winner yesterday, he's just been blown away. George Kim Kirken rather, is struggling under the pressure. They must have known the pace would go as immediately this climb started. They've caught Sastre back. First attack has failed.
Well, again he goes. Carlos Sastra's got something in his legs here this afternoon. He wants to go alone, Phil. He does not want anyone on his back wheel, and Menchoff is looking with a much bigger gear to try and pull Carlos Sastre back in.
Well, Menchoff read the first one, but when you are a pure climber, you can do what others can't do. You can relax and accelerate for a second time.
You can go and you can go again, and that's exactly what Carlos Sastre has done. This is Roman Kreuziger. He's getting left out of the back end of the main field, but he's a young star too. And now alone at the front, going over and past Jérôme Pinault, is Carlos Sastre, who is climbing, Phil, like a real pure climber this afternoon.
Well, he is the man with the stamina. He's had a third-place finish in the Tour de France the year that Floyd Landis was disqualified. He's had a fourth-place finish. Sastre now needs 49 seconds to pull on the jersey of his teammate, Frank Schleck. There's no reaction from Schleck now. Mario Ertz is the rider on the front, doing what he can for Evans as long as he can.
Well, Carlos Sastre knows, Phil, that if he wants to get his one chance at a shot at winning the Tour de France here this afternoon, he's got to get time. But he doesn't have to get seconds, he has to get minutes. And Mario Ertz there is doing the greatest job I've seen him do in the Tour de France for some time as he sets the tempo on the front. But they're all now leaving it up to the man who they're a bit concerned about. The man who was scary on Prato Nevoso, the man who leads the King of the Mountains classification, Bernard Cole, but he doesn't have it here this afternoon. He swings off and says to Frank Schleck, you do it. Schleck says, I'm not chasing, that's my man in front.
Well, this is around the point where Lance Armstrong said goodbye to Jan Ullrich and then continued to the top. But look at this now. Is this David Moncoutier, is number 188 at the back to the front here. As the riders crack, Jérôme Pinault is now been dropped here. Sastre knows he's made his move. Now can he hold it? It's an awful long way to the top and it never ever levels out.
Well, a lot of riders getting help here from moves like this move by David Moncoutier. He's on his last warning with his team. If he doesn't do something in this Tour de France, his contract will not be renewed. Now he's trying to ride himself into the bike race. Here's young Chris Froome going backwards, but I tell you what, he's learned an awful lot today, Phil, about himself as Mario Ertz disappears from the front of the race. Menchoff, this...
No, it's not It is Menchoff, yes, Menchoff, I thought it was struggling. A 2. Well, that's caught Denny Menchoff. The man we thought might be holding something back is holding nothing back. He has blown on the Alp. Now the battle is strengthening. Christian van der Velde is still in that group there, while Sastre makes his bid. Yes, he is only 49 seconds off yellow, but he needs much more than that for Cadell Evans not to win the Tour, because Cadell will annihilate him in the time trial by anything up to 90 seconds.
Well, you can see now Bernard Cole looking over his shoulder. Come on, come and help me. But on his shoulders, he's got the two Schleck brothers. They're just sitting, Phil, in the wings and waiting. They are hoping that their man, Carlos Sastre, has got the ability today to pull out minutes, not seconds, over Cadell Evans and the other favourites. David Moncoutier is back in the group, but this now is a group of the heads of state. Still, Christian van der Velde is there. Still, Cadell Evans is there. And Evans, Phil, I think now is looking to make the move.
Well, Evans looks across here now because Bernard Cole, his head always nodding in this straight side motion, has got to the front here. Cyril Dessel looks as though he's back in this race at the moment. And Cadell Evans looking to climb now, locked in. He's marking the yellow jersey of Frank Schleck. He better watch out where Bernard Cole goes as well.
Well, Bernard Cole is being put into a position today that if he wants to win this bike race, Phil, he's going to have to do something special. He dreamed about getting himself the yellow jersey on Prato Nevoso. Now he's got the polka dot jersey on his shoulders, setting a false tempo now, and it looks as if... attack. Yeah, that's AG2R going off the front of the group.
Well, AG2, is this Dessel or Efekim? I can never recognise these two. As they start the attack here for AG2R, there'll have to be a reaction, but not quite so sinister, as they must chase back the race leader.
Well, I tell you one thing, the Schleck brothers are all over the front end of this group, Phil, and they are controlling it somewhat dangerously. And I have a feeling if anyone was to come back to Carlos Sastre, the Schleck brothers are going to whack this group very hard indeed.
And look at Christian van der Velde, the American who came here really as leader of his team, but nobody really thought he would challenge for a podium finish. He's been challenging ever since the race started. It's Vladimir Efekin, yes, who's in that group. The group consists of Cadel Evans, Andy Schleck, Frank Schleck, Valverde, Efekin, Bernard Cole, Christian van der Velde. The heads of this year's Tour de France are now fighting it out on the Alp. And it could be the winner tonight, will be the winner in Paris. And the yellow's gone. And Cadel Evans immediately reacts.
Well, Cadel Evans, he knows he has to keep a very close eye on Frank Schleck here this afternoon. Look at this. Evans has finally taken the race by the horns here, Phil. He's decided, right, guys, I'm going to show you why I am the #1 favourite before the start of the Tour de France, because I will dominate the pace here. But immediately, it's Bernard Cole comes to the front again.
For me, the danger is Cole. I think Schleck is in difficulty. That should have worked for Frank, and it didn't do so. I'd be very worried now, and Andy Schleck is also at the back. Is he planning to launch an attack as well? A great move by Sastre. He had no choice. He had to go at the bottom. He needs a win by 2 minutes if he's got a chance of winning the Tour. That's what we think.
That's what we think, and I'm sure that's what Cadel Evans thinks as well. The great thing about Carlos Sastre, Phil, is he is a magical climber. Sitting at the back here, though, is
Chris Froome's coming back up here.
He's coming back with Denny Menchoff. He's pulling himself back into the bike race here this afternoon.
Well, just looking here at Carlos Sastre, the clock is saying he's nudged out 22 seconds. He's 49 seconds, so he's 27 seconds off yellow. Make that 25 seconds off yellow. This is Bernard Cole. They've never had an Austrian rider like this. Andy's going. Andy's turned. Cadel has spotted him, and he's on him straight away. But Andy just wanted the back wheel of Cole.
He's just watching, making sure that nobody goes. They're trying to protect the position of Carlos Sastre here this afternoon. Look there at Alejandro Valverde, looking pretty comfortable in this group. Team CSC have laid the foundations here this afternoon. What they need to know is how much energy have the other guys got the group. And Efekin is about to make a move.
A 1 minute 13 span of the top 5 in the Tour de France as Vladimir Efekin goes. He may not be quite so heavily marked by Cadel, but Andy has decided to shoot across that gap and join Efekin on the attack. Now, Andy Schleck himself is 9 minutes behind. There's no reason for Cadel Evans to chase him down.
Yeah, but I tell you one thing, one man who was responding to that was a certain rider from the United States, Christian van der Velde, has gone right across that gap, and I think van der Velde has decided to go straight over the top of them.
Van der Velde said this morning, if he arrives at the Alp and feels good, he will attack. He needs a little bit of time, and then in the time trial, he knows he will have the advantage along with Evans. And Andy Schleck is up there with him right now. I think Frank Schleck is in trouble.
Well, Frank Schleck is sitting there back on the wheel of Cadel Evans, as he was on the climb a couple of days ago to Prato Nevoso, when he gave the advantage to his brother and he gave his advantage to Carlos Sastre. Trying to keep himself in the bike race, though, number 131, Denny Menchoff, Phil. He looked so strong at the bottom of the climb, but that's the amazing thing about Alpe d'Huez. It is an unforgiving climb. You make one effort too many, and then you have to pay for it.
Frank Schleck, his face never, ever looks as though he's in trouble. I've never seen him appear to suffer, and yet I'm not so sure he can lift his pace here. Evans is marking Valverde at the moment. Andy's come back and had a chat with brother Frank and probably said, what do you feel like? Because they need to know the answers here. Cadella has his hands full. They're hitting him at every side. This is the rider I would worry about, Paul, Bernard Cole. Cadell knows he can beat him in the time trial, but he won't want to give him much.
He doesn't want to give him too much at all, and the amazing thing about Bernard Cole is he'll keep going and going. And as soon as he saw the impetus going out of that group, he decided to accelerate. But look at the way this man is pedaling here. Carlos Sastre is now inside of 10 kilometers to go. 6 miles of climbing. Again, he's riding a long solo effort. He needs more than 28 seconds, Phil. I've got to tell you that. He needs an awful lot more, maybe 2 minutes. And to get 2 minutes on the final climb is not an easy call.
I've never, ever seen Carlos Sastre race as well as this. Let me quickly tell you his finishes in the Tour de France. In 2001, 20th, 2002, 10th, 2003, 9th, 2004, 8th. He dropped out a little bit in 05, 21st. 2006 he was 3rd. Last year he finished 4th. There's only one place he wants, it is the win. And this is his last chance. He needs 2 minutes to win the Tour.
He's got to get that, but it's awfully difficult on the final climb of the day to do that. And the only chance he'll get that is if the other guys start to crack or start to watch each other. And still, Bernard Cole knows that. He's not letting anybody get off the front end, because if he loses time today on somebody like Carlos Sastre, he could be losing a podium position.
There's so many riders now being hit from all sides, but I have to say, what a wonderful Tour de France. Frank Schleck here has gone to the front. I do not believe he's got it. He's lassoed Christian van der Velde and put him back. Evans has climbed through now. He's got Bernard Cole. At the moment, things are good for the Australian, I think, because Sastra's only got 34 seconds. But by the same token, Paul, and an attack by Schleck. Was Schleck kidding us all here? There's a reaction from Cole. This is a huge effort by Schleck. He looks back, you know. I'm not sure he can ram this one home. Cadel Evans doesn't look like a man in trouble.
Neither does Bernard Cole, who keeps dragging himself back. But I think the Schleck brothers, Phil, are playing with this group a little bit. They're launching these attacks to take the impetus out of the organisation of any chase behind Carlos Sastre. And when they slow down, it's going to give advantage to Sastre. And look at that, 40 seconds. Valverde now says, OK,
He's looking for 3 minutes and 23 seconds, and we thought he'd written himself out in the Pyrenees. The champion of Spain has got the Schlecks on his wheel, and he split him away from Cadel Evans and Bernard Cole.
Well, that was a big move, and now they're going to put Cadel Evans on the defensive. Cadel Evans is on the wheel of Bernard Cole, and he knows he's got to move.
This is the effort. Look at the face of Andy.
Andy Schleck looks over and says, bro, let's go.
Well, this is it now. They've got the gap. They've broken the elastic. Evans is on his own. He's got to get him up there. He's followed by Christian van der Velde. He's followed by Bernard Cole. And this is a huge effort. Now, one thing about Cadel Evans is he's an absolute fighter.
He will fight. He'll try and stay in the bike race here this afternoon. Alejandro Valverde set that up.
Coming
back. Down
He's
and
coming back.
It's all down, though, Phil, by Cadel Evans sitting on the wheel of Van der Velde. Van der Velde is riding a superb Alpe d'Huez here this afternoon. And Bernard Cole is the man now put into difficulty. Well, I have to say that's his own fault.
It is every man for himself here. I'm not sure, and you can never prove it, but I reckon Valverde's got a little deal going with the boys from Luxembourg. Now they're still talking, and that's not allowed, but of course, who cares? This is the Tour de France. We're talking about the race win today. 9.1 kilometres to go. Schleck is trying, Andy that is, trying to get the spectators out the middle of the breakaway here. Now, Valverde carries on. Andy Schleck has not got it, I'll tell you right now. And Cadel is a little bit slow to respond, but still looks good.
Well, Cadel doesn't have that acceleration on the slopes of a climb like this, Phil. What he does is he allows somebody to accelerate like a climber, then he slowly drags himself back up to make the contact, because it's like the other guys have got petrol engines and he's got a massive, great big diesel engine. But once he gets it up to speed, it's very difficult to slow him down.
We're about 17 minutes away from the end of the stage. How much time can you lose? And that's what Cadel Evans will be reckoning now. Carlos Sastre, they stopped giving us a time check there. He must be close to his race lead, though, of 49 seconds. He's got 23 of them just now. Those counterattacks by his own teammates is damaging Sastre's lead.
Yes, but it may well pay into his advantage down towards the end, because what these accelerations and decelerations will do will take the will of the other guys in this group away from chasing down. Look at Bernard Cole. He was the man who was doing most of the pacemaking on the front before to try and pull back the breakaways. Now he's been put onto the defensive.
Well, there is the select group, and Stefan Goubert has somehow got himself in there, the oldest man in the race at 38, riding with the elite of the Tour de France.
Well, now there's a move, and talking about Stefan Goubert, just immediately he must have heard that, because he goes straight over the top, but he's immediately covered by Andy Schleck. Andy Schleck says, sorry, mate, nobody's going anywhere here this afternoon. Bernard Cole is in second position. Frank Schleck in the yellow jersey. Van der Velde looks phenomenal there in the white jersey with the blue sleeves, and again, it's in a movement here by Goubert, the oldest man in the bike race. He comes up to the front and thinks, well, they don't really know who I am, so they may well give me a chance to move off the front end of this group. Well, this is a great acceleration, and as you can see, they're going round the corners on the outside where the corners are not quite as steep, and it allows you to keep the tempo going. Sammy Sanchez dragging himself back onto the tail of this group.
Well, we still see here the man who's the oldest rider in the race here, Saint-Brieuc. This is Lavelanet on the back, so he's now lost ground. Denny Menchov just trying to hold those yellow cars up ahead in sight, but he's losing yet again more time as Andy Schleck tries to again put a nail in the coffin of Cadell Evans and Bernard Cole.
Well, I'm not really sure why Cole keeps chasing across after these groups, Phil, but he's got himself the gap this afternoon. Andy Schleck looks the most comfortable to me of all of the riders in this group because he is doing the work. He's marking all of the moves. Again, Van der Velde's got the legs to come across this gap, and he knows Frank Schleck very well. Let's not forget they used to be teammates on CSC together.
Well, they text each other after Frank got the yellow jersey, but they both want the yellow jersey. They're not friends now. Cole has struggled up behind Andy. These boys are all on the limit of their ability and they're almost equal. It's all a question as to who can put the attack in when the others are just feeling a bit rough.
Team manager of CSC charging across the gap. Have a quick look at that time gap there, Phil. 55 seconds. The fact that these guys keep attacking and slowing down means they're actually playing into the hands of Carlos Sastre, who's riding at his own sensible pace all of the time. Every time they attack in this group, they each into his lead, but then they slow down too much and they give the advantage to Carlos Sastre.
Carlos Sastre is now the race leader of the Tour de France on the road. If he gets to the top, he'd be the 7th leader of this extraordinary event. The record, by the way, is 8 different leaders. And there he is now being cheered all the way to the Maillot Jaune. But even if he pulls it on tonight, he won't have enough time to keep it if it stays at 57 seconds.
No, it's going to be a little bit too short for him. He's looking for at least another 1.5 minutes on today's stage, Phil, because let's not forget he starts the day 49 seconds behind his teammate, but he's also 41 seconds behind Cadell Evans in the overall classification. So he needs to start the time trial with at least 2 minutes lead. And again, there's another move coming from AG2R.
Well, this is incredible. The way these guys push it home, I really don't know. I think this is Lavelanet who's gone now. And again, he just creates a ricochet reaction from these boys.
But Andy Schleck, every time, Phil, is the policeman. And I tell you what, Denny Menchov is slowly but surely pulling himself back into this group. And that's an indication that with these accelerations and decelerations, their average speed is not as great as that of Carlos Sastre. There you can just spot...
Christian Van der Velde is going to give it a go. He's going to go. He needs a little bit of time to fight back into a podium position here. He lost time yesterday when he crashed on the way off the bonnet, and that's why Andy Schleck has marked Christian Van der Velde and taken brother Frank back to the front.
Well, Cadell Evans on the wheel there of Alejandro Valverde. The Schleck brothers, I have to say, Phil, I don't think they're in difficulty. Today they're chasing all of the moves, giving the advantage to their man, Carlos Sastre. Dragging his way back into this race is Bernard Cole. He spent a lot of energy in the early part of the climb. I think wasting energy chasing down these little accelerations, and now he's seriously been put on the defensive. Sammy Sanchez comes back, Stefan Goubert comes back, and I think very shortly Denny Menchov will come back.
Well, he'll do a darn good ride if he gets back here, the way they're hitting each other. Look at the face of Van der Velde. He's almost licking his lips on Alpe d'Huez as he drags Frank. I don't agree with you, Paul. I think Frank Schleck's on the limit of his ability today. And you're right, Denny Menchov is going to get in amongst it here. They'll have to make room for him. The Russian rider is still a threat. One gets the feeling this Tour de France, by the time we get to Paris, we'll still be talking seconds.
I think you're absolutely right there, but Carlos Sastre is doing a phenomenal ride. You know, he's sat in the wings, he's waited and breathed this particular stage here this afternoon. He's known that this was important. Schleck is going again.
Well, they're going to have to keep on answering it as best they can because Frank Schleck has got no acceleration there. He really hasn't, and Cadell Evans is just marking them. He's not putting in any attacks.
I tell you what, Phil, these little accelerations and decelerations by the Schleck brothers are taking the impetus away from the group. They're disorganizing it in a very clever manner because everyone has to chase them down. You can't let Schleck go because he's the yellow jersey. You daren't let Andy Schleck go because he's got incredible legs on the slopes of this climb. Evans now is slowing down, and that's going to give you, the next time we get a time check, possibly a 1.5 minutes
at the moment,
to Carlos
it's
Sastre.
77 seconds, 1 minute 17 seconds, advantage Sastre. I take my hat off to him. He had to attack at the bottom, and he didn't waste any time in doing it. He hit him hard, and he's got clear. He took Menchov, remember, went back, then went alone. Menchov rejoins these 10 boys.
That tells me that there's no chase organised in this group. These guys are all over the road, and if
they should have done this, Lex. Stop that business of attacking. Let the leader go.
That is why they attacked, to break down the rhythm, to break the will of the riders in this group, and that's why nobody wants to chase. Cadel Evans really now should think about getting to the front and taking the stranglehold. It's Tadek Valjevec there on the front who's doing the pacemaking, but I'm not sure he's got the big engine to take down Carlos Sastre.
Well, Cole has got to remember too, he can't time trial either so well, and he needs time on Cadel Evans, and he's still in this group. He's also seeing a man leapfrog him in the overall classification. There's 11 riders here now at the chase. As we go to the front, the gap is shot up. 1 minute 27 now. If he gets 2 minutes, he could win the Tour de France, and that's what he's looking for. He won't win it today, of course. He's got to go to the time trial. 6.4 kilometres to the finish. 6.3. Sastre could be pulling off the ride of the Tour here.
Well, I'm surprised that there's no organised chase behind, but I'm pretty certain that it's the fact that the two Schleck brothers, Phil, have been going left and right after all of these moves has discouraged the riders in this group. It's taken the will to chase away from them. Let's not forget, Team CSC assassinated all of these riders this afternoon. Menchov will be happy with the fact that the pace has come down a fraction because he's pulled himself back into the fold.
Well, Sanchez has got himself back in here, as well as Menchov. They've clawed the way back, an indication that the pace has slowed a little bit. As we're heading towards 6 kilometres to go now, they're saying it's 1.5 minutes the lead of Carlos Sastre. And there will have to be a reaction here, probably in the last 2 or 3 kilometres. Evans has got to try and go, so too is Cole.
Well, it's interesting to know that the man who's doing the pacemaking on the front is the oldest man in the bike race. It's Stefan Goubert from AG2R, and he's brought it down to 1 minute and 25 seconds. AG2R are riding a phenomenal race here this afternoon, but I wonder if the pace is not going to be high enough. We're inside now of 6 kilometres to go to the front, and the main heads of state, Phil, are not doing the chasing. It's one of the lesser teams in the Tour who are doing the chasing. It's AG2R. They're trying to pull their man, Tadek Valjevec, back, but he's only in 10th place in the overall classification.
Well, that's the strange thing about the Tour de France now, because the leaders are so close here. This man is shortly going to see the summit. It'll still be a long way away, but at least he'll see it as he comes round the village of Foix. Round the corner we always call the Dutch corner, where so many Dutchmen have ridden to victory on the Tour de France. But Sastre today really has shown us he deserves to win the Tour de France.
Well, he wants to, Phil. He's dreamed about it. He's one of the most consistent Tour de France performers over the last few years. In fact, he's one of the most consistent Grand Tour performers, but he's never got the big win that he's looked for. He's never got the big win that he's promised, and he stretched it out once again to 1 minute and 35 seconds. You know, if they don't organise the chase, they're going to lose huge chunks of time. And if he goes to the summit with 2.5 minutes advantage, he could be leading Cadel Evans by 2 minutes.
Well, these boys, those attacks have absolutely knocked the stuffing out of them just now. They need time to recover because there's no resting place on this climb. It is a vicious climb. The top riders will climb it in 36, 37 minutes. The rest will take an hour to an hour and a quarter today. There's plenty of Australian flags here. There's even a British flag here. Well, the British riders have had their moment. 4 stage wins by Mark Cavendish. Mark would be the first to tell you he wouldn't win up here. This is now a battle for final honours.
Well, Cadel Evans at the back are pretty much on the defensive. It's AG2R is on the front end. Stefan Goubert, 38 years of old, is setting the pace ahead of Bernard Cole. Rocking his head a bit, but I tell you what, Valverde looks pretty dangerous as well there. Moving up, Valverde's having a quick chat with the team management there, deciding what he needs to do. The two Schleck brothers are waiting in the fold to see what they can do. 1 minute 47, it's going up all of the time.
He's going to hit the 2 minutes. He's got 5 kilometres to do it.
Well, I think he will hit the 2 minutes, and the fact is, Phil, that none of the big heads of state are chasing him. Evans isn't chasing, Menchov isn't chasing, and they're not going to get any help at all from the two Schleck brothers who are just sitting there waiting.
3 miles from the summit, and Sastre is heading for gold.
Yes, he is, and what he's heading for is as much time as he can grasp as possible. It's going up all of the time, almost with every pedal stroke, 1 minute and 51 seconds. I can't believe that Cadel Evans is not coming to the front to keep this in check. It's Stefan Goubert still moving up into second place on the defensive, playing the role of defender, the policeman in the white jersey. Andy Schleck says, I'm not going to set the pace, I'm just going to sit here and see if we can swing the advantage over to my men now. Looks like Goubert has lost a little bit of his impetus too, as the control on this group is being left up to Team CSC, and they ain't going to chase because it's their man in front. It's now 1 minute and 53 seconds.
Well, as Sastre ploughs on, 1:53 is the gap, and the crowd is now enormous.
I tell you what, Phil, I've got a funny feeling that there's nobody in that group behind has got the level of energy left to chase this man. He's every pedal stroke extending his lead, 1 minute and 55 seconds. He's going through a wall of crowd. There's orange supporters there for the Dutch. The Spaniards are here for him, and they're cheering him, chapping him on the back. They know this man. They've seen him for many years in the Tour de France because he's always been a steady performer.
Well, now he's shown us to be a very exciting bike rider. 2 minutes is hit, and Sastre has only ever won one stage of the Tour de France, and it was in Bonasque in the Pyrenees. He's now having the moment of his life here on the Alp itself, and this group behind, they've got to attack. They've all got to go for it shortly.
They cannot. They've got nothing left, and every time they move, on their wheel is a Schleck brother, whether it be Andy or whether it be Frank. They cover every move. They're not going to get any assistance there from Denny Menchoff because he's just happy to be in this group. Cadel Evans is just sitting at the back there on the shoulder of Frank Schleck. 2:04. There's still 4 kilometers to go. I have a funny feeling today Carlos Sastre could be laying down the foundations of victory in the Tour de France this year. He's banked everything on this 1 month of the year.
History has shown us that the man that pulls the yellow jersey on at Alpe d'Huez wins in Paris. He's building that sort of time gap to maintain the tradition of the Tour de France. At 5 kilometers to go, this is the first attack. It looks to me as though it's Valjevec going now.
Efemkin is the one who's moving this time, I think, Phil. There, Cadel Evans had said, right, enough is enough. I'm going to chase you guys down. You can see also Andy Schleck coming across here. He'll come to the wheel of this young man and he'll just sit there and say, if you want to chase my mate, you go for it, because we're looking for the overall lead here this afternoon.
Well, if they've got the energy now, they've got to counter this move, and they've got to up the ante a bit and go again. Because the flurry of action we've had has gone from the impetus of this breakaway. And that little acceleration you see took off a second or so, 1:58, and the return is there. But that's on these two, not on the group Cadel.
Well, you see Andy Schleck just sitting there. He's covering all of the moves. He's playing an incredible defensive role this afternoon. The yellow jersey group are playing the tactics here this afternoon. They're saying, Cadel Evans, you want to win the Tour de France, you assume the responsibility and you set the pacemaking on the front end of this group.
It's the only answer right now. Vladimir Efemkin looks over his shoulder and he's realised he's got the gap and found the younger of the Schlecks, and he's going to be the future star of the family by the look at it.
Valverde is the man lifting the pace on the front here now. He wants to pull it all back together as well. I have to say, Alejandro Valverde has found his legs here in the afternoon, and he's pulling himself right up to Efemkin and Andy Schleck.
Well, this is as big a crowd, I think, as we've ever seen. I didn't see where they were all hiding last night when we came up, but they're all there now, enjoying the arrival of the Tour de France at the mecca of this cycling event. And still at 1:53, this counter move is shutting it down, but these two riders really don't affect the yellow jersey. It's still on the shoulders of Sastre.
Yeah, but what's going to happen now, Phil? They've caught them up. Cadel Evans has seen this.
Evans
he wants
is going.
To keep the end.
He's lifted the pace.
He wants to lift the pace. He really just needs to ride a time trial now, Phil. He's seen that he's got 3.5 kilometers to go to the finish, and he has to ride this final time trial. He has to now ride the time trial like the one he's going to ride on Saturday. He's got to use everything he's got in his body now to reduce that time gap.
This is the ride we're looking for. Cadel Evans, the Australian, has taken control. He knows if he's to win the Tour de France, he must not allow Sastre to get 2 minutes.
He knows that in his mind. I think he fixed before the start of today's stage how much time he could lose on this mountain, and the time gap is stretching out again to over the 2-minute mark. But for Evans, he's got to ride his heart out here at 4 kilometers to go, Phil, to get himself back into a shot at winning the race in the individual time trial at the end, because Carlos Sastre is going to win the stage, but the question will be, how much time has he been able to put between himself and Cadel Evans?
And the answer is, we're not going to know this answer till Saturday at least right now, because Cadel Evans is reacting to the situation. 2 minutes 8 might just be enough. Sastre pushes on. Absolutely terrific cycling by Carlos Sastre.
This is a phenomenal performance by this man, and it was a performance that was set up by his team. As soon as they came away from the town of Embrun this morning, the front of the main field was covered by Team CSC, set up by Stuart O'Grady, set up by Nicky Sorensen, by Fabian Cancellara. This man has come out on the slopes of Alpe d'Huez this afternoon to repay the work that was done by his teammates. They laid the foundations for this move, Phil. They assassinated everybody in the race here this afternoon, and they left it up to their man to go out and finish it off on Alpe d'Huez. Look at that clock, though. Evans now is losing a bit of impetus again. He got the courage a few moments ago, and now it's hurting him. 2:15 is the gap.
Cadel Evans now knows there's got no friends here now. They know you want to win the Tour de France, you get up front and do the pacemaking. CSC, after a day of working for their man, have played all of the cards, and the ace is now up the road as we approach Alpe d'Huez itself, where the crowd are now behind the barriers here. Carlos Sastre will shortly flick around that far bend. He's riding through a noise of people here. 2:13 the gap. It is Carlos Sastre versus Cadel Evans, and the way it's looking, one will win the Tour de France.
Well, Cadel Evans wears number one, and he has to take complete control when you are the favourite, Phil, and Cadel Evans was, before the start of this Tour de France, the number one favourite to win this bike race. He now has to take responsibility, and you're right, there are no more friends in this group, but the two riders from CSC, Andy Schleck and Frank Schleck, are a psychological anchor on the back wheel of Cadel Evans here this afternoon, because he knows he's dragging the Schleck brothers up. Look at the flags of Luxembourg.
It's an absolute tunnel of flags of Luxembourg. Valverde is gone now, and the Cadel won't have an answer to that because he's been making all of the pace. Frank Schleck has marked Valverde. I have a feeling these two have had a bit of a discussion. Valverde now opens up the attack, and Evans is going across the gap because Frank doesn't have it.
I tell you what, Christian van der Velde is putting in a great performance here this afternoon because he is chasing down all of these gaps. Evans has got to keep the tempo going. He dare not slow down at all, because if he does, that will be reflected in the time advantage of Carlos Sastre at the end of the day. Look at the face of Denny Menshoff. Andy Schleck looking over his shoulder here. This young kid in the white jersey, Phil, 1 year is going to win the Tour de France. He is such a phenomenal climber. Give him a couple of years to improve his time trialling ability, and the way he rides these climbs, he's going to walk away with the Tour de France in the next 5 years.
It may be even next year, so Cadel better win it this year, as he puts in another bid here to become Australia's Sportsman of the Year, because he's ridden a race all by himself and he's taken everything thrown at him. 2:17 is the gap. Cadel knows, he'll have it in his ears. His manager will have told him, you've got to limit that escape, Cadel, because if you don't, you won't take that time back in the time trial.
Carlos Sastre, it says on his helmet, and it says in his heart here this afternoon, as he digs deep, he's looking for the Flamme Rouge, he's looking for the 2 kilometre to go banner. He's got to ride this time trial of his life, and at 2.15 kilometres to go, he's got 2.15 seconds advantage over the group containing all of the main contenders. Evans is pulling himself, Phil, inside out at this time. He knows he's got to do it.
2 kilometres to go. Two things we've shown today as the riders here come up the barriers of the last 2 kilometres of the Tour de France today. Sastre is heading for the stage win and the yellow jersey. 2 minutes 19, the spread to the maillot jaune. Sastre's proved that he will win the stage, that he will take the overall lead. He has not yet proved he will win the Tour de France, but it'll be jolly close by the end of this day.
It will be very close. I tell you what, Valverde looks so good. He looks like he's on the edge of his seat waiting to pounce, and I wonder if he's not pouncing today because he's thinking about national pride. He's thinking about Spain, and he's thinking about Carlos Sastre. Here at the back, Christian van der Velde has done a great job on the slopes of Alpe d'Huez this afternoon. Carlos Sastre, though, Phil, is in this part of the route where it's absolutely crazy. You can hear the noise. They're absolutely shouting like crazy for this man because they know he's doing a great performance. 2:22 is his advantage, and it still continues to go up.
Well, we're looking at number 11 here, the number Stephen Roach wore when he won the Tour de France for Ireland in 1987. Now Carlos Sastre is trying to win it for Spain. I would reckon that Christian van der Velde might be on for second place today and take the best of the rest here. We're getting up into the plateau of Alpe d'Huez. It rises right to the finishing line. Cadel Evans has got to drag these boys up. He's got to keep thinking time and not position.
He must not think about finishing second or third on a stage like this, Phil, as we're now looking at almost 2.5 minutes. Looks over his shoulder to say, am I getting any help at all here this afternoon? The answer is no. When you are the champion, when you are the man who's the #1 favourite, you have to assume the responsibility yourself. The two Schleck brothers just sitting there. The man who I think made a few mistakes in the early slopes of this climb is 115 there, Bernard Cole. He made so many attacks that he lost all of his power that he could have used to the end of this climb, as Cadel Evans now is trying to find that last little bit to survive. Menshoff comes forward now. He's got his big engine finally warmed up.
It's looking a bit worrying for the Australian at 2:24. Take off 40-odd seconds, of course, because that was his advantage behind Cadel. Menshoff is there as well, haunting on the right-hand side. Valverde is waiting to dash for the line for the sprint as well. Cadel Evans is fighting to win the Tour de France. The others can't. He can.
Well, he's just got to ride now as Carlos Sastre finally sees what he's been dreaming of, the Flamme Rouge, 1,000 metres to go, and he dare not, Phil, even think about celebrating the victory at the end of this stage. He's got to ride right to the line to try and get as much time as possible.
Sammy Sanchez goes. He sat at the back. He had to rejoin with an acceleration like that because it refreshes anybody. That second place just left the pack there. Andy Schleck has shot out after him. Now, if Cadel could just grab a wheel of Andy Schleck, Cadel's looking for a reaction. Menshoff's launched an attack as well. And now Van der Velde's going. They're all leaving Cadel Evans.
Well, Cadel Evans has got to just calm himself down here, Phil, and ride to the finish. It's all about time at this point. Sammy Sanchez now has got himself off the front, and he's looking to try and get himself a second place, but he could be actually doing damage to the lead of Carlos Sastre, his compatriot, but a man who rides on a different team.
Well, the thing is, he'll provide a carrot now for the others to chase. It might just reduce the lead of Sastre by a little bit. Cadel Evans still driving here, and there's Sastre dodging the barriers now as he heads for the finish.
Well, Van der Velde has gone behind as well in a very fast reaction. Now inside of the last 400 or 500 metres, Carlos Sastre looking around those corners. Where's the finish line? But what's important, Phil, is the time on the finish line. He's got to get himself around this corner. He's straightening up for the finish line, one of the most famous finish lines in the sport of professional cycling, the summit of Alpe d'Huez, 150 metres.
Carlos Sastre isn't the first Spanish winner here, but he might be the most significant as he's now laid his plan. He's waited for a week for the climb of Alpe d'Huez to prove this was his Tour de France. Now it is time that will give us that answer. But for the moment, meet the man who wins an Alpe d'Huez and becomes the seventh leader of the Tour. The seventh leader of the Tour de France. Carlos Sastre gets the win. The clock has started.
Well, that's the clock starting there. 6 seconds already have gone by. He started the day 49 seconds behind his own teammate. Phil, at the last time check, we had about 2.5 minutes. This is Sammy Sanchez now riding to try and get himself second place, but this could, and he's still got a kilometre to go to the finish.
That's amazing. He outclimbed them by a kilometre and about 300 metres, and they all were level at the start of the climb. It's all about time now. Evans must reduce it. He is leaving himself just about enough time to take this race in the time trial. But you know, once you ride in yellow, you ride like 10 men. Andy Schleck deserves to ride away right now. He's chasing Carlos, he's chasing Sammy Sanchez.
Well, he's ridden so defensively throughout the whole of the afternoon here. He comes up to the wheel of Sammy Sanchez. He wants to just sit there. He won't help him at all. 57, it's a minute has gone by already, so there's a change in the overall standings. Carlos Sastre will be the new leader tonight, but Phil, the important thing is how much time will he have over Cadel Evans when we leave the Alps behind tomorrow?
Well, Sastre, Sammy Sanchez has eased a little bit. Schleck has got on. At 500 metres, Schleck needs a few deep breaths if he's going to get something out of this. His brother won here last year. Schleck can finish second here this year, and CSC would take first and second after a day in which they have worked their hearts out. That would be a result.
It would be a phenomenal result here. Look at Andy Schleck, he's just waiting. Look at that face of concentration as he swings around here. He knows that 2 years ago, it was brother Frank who got the victory here, and he's trying to make it a 1-2. And look at the time gap. It's going to be more than 2 minutes by the time Cadel Evans.
They're all around the bottom corner, though, as Andy Schleck races for the line. Christian van der Velde looking for the 4th place finish, but Sammy Sanchez goes this time, takes on Schleck. I can't see where the line is now, but I would suspect that Schleck lost that to Sanchez. And here comes Cadel Evans fighting for time. They pull back a little bit, and the clock will stop on Evans. We're looking at the back of the line there. I would say at 2:15.
So the yellow jersey had changed hands without changing teams, from Frank Schleck to Carlos Sastre. It had been a slick CSC operation to isolate Cadel Evans. Still, it had taken a great solo ride to win the stage.
Maybe 1 second. Just I think that this moment is once in the life, and I want to enjoy also with that moment.
I think he did what he could. So it's okay to be happy for winning today, because to win today, that was something exceptional. So it's okay. If you lose 1 second, we can live with that.
I think most team managers could probably live with a 1-2 in the general classification. The standings now showed Carlos Sastre in the race lead by 1:24 from his teammate Frank Schleck. Bernhard Kohl was third at 1:33, a second ahead of Cadel Evans.
1:35, I take it that you have to make up on Sastre in the time trial. What's that going to take?
Good time trial.
196.5 kilometres from Bourg-d'Oisans to Saint-Étienne. Stage 18 takes the race away from the foot of Alpe d'Huez and then out of the Alps altogether via 3rd, 2nd and 4th category climbs, the last of them just 8 kilometres from the finish in Saint-Étienne. There was a crash early in the stage. In it were Philippe Gilbert of Française des Jeux and the man in 14th place overall, Lampre's Damiano Cuneo. He was the worse off of the two, and from the looks of things had slid face first along the tarmac. Once he'd been patched up, he had a Lampre escort back into the race, but obviously was in quite poor shape because in the end his teammates were reduced to keeping him company at the back of the race. Now, a slightly untidy breakaway today. Marcus Berghardt of Team Columbia and Carlos Barredo of Quick Step, a German and a Spaniard, got away. There are 3 men behind them, Mikel Astarloza, Christophe Lemavelle and Romain Fayou at about 4 minutes, with the peloton another 5 minutes behind them.
Well, this is one of Burkhardt's greatest moments on a single stage of the Tour de France, a chance of a stage win, and that would be a terrific result for him anyway, and great for the team who've done nothing and are being criticised for it in the Belgian newspapers. Oh, and he's gone again, the minute we cut away, but this time it is Burkhardt who has gone, and Barredo is going to have to be put on the defensive here, and now that is how you launch an attack. He's making Barredo work so hard here.
Well, he's probably got a little bit fed up by the fact that the Spanish rider had hit him hard 3 times in succession, and now his legs are really pinging. He's looked over his shoulder, he's got a little bit of a gap, but Barredo is clawing his way back to the wheel. I think Barredo has got this one covered, Phil.
He's got this one covered, I think, yes, around that roundabout, but if Barredo thinks he's got it covered, then he might lose the gap. But I think this time he'll nail him back. Now, there's no friends left up here now. They're not going to trust each other. So you can watch behind. The time will start to drop down. That was how it happened. Good move there and a perfect way to attack. Barredo was calling it through to do the work at the front, and Burkhardt decided to try one. We're looking at the 3 chasers here as they try to have their own private battle over that little climb. Meanwhile, up front, goodness knows what Barredo is saying. Let's have a look at their faces. They're just trying to reach an agreement to help and work to the finish and then sprint it out, would be my guess. Now, where are we now? We're back in the bunch here. This is an attack by the Cofidis rider. It's Samy Dumoulin, the little man in the race, who's trying to launch on this last climb of the race today.
Further up the road, these two still locked in their own personal battle, 10 minutes ahead of the main field. 2 kilometers to go. In around about a kilometer fill, they will come to the Andrei Kivilev roundabout, and then they will face 3 or 4 nasty little bends, while a little bit further back it is Kreuziger who's got away, and I'm pretty certain
Schleck who's coming across. Yes,
Schleck.
It is. He's got the reaction because he's only 13 seconds ahead of Kreuziger, and so we did get an attack for the few seconds.
Well, that's a very good move by Andy Schleck, and Andy Schleck is going to not really ruffle too many feathers in the group, Phil, because he's 10 1/4 minutes in arrears, but here he's trying to make sure he keeps himself in contact for the race for the best young rider.
Meanwhile, back in the race for the sprint here, these two are just giving no quarter
It's
now.
getting a bit nasty now when you start zigzagging like that. If you get it wrong, you can cause the other rider in the group with you to come off, and I wouldn't like to see that after they've been great friends. They've worked together to build up this lead. They've got over the chasers, Phil, and over the other riders in the main field. So now they need to just have a safe, straight brag strip sprint to the line. This group now, though, is actually going to move away from the front end of the main field and just getting on the back there. There was a quick glimpse of Leif Hoster. Now he's thinking about just marking the Andy Schleck.
He's
1 kilometre.
He's the Cadell policeman been sent up there to watch what's going on in the stalls. 1 kilometre to go, and they haven't rid each other, so it's going to be a sprint, or somebody has got to hit the surprise button to shaking the lactic out of the big legs of Marcus Burkhardt. This is the left-hand turn where they took all the traffic furniture out, just on the right there. They're riding through it now.
And they won't see the finishing line until the very last moment. There's a left turn, and a left turn, or they're really basically sweepers. After a long breakaway like this, you've got to back off the sprint, and I think Burkhardt has got to wait a fraction. He's got to lead the sprint out. He's got the power, I think, but once he gets the jump, I don't think Barredo will be able to come out of his wheel, and that's what Barredo is banking on. Barredo will try and be the rider to jump first and get the surprise, but probably not until 200 or 300 metres to go.
Well, the American team Columbia taking on the Belgian team of Quick Step. As they now go towards the line here, anybody can make the move. It is, in fact, Marcus Burkhardt, a German, against the Spanish rider Barredo. They are so tense here, they're going to make this a very late dash for the line. 500 metres.
They're looking round the corner. They haven't yet, Phil, quite seen the finishing barrier over the line now. Burkhardt decides to wind it up. He's challenging the Spaniard to come over the top. Come on, mate, you start the sprint first and I'll respond. Barredo has to wait until the very last minute. 400 metres to go.
Well, this is the slowest sprint we've had since the Tour de France began. They both want this stage for different reasons. Barredo slightly the advantage of surprise here. He just keeps looking at his man. We could be on the velodrome in a World Championship track sprint now, as these two riders are so twitchy, but they know they'll get one shot and only one shot. Barredo is trying to nudge him to make the attack. Now they've gone for the line, mano a mano, side by side, but I think Marcus Burkhardt is going to be a little bit too quick here. The man who's helped Cavendish to all of his wins now gets one for himself. I'm not surprised Barredo is so upset, but really against Burkhardt, Paul, he had no hope.
Well, he tried every trick in the book there, and he could do nothing to outwit the German. Burkhardt getting another great win for Team Columbia.
Yes, 5 now for the sport's newest sponsors, 4 courtesy of Mark Cavendish, of course, and an easy win in the end for Marcus Burkhardt after all the false starts, ahead of a furious but well-beaten Carlos Barredo. Behind them, Romain Fayou beat Christophe Lemavelle and Michael Astalotha in the sprint for third. There you go, Burkhardt, Barredo, Fayou, Lemavelle, Astalotha. The result, Germany, Spain, France, France, Spain. And in the next mini-group behind them, Andy Schleck, and the only man close to him in the young rider competition, Roman Kreuziger.
So Andy Schleck comes, but watch out, Roman Kreuziger, Dumoulin forcing it through, a little bit of a kick. The man that won at Nantes in the first week of the Tour de France is sweeping up for the French today, and he gets home in 6th place.
And here's the main field, and after all of that chase over the last few kilometres, it didn't really give very many people a great advantage. And across the road, it's the sprinters, Zabel, Hushoft and Oscar Freire.
Freire got the sprint from Zabel and Hushoft on the line. So more points in the bag against his main rivals in the green jersey competition. That is going to be Oscars in Paris for sure.
Andy Schleck less short of the white jersey, though. That'll go down to the final time trial. He finished 10th. All the names you'd expect finished in the main field too. 6 minutes 50 behind the winner. Chris Froome was on the other side of a small split in a group at 7 minutes 07. 20 minutes after the winner had crossed the line, the day's crash victim Damiano Cuneo came over with 4 teammates for moral support.
Now, few things mark out the world of cycling more than the garish flora and fauna of the sponsor. Yet, back in the days of the sensible woolen jersey and the challenging shorts, a simple stripe across the chest would have been considered foppish. But with the advent of the trade teams in the 50s and 60s, the advertisers moved in to exploit the space between the riders' pectorals. Jacques Anquetil rode a French liqueur into prominence, and through the 70s and 80s and into the 90s then, the big boys moved in. Whatever you wanted to shift, this was a way to do it. Cars, hi-fi and tellies, stamps or grout. And on the 2008 tour, we've got another load of bonkers products. Aluminium laminates, agricultural tubing, and one industrial brand management company that achieves durability in business through long-term value creation. It's not all useless nonsense though. Dave Miller's got a half-decent freebie attached to his bike. You're the only team riding with these sort of bits of kit, aren't you?
I think it's one of the team mill round, but we've got the latest. The engineers have actually been working with us the last month or so to kind of give us even more stuff on there. I mean, for example, we've got on here, okay, you have the time, speed, the distance you've been riding. This is the total ascent, the amount of meters you've been climbing during the ride. Kilojoules, but the kilojoules comes from here where the power. Now the power is a big thing in cycling these days. We don't just use our heart rate to measure the effort that we're doing, we measure the actual power in watts. But here we have an actual map, so it's actually like a car GPS, because Garmin obviously do car GPSs as their main business, and they kind of transfer it onto bike.
Take the first exit. In about 300 meters, turn left. Then you have arrived at your destination.
There we are, just 362 kilometres left on this race, 165 and a half of them today from Rouen to Montluçon. And it's tailor-made for a breakaway that stays away, just a couple of climbs worth an official designation early on in the stage, otherwise rolling terrain through the Massif Central. And keep an eye out for a town called Commentry at about 20 kilometres from the finish. There's the rollout in Rouen, and here's the first attack of the day, a good 300ths of a second after the flag was dropped. That didn't last long, but as we pick up the action, two riders have managed to establish a lead on the peloton, and they're both French.
1 kilometre to go. They got away after the other group of four had tried and tried and tried for 80 kilometres, never to get out of sight of the field. These two had a go at 85 kilometres from the finish, and they will decide the day.
Chavanel getting it into the right gear. He's got it now into the gear that he wants to start the sprint in, but he's going to start the sprint from first position. Looking over his shoulder, it's almost a repeat of yesterday when two riders are trying to duke it out. This is the cat and mouse tactics. Chavanel is the more powerful rider, but you never know. If you get caught out by a quick jump and a quick surprise, it could be everything for Jérémy Roy, but I feel that Chavanel today, Phil, he's got the strength to take this victory. He's looking confident, waiting to see if there's any move. He's making it a long, slow sprint, but once he kicks, I think he's got the advantage.
Well, I'm not so sure whether Jérémy Roy here, he's starting to grip those handlebars tighter, the pace is being lifted, he's being invited to make his move by Chavanel. Chavanel wants to see the move and then he'll try the kick. Well, he's still playing with Jérémy Roy, but watch out because that man has a little bit of a kick in those legs. Now he's going for it. He waited until the head came the other way of Chavanel. Look at the face of Jérémy Roy, but I'm not sure he's got the speed there. And Chavanel, the stronger of the two, he gets the first stage win in the Tour de France. Jérémy Roy gets his reward for being aggressive, but that was his 7th win of the season and without doubt his best of his career.
In the main field now, the organisation is Milram, and they're looking out for their man Eric Zabel. Over on the right-hand side, there's a big train coming from Crédit Agricole, and that is Thor Hushovd. Hushovd wants to try and get himself a lot of points here.
Frere is calculating he doesn't need points. He's trying to get out of a mess here. Leonardo Duque has got out there. As he comes to the line now, Duque may come and finish this off, the man in red, but I don't know whether he can take on the God of Thunder. The Team Columbia riders and Cholet have gone to the right, and it looks like a final kick here. Columbia can't do much wrong in this race as they're going to sweep up the board here, and Zabel again will have to play second. I think that's Gerald Cholet who takes the prize. He said if the things were right this morning, he'd have a go. It'll be third there this time, and had it all come together, I wonder if Frere would have made a serious move.
All the time gaps at the top are exactly as they were coming into the stage. Carlos Sastre leads by 1:24 from Frank Schleck. Bernhard Kohl is third at 1:33. Cadel Evans fourth, another second behind him.
The final time trial and the race for overall victory in this year's Tour is really between two men, and usefully for narrative purposes, two different men.
Carlos Sastre took the yellow jersey 3 days ago with a thrilling attack on Alpe d'Huez.
Meet the man who wins an Alpe d'Huez and becomes the 7th leader of the Tour de France. Carlos Sastre gets the win.
Evans had led the race for 4 days without a stage win through limiting the amount by which others won them. The Spaniard has about him the calm of a man savouring his time at the top and content that whatever the outcome, he's given his best.
This moment is once in the life, and I want to enjoy also with that moment.
Evans seems to be feeling the full weight of Australian expectations on his injured shoulder.
And then you plan your tactic.
Evans, though, remains what he was when he arrived at the start in Brest 3 weeks ago, a favourite to win the Tour. He's the time trial specialist, although no public relations specialist.
Easy day tomorrow. See ya.
Sastre has all the time in the world to tour, although his history in long time trials suggests that he'll need his best ride to hold on to the jersey.
Well, that's what Carlos Sastre will be fighting to defend, a lead of 1:34 over Cadel Evans in 4th place. The men in 2nd and 3rd, Frank Schleck and Bernhard Kohl, will be fighting to hold on to their podium places, and the man most likely to overtake them, other than Evans, is Russia's Denis Menchov, lying 5th at 2:39. There's the battleground, 53 kilometres to split the top riders in this race after nearly 3,500. Saint-Brieuc is the stage 20 start, close to yesterday's finish in Montluçon. And once the riders are down the start ramp, it's a looping, rolling course to Saint-Amand-Montrond with 3 time checks along the way. Well, Chris Froome turned in one of the best early times. He finished in 1:06.50, which was 2nd best. Then David Millar came in with a really impressive time, 1:05.27, best by over half a minute. Unfortunately for him, it lasted less than a minute because next to finish was world time trial champion Fabien Cancellara.
This man has come out of the Tour de France as strong as ever, and everybody thought he'd given all his strength to his team. Best time, and that might be the winning time, 1:04.11.
So Cadel Evans set off down the start ramp knowing exactly what he needed to do to take back the race lead for good. Carlos Sastre rolled away 9 minutes afterwards with the advantage of having Evans pass through the time checks ahead of him. Information which would be instantly relayed back through his radio earpiece, and the first check was at 18 kilometres.
The pressure that Cadel Evans is going through at the moment is really very difficult. He's got a great battle that he's got against Bernhard Kohl. Bernhard Kohl is actually doing rather an impressive ride. Cadel Evans has gone through there with 6th best time, 38 seconds down on the fastest men, Schumacher and Cancellara, but that's not important.
No, but it wasn't a good sign. All that mattered, of course, was the time it took Carlos Sastre to reach the same point.
Well, Paul, it's not the gains we expected to see, is it, by Cadel Evans over Sastre? That is nothing at the first check, quite honestly.
Well, Phil, at the first time check, Carlos Sastre has only conceded 12 seconds to Cadel Evans. Now, if you work that out, it should be 36 seconds at this point. Carlos Sastre is riding the time trial of his career.
Evans was fast running out of road to make up the time he needed. The next check at 36 kilometres would tell him.
This is the crucial check again here now. Evans at the 36-kilometre check at Charenton-du-Cher. Lang here is in 7th place. Evans comes in 7th with 44.08.
Well, 44.08, that's roughly exactly the same position he was, Phil, at the first time check on the road. It's a pity we can't get those dark sunglasses away from him to see what his eyes are looking like, to see what the expression is on his face. He's really struggling with this. Look at him trying to battle that gear. He is fighting his gear here, Phil. He does not look fluid at all.
No.
He's got his gears up a fraction because he knows how important this is. He's looking at the start of the day for 1 minute and 34 seconds. So far, he's hardly pulled back any of that. Here's Stefan Schumacher in the finishing straight.
Well, this is going to be a great time. He's taken 27 seconds out of the world champion on the last 2 checks, but has he converted that to be the surprise yet again in a time trial? He can see the clock, and surely he's going to be the new leader here. It is still a long way up, but this is another incredible ride by Stefan Schumacher. I think this will be the best time of the day. Oh, Cancellara will not believe that. 1:03.50, and that is the best time.
Sastre is coming up here and he's challenging the time of Cadel Evans at the 36-kilometre mark.
Well, as he starts to slip away, still a fair way to go. Don't forget, Cadel Evans at the moment has gone over the top of Cole. He'll go over the top of Schleck, so he's in second place in the Tour de France if we get down to the finish quickly. But this man is still holding on to that leader's yellow jersey. There's the 13th place of Cancellara, the winner, the leader. He goes to 14th time, 44.31, I think it was. Whipped away rather quickly there.
Yes, in fact, he's only lost 23 seconds to Cadel Evans at the 36-kilometre point, Phil. And I worked out before the start of the day, Evans needed to pull back approximately 2 seconds per kilometre if he was going to beat Carlos Sastre.
Yeah.
So far, he hasn't even done that.
Sastre is running at an expense of only a loss of 26 seconds at the moment to Cadel Evans on the day. And you know, he's never ever been that close to Cadel Evans, remotely close to that of Cadel Evans in his life. 61 seconds I think he's made and lost to Cadel Evans in the past. That's the closest he ever got. But right now Cadel Evans has not been able to drag that time. 1:34 he wanted. Once he hits the line, the clock will count it down. It's an awful long way through the chicane. This is a very tricky bend here. Once he straightens up off that barrier, he's racing for the line. Cadel Evans, his Tour de France has been all about a yellow jersey. He's worn the yellow jersey, but today I think he is not going to win the Tour de France, but with a bit of luck he is going to finish second for a second year, and that itself is a tremendous thing for anybody to do. Evans bobs up to the line. There's the time of Menchov has gone by. He's behind Menchov. He's been going through the checks in 7th place. That's the way it will be. He is coming in at the moment with the 7th best time of 1:05.56.
And look at this, the yellow jersey is about to catch his own teammate. Frank Schleck started 3 minutes behind Carlos Sastre. Carlos Sastre this afternoon has ridden, Phil, the time trial of his life, of his career, and he's looking now at the end of this road at a yellow jersey.
And he goes straight by him, no time to say hello right now, because a yellow jersey is at stake.
But Bernard Cole, Phil, has done a phenomenal ride. He's not going to rival the time of Cadel Evans. That's
Well, that's just as well. One second is all the difference. He must not finish 1 second better than Evans. If he does, he will be up there. And now Cadel Evans has gone above him by that 1 second. So Cadel Evans will be in second place in the Tour de France. And this rider looks like confirming a fine finish in third place in the Tour de France. All that tomorrow, of course, but today the time will tell. And that is a great ride, 1:06.11 for Cole. The leader of the Tour de France is under 1 kilometre to go, about 1 minute and 2 seconds to the finish.
Phil, he's been in the saddle for 1 hour, 5 minutes and 22 seconds, and he's inside of the final kilometre now. He's certainly going to keep his yellow jersey here this afternoon. He probably didn't believe it, but he said yesterday, Phil, at the end of the stage, when somebody said to him, what about the time trial? He says, I feel happy, I feel calm, I'm confident, I'll see what I do on the day. Well, I think it's the experience that this man has got, that he brings to the sport, that's allowed him to go into this and give his finest ever time trial performance.
He always told his team, I want to win the Tour de France. I want you guys to help me win the Tour de France. Now it looks like he has won the Tour de France. Carlos Sastre lines up for home. 1:07.29. It's not even going to be close, I'm sorry to say, for Cadel Evans, because he can amble up the home straight now, because tomorrow he rides to Paris in yellow, and by tradition they won't attack him. In fact, they haven't got enough time even near him to attack him. So Carlos Sastre comes home, his time in the time trial best ever. He thanks everybody, he waves to the crowd. He knows now he's won the Tour de France, and he's won it by around a minute.
time enough to celebrate for Carlos Sastre. A nice echo of Alpe d'Huez for those of us who thought he'd perhaps wasted valuable seconds then. And a welcoming party of CSC teammates waiting at the finish line. It was comfortable in the end. Cadel Evans made up less than a third of the time he needed on Sastre. Bernhard Kohl rode surprisingly well to hold on to third place on the podium and hold off Denis Menchov. The day's big loser was Frank Schleck, who lost 5.5 minutes on the stage and slid from 2nd to 6th. He was part of the team victory for CSC, of course. The self-effacing Carlos Sastre had finally established himself as the undisputed leader of his team and the race.
Con tanto contable a mi alrededor, haciendo cuentas, yo creo que la verdad es que lo único que tengo que hacer es dar pedales, ¿no? He sufrido desde que he salido, sabía que tenía que salir a tope. Y desde que he salido, he ido a tope, me decían 8 segundos, 10 segundos, 18 segundos, bajaba a 14, 20 segundos y la verdad es que los últimos 5 kilómetros ya de bajada hacia aquí ha sido cuando de verdad más he disfrutado de esta contrarreloj, ¿no? He sufrido, pero sabía que tenía suficiente tiempo como para mantener mi maillot, como para llegar a París con garantías.
Every year the Tour de France finishes on the Champs-Élysées, and thank God for that, frankly. These days it's about the one thing you can be sure of when the race sets off, that 22 days later, in some shape, size and state of health, it'll arrive in Paris. Everything else is subject to change without notice. The 2008 edition of the race had incident, accident, scandal, uncertainty about the outcome until the penultimate stage, but finally all the madness boiled down into one winner.
And he's not happy with the gendarme. I would watch that, Cadel.
It's a stupid question.
And then you plan your tactics.
Don't touche pas.
I totally picture this perfectly in front of my, mind. Like we're riding along the Seine, it's like beautiful sunshine, all 8 of us in the front, colors in yellow behind, everybody got a brand new jersey on, everybody brand new helmet, brand new bike. And we're just all riding together in the yellow jersey to Paris and crossing the Champs-Élysées, as a team together in the first position. It's definitely gonna be something I'm gonna tell my grandchildren about.
Stage 21 as visualised in advance by Jens Voigt, just for the pleasure of getting Jens Voigt in the show, really. And he was pretty accurate too. CSC out front in their final Sunday best for the cameras before the race got serious on the Champs-Élysées. The Tour may have been decided, but there was still the glory of the final stage win to race for.
racing across now to the right turn into the home straight. The field, look at the back of the field, absolutely flying here as they wake their way onto the Champs-Élysées. The field is into the Champs-Élysées, just that one lone figure in white of Arnaud Gérard. He'll be the first to hear the bell, and then he'll be the first to hear the bicycle wheels all around him.
There's Christian van der Velde at the front end of the main field. He's going to finish 5th overall in the Tour de France, and moving a bit further up there with a bandage on his knee, Philippe Gilbert. 4 seconds advantage for Gérard, and there is the bell.
1 lap to go, 6.5 kilometres of the 3,500 we've covered in 3 weeks. The Tour de France is going home this lap, and there he is in the yellow jersey, Carlos Sastre. He was supposed to lose it yesterday in the time trial, but he lived up to the magic of the maillot jaune.
This man here, Gérard of Française de Jure, has got himself about 3 seconds advantage over the front end of the main field. I don't think he's got the power to stay away from them, because there they are, massed all across the front of the main field. Starting to take up the pace-making now is Rabobank, and in the first 4 positions there is Oscar Freire of Spain, but all of the other sprinters now, Phil, must certainly be massy, must certainly be looking to be at the front end of the main field.
Well, I guess that answers the question. The sprinter from Spain wants to win the last stage and go out in style in the green points jersey. Becomes the first Spanish rider to win that, don't forget. And there is the catch. They're all swept up under the carpet and into the back of the bus. Now we're heading up towards the last turn at the top in the shadow of the Arc de Triomphe. And this is now, as always, anybody's race. But this is another attack. Philippe Gilbert has gone.
Well, Philippe Gilbert has got the big bandage on his knee from an accident a couple of days ago, and this is a hard time to hit them when everybody's right on the rivet. They've just chased down his teammate. This is the toughest part of the circuit now, and he's got himself right over to that smooth part of the road there, right up against the curbstone. He's taking all kinds of risks as he jumps over that little road that goes off into the Latin area of Paris here, and the area not too far away from the Champs-Élysées. Looks over his shoulders. If anybody can pull this one off, Phil, it's Philippe Gilbert.
He's done it before. No, they're right on him, but he's done it before. I think it's Johan van Someren who's got round the corner first. Robbie Hunter's right there. Robbie McEwen is right there.
Yes, which team is chasing? Silence Lotto has come to the front to chase for Robbie McEwen.
Well, it looks to me as though Philippe Gilbert's had a shave for the start of the race there. We couldn't get much closer, could we? As he drives past our television camera now, and the peloton massing behind. The only chance he's got is that they make a mistake. They hesitate to reform and place their sprinters. Oscar Freire's the rider in all the green strip on the far right. He packs a terrific sprint finish on certain days.
They're not going to make that mistake, Phil. Look at that. All of a sudden, there they are, right on the wheel of Philippe Gilbert. We're looking now at 4 kilometres to go, and at this speed, 4 kilometres to go, it's around about 4 minutes. Gilbert now back in the fold.
Well, the boys in lime green are still trying to stay in this. There's 5 of them down there, but they're not quite organised enough yet, because now they've got to contain all of these attacks, which will keep on coming. There's always somebody who will try to break away, and it's Cofidis that's gone again.
Sylvain Chavanel.
It is the most aggressive rider of the Tour de France who launches the attack at 3.2 kilometres to go, and they've got to chase him down straight away.
Isn't this funny? Team Quickstep are the team chasing him down, and where is Chavanel going to ride next year? Team Quickstep. But this is, Phil, not about friendship. This is about trying to win a stage of the Tour de France. Quickstep have not won anything out of the Tour de France this year, and they will give everything to try and get Chavanel. He hasn't got much of an advantage, but if they break now, he will go away to get the victory. But look at all the sprinters queuing up behind. Everybody wants the glory on this final day.
Carlos Sastre just won the Tour de France. We are inside 3 kilometres to go. If he falls now or gets a flat tyre, he will be given the same time as all of those cyclists. He can't be beaten now as he races the last 2.5 kilometres for home. All that remains to find out is, will this man win the stage? Can he hold off the peloton? They're working hard.
He's scrambling. This is at the back end of the main field. This is a problem here for Jens Voigt. He's snapped his seat. His seat has disappeared, but it doesn't matter for Jens Voigt right now.
At least he'll also get the same time. Same rule applies across the board. So Jens Voigt, it's not all bad luck, but he can't take part in the finish. Here comes the drive up to Sylvain Chavanel, who finally this year got his stage win in the Tour de France, but it won't be today.
Right on the front now is Garmin Chipotle. 5th position is the black and white jersey of the Kiwi national champion, Julian Dean. David Miller is up there into second place. Dean goes around there right on the shoulders of Oscar Freire, and in the other darker green shorts there, of course, big Thor Hushovd is looking for the win. And of course, Phil, let's not forget, he's won right here before.
Who are we going to see come out of the tunnel first as they race for the last time under that Ferris wheel? Garmin-Chipotle it is. At one stage in the opening week for a while, they were the best team in this race. In the black there is Julian Dean. He's about 8 men down. He was going to try and finish this off for Garmin-Chipotle, who are bringing all except one of their riders home. And this is a brilliant lead out by David Miller now.
Miller's got 1, 2, 3 riders from Quick-Step right onto his wheel there. The third Quick-Step rider is Gert Stegemans. He's better known as the lead-out man for Tom Bonen, but queuing up behind Phil, all of the other sprinters are there. Leonardo Duque is in there in the red shorts for Team Cofidis. Stefan Schumacher's not far away. There is the lead-out line for Thor Hushovd as well in the green.
Well, they're into the last 800 metres. This is for big Gert Stegmans, the lead out, the man who won in Ghent last year when he beat Tom Bonen and his teammate as they race across the Champs-Élysées into the Champs-Élysées for the final time. It's the right flick, but as we've told you all along, if you go too soon, you will not win at the Tour de France stage because it's a long way up to the line.
It's an awful long way. Still, Stegmans is in second position. He's got Julian Dean moving up alongside him. Now's the moment to wait. If you've got it, you've got to kick now, and he's done it.
Well, look at this. Is this going to be the perfect end for Quick-Step? It's the best chance for Stegmans, but look at Gerard Cholet. Look at Gerard Cholet is coming, and on the outside is Oscar Freire at the green point. Cholet is closing so fast. Oh, and he's lost it on the line, but a great victory for Gert Stegmans. He has just redeemed the credibility of Quick-Step, and let's watch for the man in the middle. Is he going to give us a wave? Because Carlos Sastre has won the Tour de France. He searches for Stuart O'Grady because he owes an awful lot to that Australian.
A brilliant ride over those last few laps there, and you can see him puffing and blowing a bit. Celebration from all of Team CSC, and also, I have to say, Phil, a little bit of celebration in Belgium too, because they wanted Gert Stegemans to get the victory here this afternoon, and Spain wanted this man to win as well. As Carlos Sastre has got the victory. Let's have a look at that sprint victory one more time. We've said that this was a hard man sprint finish. He was led out admirably there. Julian Dean right in his wheel. The big acceleration did come from Gerard Cholet, but I tell you what, the man who normally leads out Tom Bonen there has got the incredible gap.
Oh, yeah.
He's got time to look back over his shoulder there to say, right guys, you want to get the victory here this afternoon? Sorry, you'll have to try again next year. Oscar Freire up there in third. Robbie McEwen, I think, was up there for fourth.
There is the family of Carlos Sastre. He's just telling his children, your dad just won the Tour de France.
And soon Carlos Sastre's son had the miniature yellow jersey to prove it. Sastre Senior, the winner of the 2008 Tour, ahead of Cadel Evans, second for the second year. And Bernhard Kohl, not just third, but King of the Mountains too. A great performance from the young Austrian. There are the final standings, slightly changed timings thanks to a fast final stage. Sastre gave away 7 seconds of his lead on the Champs-Élysées for all that it mattered to him, bringing his winning margin in the end over Cadel Evans down to 58 seconds. Bernhard Kohl too closed into 1:13 in third place. Denis Menchov, who'd lost time on stage 1, finished by losing time on stage 21. He slipped 10 seconds further back in fourth place. CSC took the best young rider title too, thanks to Andy Schleck, who finished 12th overall, 1 place ahead of his closest challenger, Roman Kreuziger. Sylvain Chavanel was the most aggressive rider of the Tour for his various breakaway exploits. David Miller was 68th, riding in service of Christian van der Velde. Chris Froome finished his debut Tour 84th. And Wim van Sevenant held off all challengers for the title of Lanterne Rouge, last man out of the 145 finishers. So Spain's great sporting summer continues. Oscar Freire backed the green jersey of the Tour's best sprinter to join Kohl, Schleck and Carlos Sastre on the podium. And after 3 weeks and 3,559 kilometres, the 2008 Tour was in the record books.
Le Tour, absolutely.